Welcome, everybody, to episode number 22 of the Dragon's Den podcast. My name's Eric Hopkins, a.k.a. Jill. Welcome to the stream. Happy Labor Day weekend, everybody out there. We got Sir Spoobington III, apparently. That's an interesting name over here in the middle. Miranda, Matthew, and Slothy McGee makes his return to the podcast here tonight, so we're going to get into that a little bit here. But how's everybody doing tonight?
I'm good.
I just started my 4-day weekend.
Oh, yeah? A 4-day, yeah. That'd be better than me. I only got 3. But hey, that's awesome. So welcome back to Slothy McGee. He's obviously been off on a little bit of an adventure himself. We'll let him tell you guys a little bit about that. So, Slothy, tell us what's been going on, buddy.
Well, I mean, I went off to basic training. And now I'm at AIT, trying to become a vehicle wheel maintenancer. AKA, I'm a glorified Jiffy Luber.
Well, that's awesome. So.
It is.
Where the hell did Matt go? Well, starting off great. But anyway, more room for us.
Oh, he
so,
usually
anyway.
randomly.
Yeah, normally he just dips and says bye. Yeah, so how's the experience?
It's been good.
Yeah.
Been good. A lot of half right face and front lean rest positions.
For those of you who last saw him on the channel, he had a beard and everything. He looks a lot different to me. I'll tell you that right now. I'm not used to it.
Yeah, I got in trouble the other day because I had stubble.
Really?
You gotta be clean shaven,
Clean.
They don't play
Clean.
around, huh?
Don't let the sun hit you wrong.
Oh my God, Matt, get it together. Jeez, brother. That just keeps dropping. Well, make up your mind, bro.
Well, I couldn't hear nobody.
Okay. All right. No.
Starting off great tonight. Awesome.
This guy.
Well, my phone overheated. Been on the porch. So, dude.
Your what overheated?
My phone overheated.
Oh.
So,
This
that
guy.
happened.
Right.
This guy. So nobody's yelling. But anyway, so we got a lot to cover tonight. We got some wrestling stuff. We got some movie news, and we've got some football stuff. We're going to talk about our fantasy football league, which we're doing a draft about this weekend. Probably talk about that a little bit. Also got some news and politics as always to round out the show toward the end. Yeah, so I don't know. We got all that to look forward to. But what's been going on with everybody? Let's just do a little chit chat. I mean, I'm not wanting to jump into this right away. So, but
I've been getting paid to shoot guns.
man,
How you liking that?
It's awesome. I am now qualified in M4s.
Oh, geez.
oh yeah.
So
Yeah,
what all are you qualified in right now?
just M4s and grenades.
Grenades. You
There's
say.
a jingle.
Pardon?
There's a jingle to a grenade, and this is how it goes: proper grip, thumb to clip, twist and pull pin, sneak a peek, strike a pose, frag out.
Interesting.
That is amazing.
That's one way to get you alerted for sure. Yeah.
Hey, I just hired a retired Army guy who used to play basketball for 6 months out of the year for the Army when he was in.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah. He's really
And
good
I
guy.
also learned I'm not a very good shot.
Oh,
Join the club.
But I will say that there was a lot of holes in those targets, so a lot of my shots were going through those holes.
well, then that's all that matters, right?
I guess, but still just gave me a poor qualification.
So how
I
many
keep saying-
times do you get to take it?
How many times what?
Do you get to do it?
If you qual the first time, then you don't do it again. They don't give you. It's only if you don't qual, then you have to go again until you qual. And my luck, I qualified the first time.
Ah.
So yeah, there's 3 stages, or there's like four stages you have to do. You start off and standing, holding, shoot 1, go down into the prone, shoot a few, prone supported, you shoot a few, kneeling supported, you shoot a few, and then standing supported, you shoot a few.
Mm-hmm.
So it's at best out of 40.
Nice.
But you only get 1 grenade
That's all you need, brother.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Trying to see if I can pull up. If you don't mind, I'll just go to share a couple of pictures you sent us. There you go. There you go. Well,
I
maybe.
think he minds.
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, that was for. So we have this thing called phase up, and we have a phase up inspect. That's actually my dress uniform. That's my pinks and greens, and for a room inspection to phase up, we have to wear those. But that's actually the winter uniform. There's a tropical one as well where it's not the coat. But if you zoom in, that's my that ribbon right there is for graduating DCT, and then that badge is for my qualification.
Nice.
Okay. Nice. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not Monday Night Football. I can't do a lot of zooming in and out. I don't think, but I do my best here. But yeah, so a little bit.
But I'm not gonna lie. I clean up well.
Definitely.
It changes you, doesn't it,
Oh, yeah.
Seth?
Yeah.
It makes you change your aspect on life a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, that was after a ruck. I'm wearing a bag. My rucksack is about 50 to 60 pounds. And we walked just a little bit. We only walked like 3 miles, so it wasn't that bad.
Still.
Only 3 miles.
Yeah, we
I
did 3 miles.
only walked 3 miles, maybe in 2 days.
Yeah, we did that in like an hour.
Yeah.
So we were doing like 10, 15-minute miles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta do another one next Thursday. It's actually not as bad here as it was because I was originally in South Carolina, and it actually it's hot there, but the humidity isn't as bad as it is back home. So it's actually
Well, it's been
worse.
nasty here this week.
It's worse. It's worse back there. So it's not like hot there where you guys are, but the humidity is just atrocious. So, but we did a ruck one night. So like last week, we did a thing where we walked out 10 miles, and then we set up like a perimeter to do some drills for 3 days. No tents, just sleeping bags on the ground, which was awesome. I've never gotten sicker in my life.
Oh,
Sounds like that was awesome.
And then on the 3rd day, we packed up around 8 o'clock at night and walked like 12 miles back. And yeah, I sweat. You can sweat from your kneecap, like
Yes.
not from the side or from behind, but just like droplets of sweat form on your kneecaps. It's the weirdest thing. I have a higher appreciation for salt now.
salt.
Yeah, because salt helps you retain water.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Right.
Huh. Yeah,
So it sounds
he's wearing
like
all.
you're just loving it.
Yeah,
I wish everybody could experience a good MRE.
wearing all that gear and stuff. He's realized he's got sweat. This is
Brandon,
sweat.
you have.
I have.
Yeah, I have a favorite.
Quite a few times. You do?
I got a favorite MRE now.
What's your favorite?
What is
It's the maple syrup sausage and the white chicken chunks.
Oh, wow. That sounds so white chicken chunks.
The maple syrup comes with a maple syrup pound cake.
Oh.
And it is delicious. That shit turned into bargaining tools, okay?
Oh, man.
That and cough drops.
See, we got our first comment. Michael says, "Damn kids driving me crazy." So how is everyone tonight? So we're doing all right, man. Hope you're doing all right. Hopefully they ain't driving you too crazy.
I don't have to wake up. I don't have to wake up before 4. I'm happy.
Well,
That's sleeping in, I'm sure.
They could surprise you.
No.
No.
It's
Do you have a
it's a holiday.
bedtime?
Yes.
Damn kids.
Yeah.
Is that stuff heavy, Seth? When you
What?
when you go on your
Usually,
walk?
I have to wait for Brandon to get home, so I'm up till like midnight most nights, getting up at 5.
Well, my basic we walked with an
Wait till he goes
M4.
to the other shit.
So the M4 is about 7 pounds, and then your IOTV, which is your plate vest,
Yeah.
is probably another 8 or 10 pounds. And then you have your ACH, which is your helmet, which is probably close to, I would say, about 3 pounds.
Yeah.
And then you have your rucksack, which is, well, you don't put everything in it, a good 20 to 30 pounds. So,
And a camelback, right?
Yep, and a camelback, which is, it's never full of water.
No. No. My buddy Jay, when he would go for his PTs and stuff, he would bring all his shit back. And like, I remember one day I was just curious and I put it all on, and I think I walked around the basement and I was like, nah, you got it, boss. Like,
Oh, nope. Well, that's
Yeah.
not too bad. I thought it looked bigger at first.
that, but with everything else attached to it, like, it's a lot of stuff.
I've
You know
never,
what I mean?
I've never not liked plastic tasting water.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd like that too much either.
Man.
I think
But when it's hot,
I think mine
you know
has.
True.
I think mine has mold in it.
Oh, that's
Oh no.
amazing.
Oh, that's the best, man.
That's the
You
best
get a
water
little,
right there.
We'd like a little penicillin with your water.
You like that mold with your water, sir.
That's high quality H2O right there.
Listen,
Calm down, Bobby Boucher.
I'm becoming Army tough now, so the mold don't bug me.
That's right.
Yes,
But
Michael,
no.
we are ready to do some drafting this Sunday. We're going to talk about a little fantasy football here for too much longer, so hang in there.
I'm not ready.
We're going to talk about that before we wrap up the show here. But I figured we'd start the show out a little bit this week with some pro wrestling. So let's do that real quick, and let's get this show on the road just a little bit here. All right, so we had a little bit of news in the world of pro wrestling this week. We thought we'd do this first this week on the show because Aaron sometimes doesn't get to join us right away, so he kind of wants to partake in some conversation like the movies and things. We'll move it back to a bit. Hopefully, Aaron will show up for the night out here. But a little bit of sad news in the world of professional wrestling this week, though, as Sid Udy, better known as Sid Vicious, Sid Justice, or Psycho Sid, recently passed away at the age of 63. It was his son who put out there that he had passed away from cancer. But yeah, definitely big time. I would consider him a legend. I know that a lot of people are upset that he's not in the Hall of Fame just yet. Because obviously
he will be now.
He should be now. I know. What's funny? Well, I wouldn't say funny. It's more sad. But that right before he passed, like literally a month ago, he tweeted about hopefully being put in the WWE Hall of Fame before he passed away because he's getting older. And unfortunately, he's not going to be able to see that come to fruition. But hopefully, it will still happen. But yeah, definitely one of the sports, premier big men, especially in the early to mid '90s for sure. I remember seeing him live personally at the 1992 WrestleMania 8 in Indianapolis, Indiana, at the Hoosier Dome when he fought Hulk Hogan in the main event. So definitely a lot of memories for me there, just being a 10-year-old young guy going to see that show. And of course, he was also well known for being the bodyguard, the muscle for Shawn Michaels, the legendary Heartbreak Kid. And he also main evented WrestleMania 13 against The Undertaker as well for the WWE Championship. So just thought I'd get, I know Brandon's thoughts for sure, and anybody else who was a fan of Sid Justice, or just any of his work he's done over his career. He had like, I think it was like a 30-year career, all things considered. So yeah, it's a big long career for sure. What are your guys' thoughts on him, Brandon? For sure.
I mean, he was one of the big men or whatever. Like Sid was. I like Sid because of the way he cut his promos. It was kind of like how Jake used to do his promos, that low melodic kind of voice, but it was always serious. I wasn't a huge fan of what he was doing or what they had him doing in WCW, but his WWE run was great. I remember the day he broke his leg. Remember that?
Oh yeah.
That was crazy. That was
Yeah, for
mad
those
crazy.
of you who don't know, I can't remember these. I think it was like a fatal 4-way match. I know Scott Steiner was involved, and Sid Justice obviously is such a big guy. Most big men are not normally known for jumping off the top or middle rope or anything. I think it was the middle rope he jumped
Yeah, it
off.
was the middle rope.
And he said going in, he thought it was a bad idea, just didn't want to do it. Well, he did it, and as soon as he landed, I think he broke his leg, and even so much so the bone shot out through the leg.
Yeah.
It was
He
not
was flopping around in his boot. It was crazy.
It was very bad. And he actually considered retirement after that. I think he did come back for some years after that, but it wasn't anything like major. I think he did come back to WWE maybe for a few appearances here and there. I think he even fought Heath Slater on like the 1000th edition of Raw, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so definitely sad to see for sure. I know Mike, a big wrestling fan. Obviously, he's our fun facts and wrestling trivia guru as well. He said Sid was one of many who portrayed the character Lord Humongous in Memphis, feuding with the Master of Pain, aka the Undertaker, before he was the Undertaker. So, yeah, definitely something there for sure. But yeah, he's going to be missed. Obviously, one of the better big men, and like I said, he's been known for some good stuff, especially in WWE back when it was known as WWF for sure. So, yeah, he will be missed for sure. But any other thoughts on Sid? Did Matt or Slothy ever get a chance to watch him at all?
I never did.
Not that I can remember.
Miranda too? Not really. Well, I highly recommend WrestleMania 13 and WrestleMania 8 is probably some of his best work in the WWF for sure.
I've heard of him before, but I've never watched him wrestle.
I mean, I have that documentary DVD set of the Undertaker's career, and I think it mentions something on there. That's as far as I can recall.
Especially when he was Psycho Sid too. He'd always come out to the ring and had that like, crazy theme music, and always had like these really crazy eyes. Just insane looking man.
Yeah.
Of course, he was like what 6'7". He was
he was big, man. Dude.
He was huge.
Eric, can you go back to that previous picture?
One here with Hogan.
Yeah. Look at that sign behind the turnbuckle.
Sid, the man that is the man.
No, not the sign. The Hulk Hogan with the red bandana.
Oh, what does it say?
It's I can't see what it says, but it looks really
Running
cool.
Wild in Indy is what it says.
Yeah,
because it was in Indianapolis. So yeah, back in the old RCA Dome or the Hoosier Dome for sure. That was a cool building to go watch that in.
That picture was in Indy. That's what I was going to ask.
It is. It was in the old RCA Dome.
Yeah.
That'll be silly to put that down. And WrestleMania will be coming back to Lucas Oil Stadium here in
Yep.
It's been what? 1982, what is that? 32 years now. By the time that comes down, 33, 34 years probably. So it's gonna be cool to see. But yeah, like I said, sad to hear for sure. Sid's going to be definitely missed for sure, but definitely left his mark on the world of professional wrestling too. Mike said Sid loved playing softball sometimes more than wrestling. I'll tell you right now, if that guy's barreling down on me on home plate and I'm the catcher, I'm just going to get out of the way and let him score.
Oh,
Speaking of which,
Eric, I play softball weekly. The guys like that do not intimidate me.
Have you seen? Shut up. Have you seen the pictures of Braun Strowman's dad? He used to play softball, and he is a massive man.
Braun Strowman probably.
Braun Strowman's dad.
That guy would intimidate.
See, Matt, this guy is as tall or as big as Braun Strowman. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, I want to see you try to stop him from scoring. Against this man. That would have been.
Okay.
Yeah,
you're
you
not
play
winning that.
baseball,
I'll probably
Matt.
end up in the hospital, but I'll try to stop him from scoring.
Hey, I admire your courage, but
well, we never.
Nah, you got it.
Never mind, that was me.
It's a good thing I did not hear it.
Well, it's never stopped us before. I mean, Mike knows he's been giving you heck on the fantasy football chat for the last few days.
I have a new sadness.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna say it, Matt. You're not one to make the best decisions.
No.
Mike said, "What would you do, Matt? Jump as high as you could, and then tag Sid's knee."
Yeah. Here comes the. Yeah.
Yeah, you walked into that one, Matt.
Dude, he has like ruled my
God.
life for like the last week and a half.
I really, we really need to lock
He's
our
living
door.
rent free in your head, isn't he?
Yeah, I'm about to.
He said we gotta lock our door.
He says he's about to.
Yeah, well, yeah. You and Mike are gonna be fun to listen to on the fantasy football chat for sure.
Yeah.
You, Bob, me.
Yeah.
You know, and we'll probably share some of those.
Don't you mute me, okay?
I was just making sure everything's all good.
Don't you fucking mute me.
Sorry, man. Talk about the abuse to the host here, man.
See, that's what happens.
Yeah.
See what happens when
I mean, I can fucking boot you and block you right now, but then you probably bring all your
He's
friends out.
usually muted this for the kids.
Yeah, it's usually for the children. So you know,
I've locked my door, so there should be no more random people walking.
I have to admit, Seth, you have been missed the last couple months.
believe me, if there's one thing one body that I don't want mad at me is the U.S. military. So we're good.
Yeah.
So
I've been wondering how work's been, who's all gone, who's all stayed.
It's
I don't know if anybody's really like
Same
left
managers.
that,
Ryan, Joe.
yeah,
pretty much. Yeah. Of course, I don't know if you heard we're all getting probably moved to a different shift. That'll be fun. So
Shit, I still wonder if I'm gonna have a job when I come back. I mean, they can't legally fire me, but
no.
What shift you'll be on is another story. But
hey, my new schedule is fucking 4 a.m. to 7:30.
Yeah, so I think he'll be okay, Eric.
Yeah, probably. Mike says, "Thank you for your service, Salathi McGee." So
yeah,
thank you for your support.
Definitely need all the support you can get for sure. But yeah, definitely thank you for that.
The other day, 2 F-15s flew over.
Cool.
It was dope because it's just where I'm at is just not Army. It's all of them,
everything
except for Space Force. We don't know where they go. I don't know where they go. I haven't seen them.
Yeah, I would like to learn more about
They're
Space
doing
Force.
a lot. Me too. I heard that we're gonna possibly get like a Space National Guard.
Yeah, I think Trump did mention something to that effect. Yeah.
Yep.
I just like to know what more they do right now. I know, opportunity is immense to like expand. For sure.
If you could,
I know they have.
Look up their dress uniforms.
Okay. I wonder if it's something I can pull up here. Is there anything like that? I know they did like, what was it that they did like a Steve Carell like comedy show? I wondered if it was kind of making fun of it though.
I seen him the other day, and it made me think of like 1800 Britain or some shit.
Awesome.
It looked goofy. That's all I'm trying to say.
I can pull up a great video.
I never got to see what 1800 Britain looked like.
The one here on the right. It's
about that right there.
That looks like an old band uniform I used to wear. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's interesting.
Eric, you were in band?
Yeah, I was in band for 7 years.
Oh, I'm gonna make fun of you for the rest of your life. I did not know that.
That's wild.
Man,
you act like it's going to offend me. I mean, I don't care. You know.
He called you a tool.
There we go.
Speaking of band, I'm trying to get on the DNC team here.
Those guys are badass. I love the regiment guys. The Army regiment guys.
Hopefully we can do it.
The band you're in was sucked, but the regiment guys in the Army are cool.
That's crazy.
I'm hoping we can do that shit in our dress. I like the Army's the World War II looking dress uniforms.
Yeah.
I like them a lot better than the blues. A lot of people disagree, but I like the new ones. And they're going to start letting us wear the officer's cap. So it's just not going to be for officers.
That's kind of cool.
We don't have to wear those Good Burger fucking hot dog hats.
Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger.
Man, take it order.
So dumb.
Well, sometimes that makes them good though.
Oh my god, this is so good.
There's nothing There's nothing good about that hat.
Everything's good about that hat. It's uncomfortable. It's itchy.
I'd rather wear my beret.
Yep, I bet you would.
Mike said Matt's just mad he doesn't get to say. And this one time at band camp,
Bro.
which
Oh, come on!
I didn't explain it to Logan, but Logan has never seen American Pie.
Oh,
And
Lord
Oh,
Jesus.
no.
he said something
Oh,
about.
boy.
I think he said he was in band or something. And not long after that, I said, "You didn't play the flute, did you?"
No
course-
shot.
The entire break room just lost it. And then, of course, he has no idea what we were talking about. But
He's still there.
No
What am I
shot.
saying? Of course he's still there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah, yep.
Oh, sure.
I'm glad I'm not still there. Let me tell you.
I honestly, I miss being there. I
We
miss
miss having
it.
you around for sure.
I
It's,
miss having the jokes that.
It's
that
definitely going to
come
be
up and tell
easy.
me.
When I
Yeah.
come back, it's going to be easy.
Yeah, I was having like some of the worst days, and Seth would just come out of nowhere, and tell me some random thing. It didn't even I didn't know where it came from sometimes, but then it would just make my day, and I miss that, Seth.
Well, when are
Well-
you scheduled to come back?
So I graduate August 29th, and I have to be back November 4th.
Okay.
So August 29th is on a Tuesday, and then I got to return that following Monday. Because,
For the election.
fuck me, right?
Yeah. Well, the only reason I ask is because they're going through major transition there. By the time you get back, it's going to be probably completely different.
Yeah, you wouldn't recognize
I'll,
it.
I'll still know how to do everything.
Well, yeah. I mean, there will be training people on the new stuff anyway. But yeah, it's
Yeah.
just going to be.
Have they gotten the conveyor belt fixed?
It's in. The machines are not in yet.
It's
Is that a touchy subject?
no.
No, it's a roller coaster.
Really?
Kinda. I mean, the belt goes around one end of the building, then it goes up and high, then it kind of comes back down, so it kind of does
So-
like a little roller coaster.
It looks
So they're
looks like the Raven.
So they're starting to put in those picking machines.
Not yet.
Not yet. Well, they're going to. I think October. Is that what I
So
heard?
have they started to lay people off?
No.
No.
Well, that I don't know if they're going to actually lay people off. They've been moving people around to different shifts and stuff like that. So it sounds like people may still have jobs, but they may be doing different jobs than what they had previously. Obviously,
Oh
like,
my God, we got to
pickers
talk
are not
about
gonna
the
need-
bash in Berlin.
what's wrong with that?
I'm just messing with you.
Shut up, man. That was on the agenda, but anyhow.
I'm
Mike
not gonna
said-
lie. I'm ready to talk about football.
Yeah, we're going to get to it.
We'll get there.
Mike says I don't miss some of the warehouse though. So
JK, Michael.
it just depends on who it is, I suppose. But I mean, that's about the same with any job, I guess. There's always somebody out there you don't like.
I miss
Listen,
you too, David.
it will be better. What I've been through, that place will be better. Nobody will tell me to do push-ups.
Don't put it past them.
Maybe.
I'm just saying.
Maybe.
Maybe. To finish out the wrestling topic, though, I thought we'd discuss, as Matt alluded to, WWE's Bash at Berlin, which will be taking place tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, since it is in Germany. The big time difference there. Only 5 matches on the show. Brandon, have you been keeping up with WWE's shows here lately? And
Yeah.
what do you think of this show? We got Gunther versus Randy Orton for the World Heavyweight Championship. Cody Rhodes versus Kevin Owens for the WWE Championship. Dominic Mysterio, Liv Morgan versus Damian Priest and Rhea Ripley. We've also got CM Punk versus Drew McIntyre in a strap match. And Alba, what is it?
Giggity. Giggity.
Yeah. And then Isla Dawn and Alba Fire versus Jade Cargill and Bianca Belair for the Women's Tag Team Championships here. Few of these are intriguing, not gonna lie. I'm looking forward to seeing pretty much the top 4. The bottom one, I just kind of feel like Jade and Bianca are going to win the belts back.
I mean, yeah, but at the same time, like, I want them to push the women's division a little more. The tag division. I want the tag division as a whole, both male and female, to succeed. Because there's some really good teams on both sides. And I just wish the women's could get a story like we did with the Usos and the New Day type thing. You know what I mean? Like, and I think you can do it. I mean, look what they did with Bianca and not Bianca,
Yeah.
Bailey and
Okay.
Sasha when she was there, and what they did as far as like the tag team went when it was Sasha and Naomi before everything that happened. I just wish the women's tag division was a little better. I kind of don't want Bianca and Jade to win because I really want them to push these other two girls. And what bigger way than you beat those two? You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, you're not wrong because I mean, I think their programming as the last few weeks, they've defended the titles multiple times and have won each time. So maybe they are kind of pushing Isla Dawn and Alba Fire a little bit here. And if that's the case, you might be right.
Mhm.
I mean, would it maybe be too soon to start Jade Cargill and Bianca Belair feuding against one another? Like
I
maybe
don't
something
know.
happens, they don't win, and they start to break up a little bit.
Yeah.
That's very possible. I think Gunther's going to beat Randy Orton. Gunther ain't losing the title in his debut, or well, his first title defense, I should say, especially being in Germany, you know, as well. But
Mhm.
and then you got, of course, Cody Rhodes versus Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens, the reluctant challenger in this instance here, but I think it is going to be a match. Kevin's going to give it his best for sure. I think Cody retains as well. Most intriguing stuff to me is obviously CM Punk versus Drew McIntyre for the strap match. Prob-
Giggity.
yeah. But like CM Punk, I imagine will get the win here, but I mean, it could be surprising either way there, I guess, for sure.
Okay.
Punk maybe gets his bracelet back that Drew McIntyre stole from him. I
Okay.
know it sounds kind of weird, but yeah, he definitely did that. But then Damian Priest and Rhea versus Dominic and Liv. You got to figure Dominic and Liv has got to have something up their sleeve with the rest of the Judgment Day to make this more than just a 2-on-2 matchup.
I
For
think they
sure.
suck.
Judgment Day or the new Judgment Day?
Liv and Dom. I think they're heels, and I don't like them.
Well, you're not wrong. They are.
I mean, they are heels.
I don't like. No, I just don't like them. Period.
Hard hitting analysis.
As
Yes.
people.
As people?
Gunther-
Wow. You
yeah.
don't know
That's
anything about them.
crazy.
You just
As
know their
people,
characters, bro.
I don't like them as people. Gunther will win because that's annoying.
Gunther's an outstanding professional wrestler.
I understand that, Eric. But what I'm saying is, I'm not saying it's annoying to the people. I say it's annoying because he's good.
I think with Gunther, I like the direction they're going with him because, like, think about it. They're doing this thing where he's this overly confident and cocky. Like, he treats everybody like trash because that's how he sees him. He was raised to be greatness, and like with his Intercontinental run, that's exactly what he did.
Yeah.
So there's no reason it's not unbelievable for him to have this attitude towards everybody else. It started with Priest, and then you got a whole lot of story with Priest after that. You know, his upbringing, the dichotomy between the two, and now it's Orton. You know, we all know what Orton was like when he first started wrestling. He was young, cocky,
The
and
legend killer.
he was a real dick, you know, behind the scenes. And that story's playing forward now because you can play on that with a character like Gunther and somebody like Randy Orton. Randy's not winning, but man, it'll be a hell of a match.
Well, not only that, you got to remember in the King of the Ring tournament, the whole storyline there was that Randy Orton got pinned, but his shoulder was up. So they're trying to play off this, you know, he never actually beat Randy Orton to get the opportunity to become World Heavyweight Champion. So now I'm sure they'll put a little bit of finer point on it, and he'll actually get the pinfall over Randy this time.
The other one with Kevin Owens, and I see Cody Rhodes retaining that.
Well, yeah. I think so.
CM Punk will win against Drew.
Boo.
I know. Boo.
You better not.
Ew.
I'm mad.
And then who cares who wins the one at the bottom? I mean, really? I mean, I agree with Brandon. I'd like to see him push the youth. But, I mean, WWE is going to have to do something with the Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cover your face while you were talking. But
It's okay.
Happy circumstance. But Mike said, I don't see Jade jobbing for the tag team titles there. You're
No, I
probably
don't
right
either.
about that. But I can see
Yeah.
Bianca getting the pinfall because it ain't going to hurt
And-
Bianca or anything at all.
No.
In reality, Dominic and Liv, I think that their new Judgment Day is trying to, just kind of test the water a little bit. I think they'll keep the belt.
Well,
So,
they ain't got no belts on the line. That's just Liv's title.
well,
Yeah.
okay, I
Yeah.
don't know if there was a belt or not. I just know.
No, it's just a mixed tag team feud match, basically.
Well, then I think that they will probably win from either appearance.
Well, it might be a little too early for Damian and Rhea to get the
I agree.
comeuppance on Judgment Day, so maybe they do win this one and
I
go
think
some nefarious means.
I think that they will win in a big like opportunity match, and it would just put gasoline on the fire for that.
Very well could.
Yeah.
Mike also said that Gunther should not have lost the Intercontinental title. He should have won the world title while still champion and vacated it. Would still be seen as unbeatable. You could have done that. I know Samoa Joe did similar in AEW when he had the Ring of Honor. I think it was a television title. He vacated it before he went after the world or the AEW world title. So,
Yeah.
but at the same time, you could have done that for sure. Hell, I'd have been okay if Gunther held on to both titles for a while, personally.
Yeah.
I understand
I
they
mean,
wanted to do it with other things.
Yeah, and like look at the story that came out of, and you didn't want to put Gunther against Braun because Breaker, because somebody had to lose that match. So I get it, and plus the Sammy story was great.
And it was a big moment at WrestleMania too.
Yeah,
So,
and then you got the Chad Gable thing that splintered off of that, so it was good.
Yeah, and Sammy, I think, is going to end up with the bloodline.
But this is a great way to hide the fact that Roman Reigns is on vacation right now.
Well, that's the thing. I'm about a week behind on WWE. I need to get caught up. But I know Roman come back. They beat him up, and as far as I know, he's not been on since.
No, because his uncle died right after that.
Well, fair enough. Okay.
We got to get ready for the summertime, and then when the Mania stuff starts happening again, everybody's going to start paying attention again.
It'll happen before then.
Well, yeah, and January is always the start of the whole
when the important people come out.
Yeah, Cena will be back, I'm sure, this next year because he's going to have a whole year run, and we're going to get Rock back at some point.
To it again.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think Survivor Series will start to kind of kick off around Thanksgiving, and then you'll start to see it start to build slowly after that. So hopefully they'll make that show go as well.
I have the opportunity to meet Pat McAfee tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I hear he went back to College Game Day. He's off of wrestling for a few months because of that.
They gave him a nice little send off.
I saw that.
He got a little emotional about it.
He didn't know it was coming. From what I can tell.
And he hates surprises. Apparently,
I am a huge fan of the Pat McAfee show.
Believe it or not, Pat does not do well with compliments and the spotlight being on him. He's not a fan.
Surprising. That's very surprising.
Yes, but it is very true. He fucking hates it. Like,
that's why he's so goofy.
Yeah. So when they did it, he was kind of like, and then he gave a nice little heartfelt speech, about the WWE. And him and Michael's Cole relationship is probably the most genuine and real thing on TV when it comes to wrestling.
Where are you going to possibly meet him at?
Oh, he's at the U.S. Nationals. In Indy.
Where?
It's at Indy tomorrow.
Really? I'm surprised he's going to be there, being it's like kickoff of college football tomorrow.
He posted about it, but then I'm sure he may be gone. So
I think he's in West Virginia because he's covering a game there.
So I don't know.
No, wait, they were there today in West Virginia.
He just posted about it on Facebook, so I assumed he'd be there tomorrow.
Yeah, he was in West Virginia.
Okay.
Yeah, that or he's probably just talking about it.
Non-factual facts. But anyways, I love the part on his show when the kid calls in and goes, yeah, he just starts doing all this stuff and talk about talk about sports.
Oh yeah.
And then he goes, F Boston, and I'm like, I love this kid. Anything to do with Boston sucking in professional sports is like Christmas for America.
He was talking about Boston Connor, but it was whose kid was it?
I'm down for New England sucking though. I really am.
Yeah.
When the Owen.
Anyway,
Owen.
I loved it that he called in there. And I was like, yeah, Boston. Everybody else hates Boston too.
I did find it kind of funny. I looked at a preview for the NFL season this year, and they said they had the New England Patriots winning only 2 games this year, being the number one pick. So I was kind of happy to see that. It couldn't happen to a nicer team.
I
Hey,
looked into it.
didn't
Miranda,
Boston
he's in Virginia.
win the NBA championship this year? Am I not mistaken?
Hey, I have no problem with Boston when it comes to the NBA personally.
I'm
But
just saying.
yeah, Matt.
Yeah, he will be on game day tomorrow, Eric. I looked into it. So
That was
he will-
bittersweet.
You just going to ignore that comment from Slothy?
It was
down
better. It
I
was
am.
bittersweet. They beat my Pacers, but I mean,
there? Yeah, that's true.
they
Yeah.
beat the Mavericks.
I guess I do have that against them, but
no one
Anytime-
expected the Pacers.
Anytime the Boston Celtics lose, it's like Christmas for the NBA.
Wow, that's crazy.
Mike commented and said Miranda kick Brandon out of their room, not sharing camera space this week.
Nope, he's back in his own space.
Yeah,
Nice.
That's a-
I ain't gonna lie, I like
that's
that background, Miranda. That's pretty dope.
I told her. I said,
Thank
that's
you.
pretty good.
They're
I have
pink
4 months of
and
getting Ashley
blue,
to get
but
back to you.
it
But
looks almost red.
It looks like I was gonna say red, white, blue, right? That's what it looks like.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah, nice.
it's more of a pink, but
Hey,
Steph
that'll
is the
work.
one who got me into hockey, though.
The hockey.
I'm so ready for hockey to come back.
I am too, Seth. I'm
So
I root for
ready.
Dallas.
I need to start watching that more. I don't watch it as much.
I root for me and Steph root for Dallas.
It's really really fun to watch.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to watch some hockey.
Maybe this year. We gotta do like a hockey fantasy league. I get destroyed
Yeah.
in that.
Oh God.
Oh,
I'm
come
man.
on, no, because I can't even keep up with the fucking NFL players. I have to
No, I
pick
know,
up
right?
on Sunday.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm out of the loop. I haven't been paying attention. I haven't really been paying attention to much lately. I'm literally trying to graduate. That's
how
all.
could you have
Oh,
time? I don't have time to pay attention, and I'm not doing half
but
any.
I'm like halfway through.
You can- Hey,
I just passed my
you get
test
the
on cooling systems the other day or yesterday. Yesterday.
cooling system.
Yes, I know how to properly diagnose and fix cooling systems on LMTVs.
All right. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna grab something to drink.
Well, so what's an LMTV? I'm sure I sound stupid, but
They come 6x6 or 4x4, either 2.5 or 5 ton. Shit, look it up.
well, yeah, that's true too. I do have this wonderful thing called the internet right here.
Yeah.
Look them up. I'm learning on LMTVs right now and Humvees. So
Army, right? Oh, nice.
Just-
Okay. Yeah, okay. I've seen these. Yeah, I gotcha.
Next topic.
Next topic. And here comes
Hello.
Aaron. I'll bring you in just a second, buddy. All right, here we go.
No, don't. Oh,
What? Why wouldn't I want to bring Aaron in?
Because
Oh, these?
then he. Oh, you actually do bring him in. He's underneath me.
Kind of hard
Oh, wow.
to see. My bad.
yeah,
Something
more
to that effect.
green.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they got some green ones in here. Yeah, we're talking about Slothy
that's
and
a-
some of his
That's a
Here, he's
4x4.
Aaron, I apologize for like the random stuff I sent you the other day.
And then they got this new.
I will explain at work.
They got this new one that looks. I cannot for the life of me remember what it's called, but it looks bossy.
Those are dualies, aren't they?
Some of them are. No, not dualies. That's just a flatbed.
Yeah, those are. Yeah, my grandpa used to work on the dualies, though.
Oh, look at that. That one's got an RV camper on the back of it.
Oh, I want one
So-
of those.
That's
So
funny.
the cab
Life
looks up
goals.
just like semi trucks. They're actually pretty interesting.
Yeah. Pretty dope, though.
I have a whole notebook full of shit.
Got to, man. You gotta get it all in the game.
Are you
Right on.
guys still playing Dungeons and Dragons now that I've seen his background?
A little, but it's kind of sporadic at the moment.
Yeah,
No, not really.
Kind of a
No.
no, actually.
I'm retired.
The
Well, yeah,
last,
Matt's retired. We're it's sometimes getting tied.
Did
day
I
to get
die?
together.
Did I die?
I don't think so.
well,
No,
we
you're still
don't know.
Guy has been sick, so he's getting. I mean, he's better now, but he was in the hospital twice.
Jesus.
ICU at that. Which
Yeah.
way, I don't want to get into too much of his business, but yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
just-
I mean, it was a
That
little
is
scary.
personal information, Eric.
Oh, yeah, that's why I'm not getting into it.
I wish him the best.
Mike said, I think he's doing better now. I think. Michael said, "Okay, Brandon went away. Tell us why you kicked him out of your room. Fantasy football related."
Now,
Or is
Brandon,
it-
you have
he
fun with
started
this
playing.
one.
He started
Or is
playing
it-
World of Warcraft again, so he's got his computer set back up and stuff, and he moved back
Bro.
upstairs.
I
And this is supposed to
found-
be my craft room too, so yeah.
I have been playing on my phone the mobile version of Magic the Gathering, and it is fun.
Keeping your mind busy.
I don't know what it has to do with World of Warcraft, but I know that shit's expensive.
All I know is I played World of Warcraft with the guys probably about last week for about 9 hours, and I realized I'm out of my league. Let's put it that way. Got some learning to do.
Well, I would get into it, but the shit has like monthly subscriptions, and
Yeah,
I
that's
can't
part
do
of it.
I can't
Yeah,
do
Yeah.
that.
yeah. I think me and Aaron are both kind of in that boat a little bit, but
I
I'm contemplating
will when I
it,
can
but-
afford my house first. Then I will.
Yeah,
start
I
affording
know.
Games.
times are tough, man. I'll tell you what.
Uh,
All right, well, since Aaron's
I'm
here,
just worried
Oh,
that
go ahead.
Brandon, just like every other game we started playing with him, he bails on us and starts
Oh
playing
no,
a
he
different
won't
game.
bail on you with Warcraft. Listen,
No,
I gotta-
Aaron, let me tell you a quick story.
That's what
okay?
he said, but he said that about
But
the
he,
other
yeah,
two
he
games.
said that
So
about
I'm
the
just
other
saying.
games too.
Let me tell
I-
you about Warcraft.
Okay.
Brandon quit playing Warcraft because the monthly subscription and whatever. But when I was pregnant with Jaden,
Uh-oh.
that's when he really started playing. He played for years. And I mean, he's got leveled up characters. I'm surprised. Like, I don't mind him going back to it now. He quit because of everything going on. But it was his passion. And like to see him play it now, honestly, kind of warms my heart because he really, really likes Warcraft.
There you go. Got to commit, Aaron.
why is your Dungeons and Dragons
Now,
backwards?
he's never going to watch this stream. So listen, don't tell him that I said that.
It is
I
backwards.
guess it is
Aaron.
backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Huh.
backwards.
You need
I
to
gotta
You
fix
mirror
that.
your
technical
screen.
difficulties.
I gotta
Mirror
fix
your-
that. I'll be right back.
You didn't have to leave over it. But
Well-
anyway.
I am the intimidator now. I made Brandon leave and I made Aaron leave in the same
He's supposed
subject.
to be bringing me wine, but I don't know where he's at. He has not come
What do you
back.
have to do? Ferment the grapes while he was at it? Like, like damn.
Ew, he better not be using his feet.
Oh,
smash
that's
up.
a good point.
Oh.
It's also nice to know that Brandon will never watch this back again. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, he may.
One of these days, he might get like nostalgia. Man, remember that time we did the podcast? Yeah, let's go relive those moments. you know?
Yeah.
You know? That might just happen. So, well, I was going to move on to the next thing, and then everybody left. So, anyway, I guess we can move on to it. Anyway.
Jurassic World.
Yeah,
I
that's
can
what
tell
we're
you-
getting into.
I can tell you an interesting story that happened at and not really interesting, but at BCT.
Okay.
I was asleep, and we have these things called fire guard because there's a fire might break out or something. I don't know. And my bunk was right next to the door that the cadre come in. So one night, we all got fucked up because nobody went to attention when a drill sergeant came in. So I was a little on edge, I'm not gonna lie. And it was like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, and I heard "Bay, attention," which is not a drill sergeant. It's not that's not good to hear. So I pop up, and because I popped up, I was like, "Fuck, I gotta get down." So I'm on the top bunk. I fucking fall off the bunk,
Oh,
go in front of my bunk, and I'm just standing there. A second, a first lieutenant, and a captain is in there with 2 drill sergeants.
Ooh.
One of the drill sergeants runs me over almost knocks a phone off of, almost knocks a phone off the wall, and then they're going through doing locker checks. One of the lockers is broken, so when they pull on the locker, the whole locker door comes falling off on them. And I'm just standing there, and the drill sergeant comes up to me, and she goes, "What the fuck are you doing, trainee?" I go, "I heard at ease, so I'm standing here." She goes, "Go the fuck back to sleep." I was like, "Yes, there's other." And scurried back up on my bed and like took my pillow. So after that,
That was awkward.
I slept with my pillow over my head, so just in case I popped up, it would just be like for a few seconds and then pop back down.
Nice.
Was there a lot of people there with you, Seth?
There was 63 other people in my
The
bed.
other people. Okay. There's quite a few. That's always good to hear.
They all
Yeah,
made it through.
That's what I'm about to ask.
one dude didn't. He left because he was a fucking dumbass and tried to. I don't think he tried. I think he was just looking for attention, but he tried taking a razor and slitting his wrist.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
The back.
It's still backwards.
Is it?
It's fine. Don't worry about it. You just have to invert the image one of these
We're
days.
fermenting the grapes.
No.
Yeah. Oh, Brandon finally got the wine, apparently.
On top of it.
No, that's backwards.
What? Aaron's, it's going to drive Aaron nuts till he figures out this background.
I know. And I'm
No,
I've never been there.
this way is backwards.
We can't see what you're pointing at, bro.
No, I put it on the screen. This way is backwards.
That's debatable, fam.
All right.
Are you wanting the light off?
All right. Well, we're going to move on a little bit here. We got some other
Are
stuff
you-
to get into.
Brandon's on his way back.
That's cool. All right, cool. Maybe we'll get back by the time the transition's done. Let's get into a little bit of movie news stuff. Been a minute since Slothy's been on here. He probably is noticing all this production value. Now we've got some extra transitions. Our intro's a little different.
I'm amazed.
Yeah, hey, man, we've grown a little bit since last time you were here for sure.
But when we get to the football topics, he has an intro for the Colts, but not any other team.
No one
Yeah.
else.
I thought about it, but it's going to take a little time. So, yeah, you got to
That
get me.
sucks.
We just
If I need to be fair, I'll just run NFL news only, and I won't do the Colts stuff.
I mean, you could just do AFC or NFC logos.
I think about all of us like AFC teams for the most part.
I like the Lions.
Okay, well, okay, there you go. I know Ravens, Steelers, Colts, yeah, for sure. Mike said maybe if he turns it backwards, then it will be forward. Talking about your background.
That's right, Michael. You just keep farting with him.
so
You'll
if
make
it's
him
backwards
fix
for
his
me, it'll
logo.
be forwards for you guys.
I
Yeah.
think so, yeah.
Hey,
Try.
if you work,
Oh god,
hey,
here
if
he
you
goes.
work at it hard enough, you might change it.
Yeah, exactly.
There
So
you go.
you might be backwards, but
I'm always
Yeah,
back.
he has to mirror his screen
Oh,
or
my
his background.
There it is.
What,
There you
Aaron?
go.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, good job. All right, sweet.
Is that?
Yeah,
Well, it's backwards for me though.
I know,
Nah,
it
it's
looks-
fine though.
It looks good
it's
for
supposed
us,
to
though.
be.
It's
It's supposed to be.
yes, it's supposed to be. You have to mirror your screen.
What?
Okay,
All right.
Yeah.
No,
that just
Mike-
looks off to me. I don't know.
Oh, I
It
see.
doesn't
Yeah,
matter what
I'm
it
gonna
looks
think
like
about
to you.
It just looks bad. Next time, I'm not doing anything with words.
that. Touche. Yeah, it don't matter which way the directions or the dragon's facing for sure.
Yeah. Either way, it's trying to bite my head off.
Yeah, exactly. Well, speaking of biting people's heads off, there's a transition for you. I'm proud of myself for that one. We got officially the new logo and the new title
You're welcome.
and the plot synopsis for the new Jurassic World film, Jurassic World 4, or 7th Jurassic film overall. That'll be coming out in theaters this next coming July in 2025.
Is
We
that
also
gonna
got-
have Chris Pratt in it?
From the sounds of it, no. It sounds like some of the original cast, all the old cast members are not coming back. But never say never with like Chris Pratt or Bryce Dallas Howard. But I imagine the OG characters are probably never coming back. But you know, you never know. However, we do get Scarlett Johansson, Jonathan Bailey, Rupert Friend, and Mahershala Ali. Mahershala Ali, for sure, I think is an Oscar winner, if I'm not mistaken. And of course, Scarlett Johansson is definitely well known for her time with the Avengers as Black Widow. And we
So
got
is he just not doing Blade now?
yeah, that's a good question. I don't know if he is or not anymore. The way that movie's been going through directors and writer changes, and stuff.
Well,
So yeah, Blade be on the back burner.
How about we let him die on the island?
Now I heard that since Wesley Snipes did a great job in Deadpool, they're thinking about bringing him back.
Yeah. Well, it was funny too. There's a line in Deadpool where he said, "There's only ever been one Blade. There will only ever be one Blade." So it makes people kind of go, "Okay, I don't know if we are getting this Mahershala Ali Blade, but time will tell, I suppose." But good to see him here in this movie here for sure. He looks like we got a whole new cast. Obviously,
I
kind
wanna
of
see
paying
that movie so
homage
bad.
to the Flair, scenes from the previous films. Obviously, here with Mahershala Ali's character. Now, as for the plot synopsis of the film, this is what we know of it so far. According to the studio, Universal, director Gareth Edwards' blockbuster stars Scarlett Johansson as covert operations expert Zora Bennett, who's contracted to front a team on a secret mission to obtain genetic material from the 3 biggest dinosaurs on Earth. Bennett's mission comes 5 years after the global dinosaur domination last seen in Dominion, with the planet's ecology now proving to be inhospitable to the dinosaurs that escaped confinement in 2018's Fallen Kingdom and who were previously kept in the titular World Park in the 2015 franchise revival. Now, Scarlett Johansson's character's team travels to one of the last remaining bastions for dinosaurs in an equatorial environment where the trio of dinosaurs holds a genetic key to a drug that could hold life-saving benefits for all of mankind. Bennett's operation unexpectedly intersects a civilian family whose boat tour was capsized by aquatic dinosaurs, and the new group ultimately finds themselves stranded on an island where they must confront a sinister, shocking discovery that's been hidden from the world for decades. So, a part of me is like,
if she doesn't mention, man, I wish my old team was here talking about the Avengers,
hey,
that would be such a waste.
That'd be pretty
That
cool.
would be.
But
That would be pretty cool.
My old team would have been able to handle this, especially this one guy.
yeah. But I don't know. I mean, part of me feel like going back to kind of ran its course, I don't know, 3 or 4 movies. I don't
You're
mind
breaking
the
up
idea.
there a bit.
Oh, sorry. I said
You're
I don't
breaking
know.
up a bit.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Sorry,
Okay.
you were just. Maybe it was just
Good.
me.
So,
Good.
but anyway, I just feel like maybe going back to the island, maybe kind of something we've maybe done maybe one time too many. However, the wrinkle of them having to find something that could, like a drug that could have life-saving benefits for all mankind's a little bit new. Plus the idea there's a sinister, shocking discovery being hidden from the world for decades, probably since the original film, is at least intriguing enough to me to kind of give it something new. Part of me is like, I want to see a trailer first. And I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't the biggest fan of the last couple movies. I kind of thought the last one, the extended cut was better, but the theatrical cut kind of made me feel like, well, maybe it's time to hang this franchise up for good, maybe go extinct as the dinosaurs are. But I'm willing to give it a shot, at least with Scarlett Johansson and all this. But what are your guys' thoughts on the potential of this? Interested or no?
I mean,
It's interesting.
I mean,
it's dinosaurs.
I mean, if it's got that, it's going to make money. The last film made $1 billion, so that's why we're getting more.
I mean, it's a good kids movie.
Yeah.
As horror movies go, for sure. I guess. I mean, I would like for it to get back more of that horror element where it's more scary in spots, for sure.
Dinosaurs aren't scary anymore.
Well, it seems like it, yeah. Now, the title being Jurassic World Rebirth at least gives credence to the fact that it's going to be at least a fresh start to the series, maybe a jump starting it, rebooting it to a degree, even though it is still technically a sequel 5 years after the last one. But it leaves open that idea that, hey, we're going to be getting something new and fresh and starting over. So,
yeah, I mean, it sucks because like I grew up with the Jurassic Park movies. I still love dinosaurs. I still am a huge, one of my fondest memories was when I was a kid and we got to go to the museum and we made these little iron-on shirts. You remember like the little iron-on deals in school, and like we made shirts. And my favorite dinosaur, my favorite herbivore, I should say, is a Stegosaurus. But my favorite carnivore is an Allosaurus. And we made shirts and shit, and we got to walk around and it was dope. So I grew up watching these movies and I loved them. But after I think the first one with Chris Pratt, I was fine. I was in.
Yeah, I like that one.
That it's kind of I don't know. I think I just kind of hit this wall with it. Like sometimes, leave it alone.
They either take over the world or you kill them off. That's how it goes.
You can't keep pushing the same story, just adding different characters, and it's the same scenario, just different pieces.
I mean, I get it's not real, but you can't put a dominant species with a non-dominant species and them coexist. It doesn't work like that.
I would love to see it where, like, say you did it where Jurassic Park is the island, right? And the dinosaurs get off the island, and then like something happens to where we as a society get shucked back into the Stone Ages, in a sense of like all the electronics are dead. You know what I mean? So now it's a more primitive life, and now you have these apex predators roaming the grounds again. And now in this like post-apocalyptic world, this time
that's not post-apocalyptic. They had a scene where people were still swimming in the ocean.
That's what I'm saying. Like but it's technology's gone. So you know what I mean? Like we are not the superior, we're not the higher. And now these apex predators are showing back up, and it's like, what do we do to survive? You know what I mean? Like this whole thing of like, they're here, but like we can deal with them type shit. It's the same way I feel about like Godzilla and Kong. Like there's no world where we're stopping that from happening.
Oh no, you just got to get out of the way. In that case,
so it's like,
Jurassic World to me. I mean, I guess I don't know. I think it's got opportunity. But to me, I think this film greatly hinges upon what that secret discovery is. If that's not worthwhile, it's not going to work. But like you said, dinosaurs, so billions of dollars, so it will do that for sure. I don't know. I guess it's just kind of a wait and see thing for me.
Yeah.
But I don't. As long as they don't do Fast and Furious crossing over with Jurassic World, which we've talked about before, please don't. Which again, like I said, in Dominion, there's a scene.
You lost me with the Fiaro in space, brother.
Well, there's in Dominion, there's a scene where Chris Pratt on a motorcycle is being chased by bred for war raptors through like a streets of Rome or something like that. So it's like very Fast and Furious-esque. I was like, okay, you're about to jump the shark. You keep this up. I don't even see like a world where you do that. Like. Where a movie where you can use militarized fucking dinosaurs, like that seems like a B movie to me. You know what I'm saying? Like it seems like a low budget movie, like
Velocipaster.
I was about to say that.
Fuck. Oh my god,
that pulled up on my suggested watch movies.
What
was it? I think it was on Prime. And I was like, I kind of want to see how cringy this is, but at the same time, I don't.
No.
Right. Yeah. Well, and a part of me always kind of wanted to see Jurassic World kind of take the Planet of the Apes route, where the dinosaurs became the dominant species on the planet again, much like Ian Malcolm, Jeff Goldblum's character, kind of warned about.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
I thought that'd been. Now you've obviously got a Planet of the Apes series also ongoing as we speak. So
yeah, but dinosaurs can't talk. They don't have lips.
No, well, raptors kind of talk to each other, I suppose, but
no.
And that's the one thing. Like, velociraptors were very smart, very cunning, very intelligent. Like,
but they ain't got no lips.
The big ones you got to worry about. It's the smarter ones, the smaller ones. Like, T-Rex is more direct with his. He's gonna eat you. Like, but raptors, it was the hunt, and that's what made them cool. Like that scene where they're in the kitchen.
Oh, great!
And that raptor's walking around, like that is the most terrifying thing ever. Just...
Yeah, Matt got drug away by the dinosaurs, Mike. I don't know. I think a raptor got him for sure. I don't know what happened to him. He just dropped. I didn't even notice till you commented. So for sure. And he said Brandon wash his feet off from crushing those grapes to make Miranda's wine.
Yeah,
wash your feet, bro.
Yeah, man, there was a whole thing involved. It was. Yeah.
Definitely a thing.
I'm still working on it too. So, yeah.
Let's not kink shame.
The other aspect of this, wow, that's messed up. The other aspect of this movie I thought was kind of interesting is they said that the ecology is getting to a point where it's not hospitable for dinosaurs as much as it used to be. So in 5 years, they're already starting to die off. In my opinion, it'd kind of be more interesting if like the humans started to have that issue Kind of
Yeah,
like Planet of the Apes
and the
situation.
dinosaurs started to take them. I think as long as they don't start talking, that's fine. But
Oh,
Yeah,
I think
please
it would
don't.
take a environmentalist wacko approach where, oh my gosh, using fossil fuels and everything burned
Don't
up
put
the
it
planet's
past 'em.
ozone,
yeah,
and that's the whole stick there.
Yeah, I definitely
That's
wouldn't
gonna be
surprised.
obnoxious.
I
I mean,
know.
like that
We can't
whole
have anything nice anymore.
yeah, that whole storyline is just overdone. I feel like every post-apocalyptic world does that. If there's not zombies involved, it's your ozone melted away because of your
Yeah.
gasoline usage.
I'll tell you right
I
now,
keep
worst
saying
movie.
it. We need some new writers.
Yeah, or at
I
least
think it
better.
would be
at
cool
least.
if they found a way to bring more oxygen back, and then everything became big again. Could you imagine a Great Dane-sized praying mantis or centipede?
Now we're getting like human centipede territory, another B movie.
No.
Oh no! That is a completely different. You know what? Speaking of giant centipedes, it was a really good movie. Love and Monsters. That was a really good movie. Basically, along that storyline of, well, kind of, they were trying to fix the ozone. They shot something up into the atmosphere, and that radiated or rained down on and what rained down, and it basically made these giant bugs that ended up wiping out humanity.
Oh my gosh, it's better than The Happening. The only movie I ever went and seen by M. Night Shyamalan, I wanted to get my money back when I left the theater.
Did you guys talk about
Plants
the
were
Fallout
killing
series?
people, okay,
no,
because
not
of
yet.
climate change.
You haven't talked about the Fallout series at all?
I haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it either.
I've seen it.
Go ahead and talk about it. Say what you want. Go for
It
it.
was pretty good.
Yeah. I don't know the games as much either, so I'm a bad comparison.
I think
It doesn't matter.
Well, I know, but
yeah,
You
how
have
close it was.
you have YouTube to connect the dots.
yeah, they paid more tribute, I think, to the New Vegas and Fallout 3 era.
No, it was after 4.
I know, but
And-
there was a lot more elements to those two games as opposed to like Fallout 4.
Mm-hmm.
Like they talked about
Well, the Brotherhood of Steel was in 4. They were a big part of 4.
Brotherhood of Steel was that. That was probably one of the very few things. I guess the Grippers was also. Hold on, sorry.
You're good.
I thought you guys would have already been on that. I watched that 5 times before I went to basic.
Oh, really? It's on my to-do list. I'll say that. But
Well,
Yeah.
you
If you like
Fucking-
Fallout, definitely worth a watch. Even if you have never watched or played the Fallout games, it's a good series.
I'll have to
Mhm.
keep that in mind.
I
was
will
definitely
say
someone
they're
watching.
like gun
You
ho
don't-
about. Go ahead, Seth.
Well, you don't need to know anything about the game to
Yeah.
watch it.
Well,
You
I was
don't.
just strictly speaking from the fact whether or not it was, kind of comparable to the game. That's all I was saying. I'm sure the series is fine on its own, but
No, it makes it make sense. It makes it make sense. Like, you don't need to know anything about the game to watch the series because it puts it all into perspective. The only thing that you won't get is a little Easter eggs in the back, like that might be in the background.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
that's what YouTube's for, right there, to get all that.
I guess that's what I meant. Is like there was a lot more Easter eggs relating to New Vegas and Fallout 3 than Fallout 4.
yeah.
Yeah.
Man, somebody's getting some raspberries.
I was like, "Oh, you're
Sorry about
dying." He's
Either raspberries or someone shitting themselves.
Probably a bit of both.
Oh my god. There's no easy transition out of that.
Yeah, there's.
Maybe,
So tell me,
maybe
every
oh, yeah,
time,
man.
why is it every time fucking a group of humans form up, someone always has to shit themselves? When you can't make any movements, any type of like emotional facial expressions, that's when someone decides to let Chernobyl come out of their fucking asshole. Can someone please explain to me why? Why?
Got me, man.
I don't know, buddy.
The amount of times that we've had to be serious just so we could go back to fucking bed, and then someone wants to rip ass. Not quietly, not quietly. When everyone's quiet, that's when you hear
Every time.
every fucking time.
Well, I don't know if this next story is. I mean, I guess you could. I don't want to say there's shit in the bed yet to make a good segue there. However, it's at least interesting to me. The Lord of the Rings, Rings
I
of
think the
Power,
chart.
just debuted their second season on Amazon Prime, and I wanted to get, especially Brandon and Seth and Aaron's opinion on this, because there's a little bit of controversy going around about this series, much like a lot of series coming out now. Acolyte, anybody? But apparently, in the new season, orcs apparently have families, and they're kind of being portrayed as misunderstood and relatable now.
Kill them all.
Well, see, that's what I'm trying to understand, because obviously I don't know the Tolkien lore as much as a lot of people. I like the movies. That's about as far as it goes for me. There's obviously some people saying that, there's no orc females. They can't reproduce, and they're born from the dirt. It's part of their DNA of being literal hellspawn. So that's the way when I saw this story, I'm going, oh, well, Hollywood's woken it up again. They're trying to make the evilest of evil relatable, doing what they tend to do in a lot of their projects nowadays. But I'm open to understand that it may not be exactly how I interpreted it, because apparently there's some people even saying that I guess there's some passages in the novels, or maybe the Silmarillion or whatever, that kind of lends credence to the fact that they did have families. I can
Look it up.
Here. It says, "For the orcs had life and multiplied after the manner of the children of," probably butchered this, but Iluvatar, "and not that had life of its own, nor the semblance of life could ever," whatever, and on it goes. So they actually make reference to the fact that this may be a part of the lore somewhere. So I'm just wondering if my initial reaction was a little bit,
This may be. I mean, in most, what do you call it? Fantasy worlds where, orcs are characters and shit, they are seen as the bad guys, but they aren't mindless killers either. So, I mean, like, for instance, we're playing Warcraft, and you guys have found out some of the lore of how the orcs got to be where they are. They were played and tricked and manipulated, but then there was an orc that stood up for all of them, Thrall, who led his people out, and now he's trying to save the world, even though they're constantly at war with the Alliance and all the things that's happened in his absence. And he left to go start a family, and now he's trying to bring that family back, but he wants to bring it back to a home and not a war zone type thing. So, like, yeah, I get it. I mean, yeah, they're are they sympathetic creatures in a sense? Yeah, but they're also very savage and war oriented. That's why they're used. That's why they were, because there's they're big meat shields and aggressive meat shields, and they get the job done. So, like, I get it how they're seen as bad guys, but that doesn't mean if you're a bad guy you can't have a family.
Well, I think a lot of people, when they initially saw this too, some people may not know, like me, doesn't know everything that Tolkien wrote or anything like that. But obviously, if you've just seen the movies, they're literally portrayed as basically hellspawn, like pawns that they've been used in these big battles and stuff like this. So, and they really don't look like they have any sort of humanity or anything about them. So I can see why it would maybe throw some people off if that is indeed the case, and they actually do have some background in actually having families and stuff like that. So I'm not criticizing. I just thought I'd get your opinion on it before, because I know a lot of the internet's definitely a place, and it's definitely going to jump to conclusions at times for certain. And any thoughts on this, Aaron, or anything like that? Or I know you're kind of into this stuff.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't like it.
Well, see, and you're not the only one. There's a lot of people who feel that way. So,
I mean, because just like you, I don't know like the background. I didn't read the books, but I watched the movies. The orcs were literally pulled out of the ground.
Yeah, I thought they were made out of trees or some shit.
Yeah.
They weren't made out of trees. I thought that they basically took the graves of fallen elves and they turned them into orcs. And I thought that was the lore behind it.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
And
I can't remember.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people took it that way when they initially saw it because it's like, really? I mean, when you watch the movies, it's clearly not that way at all. But apparently, I mean, you can see one here with one of his children, and I guess he's like a reluctant warrior, so to speak. Like I said, I've not seen the series yet either, so I'm a little behind on that too. But it's just an interesting bit of conversation.
From what I've heard about the Rings of Power series, it's very woke.
Well, that night I hear it's kind of one of those that where it might. Like I said, I don't know for certain, but I've heard it maybe contradicts a little bit to what happens in the films. So in my head, it's kind of like it's not Peter Jackson, made. So in my head, it's probably kind of like a side thing. Like if you want to watch it, it could tie into the films a little bit, like early on. Otherwise, it's kind of its own thing. So
I mean, if that's how they want to do it, then they should just say that and be like, "This is going to be its own thing." It's just our take on what we think the Lord of the Rings series is going to be. But don't brand it as being a prequel to the series if you're not going to stick with the actual story and the background to it.
Yeah, I understand that. I agree. So I don't know. I mean, that's just something I thought about earlier. I was just like, really, I just don't know if it's the same sort of thing. But at the same time, I guess there's people out there who know the lore much more in depth than I do. That's for certain. So yeah.
So, I mean, and on that passage you read, like we'd have to figure out who that person is that it mentioned and how that person's children were created, because that person could have easily I guess reproduced in the way that we mentioned, where children were brought out of the earth, that kind of thing, or maybe it was just fallen, dead, other races. Maybe.
Yeah, I agree with that too. Mike said Lord of the Rings, the cure for his insomnia. He's never been a fan, as we've talked about here on the channel for sure.
Really?
So yeah, he's not. He thinks it's boring, for certain. So, but yeah. So I don't know. Definitely worth it.
How dare?
How dare he? Yeah, it's just never been his thing. I mean, I like the movies. It's, I find them really, really well done for sure. But I guess it's just not everybody's cup of tea.
It's fucking comfort food for me.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I guess and some people may not like that medieval. I guess it's the right word to use to describe it. Kind of like style of. I wouldn't think I would say Robin Hood's like a good comparison, but there's a lot of movies out there with that kind of style of adventure. I guess you could say it. But yeah, I don't know.
It's one of the greatest practical movies ever made.
Lord of the Rings it's one of those trilogy of films, I guess. I don't think you could ever remake it, even come close to touching the original. And Harry Potter, also with Warner Brothers. I don't know if you're going to be able to do that as well. So I don't know if they're going to try with the TV series coming up. But yeah, we'll see how that goes.
Oh, they're doing a TV series
for Harry Potter. Yes, coming out I think 2026. They're going to retell the whole series in episode 4.
Yeah, it's supposed to be more based off the book.
Yeah, well, not only that, with the book series, like Harry Potter, a series might actually make it good in a fact that you can actually spend more time.
Yeah, because each series
stuff that
is
movies
be
didn't have
one,
time for.
Well, one series is going to be one book, so they'll get into more depth.
Yeah, one season per book. Yeah, exactly. So that actually could make a lot of sense, but it's just going to be hard to replace what's been done before because everybody loved it so much too. So they're at least trying to make these franchises continue on. So I think at least the Hunt for Gollum, that the Lord of the Rings movie that Peter Jackson is, I think at least going to be producing with Andy Serkis returning as well. I think that could be worth checking out. That could be good as well.
Yeah.
All right, one more bit of movie news thing I wanted to get into here before we move on to other topics.
Sonic.
Yeah. Oh, we might actually watch the Sonic trailer. So Sonic the Hedgehog 3 is coming out to theaters on sometime in December. I think it's the 13th or something like that. They released a trailer for it this week, so I thought we'd watch it real quick, react to it, let you guys know what we think about it. So here we go.
Sonic, you finally found your family.
Try to keep up.
I know it hasn't always been easy, but you didn't change who you are in here.
Yeah, in my lungs.
Or your heart.
There's been a high-level security breach. And we need Team Sonic's immediate assistance. Project Shadow is far beyond anything we've ever encountered.
Shadow's story began a lot like your Sonic, but where you found family and friends, Shadow found only pain and loss.
All right, we got a rogue alien on the loose. How do we find it?
Start with the giant fireball?
I love it. Let's start with a giant fireball.
He is much more impressive than the hedgehog I fought previously.
Dude, I'm standing right here.
You're a colorful bunch.
We don't want to fight you.
Actually, Sonic, I would like to fight.
No! My turn. Can we just talk about this? He's too powerful. Sonic! I can't believe I'm saying this, but we need you-know-who.
This is a bad idea.
When has that ever stopped me?
Doctor,
We have visitors.
this is sad, Robotnik, even for you.
We need your help.
On one condition. What? Do this! If I can't rule the world, I might as well save it!
I need room. Sir, I don't have the proper materials.
Found some.
When we're done, there won't be anything right.
Hey, no cheat code! What did you do?
What I had to.
Welcome home, my boy.
It's impossible.
Is it?
It couldn't be.
Couldn't it?
I am.
Are you? In the saggy flesh.
So yeah, I mean,
I thought he was done with like making movies.
well, that's
Yeah,
the
I did
thing.
too.
Yeah, he basically said he was retired, but I ain't gonna lie. I think that it wouldn't feel right if Jim Carrey didn't come back for the third film in the trilogy, in my opinion.
Who's voicing Shadow?
I don't know if you recognized him, but that is Keanu Reeves.
I thought so.
Ah,
John Wick himself is voicing Shadow. So, and with Idris Elba already doing Knuckles, I mean that's kind of an all-star cast to a degree. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I ain't gonna lie. I watched Knuckles, the television series on Paramount Plus, and I didn't think that series was that good. I think the first episode was cool, and the ending was okay, but like the 4 or 5 episodes or whatever's in the middle, it was kind of like.
It's not for you.
Well, that's true, but it was more centered on the human character than it was of Knuckles for a lot of it. It was like, God, I understand Knuckles would cost a lot to animate. I understand, but it's like you're doing this whole thing where you're focusing on a side character. It's like I didn't pay to see the side character. I paid to see Knuckles. So hopefully the movies will, continue what they've been doing in the first 2 films and actually stick to that, since they got a bigger budget, I'm sure. But yeah, I wasn't a big fan of the Knuckles show. Did any of you guys check out the show or the first 2 movies?
I've seen the first movie.
Not been around anything lately.
Well, yeah, I just didn't know if you did before you went off, but but yeah. So, the first 2 movies were fun. I thought. I'm looking forward to the third one. But yeah, just interested to see how they do this. If they're going to continue to do it after 3 or not, I don't know. But keeps making money for sure. So, did you guys play the games growing up too?
I did.
Yeah,
I
had
I did do that.
I had what was it, Sonic Adventures for the Sega Dreamcast,
Mm.
and
I
that
played
shit
it
was
at my
fun.
cousin Brandon's house. I didn't have a Sega.
I had a Sega. I think I played more Sonic than I did Mario Brothers, simply because my Nintendo, when I was a kid, went to my mom because she was at home all day. So she started buying games for her. So
Well,
Dr. Mario and
if
Wheel
they
of
don't,
Fortune and stuff like that. Like I didn't play my Nintendo. When I got a Sega, I played way more Sonic than I did Mario Brothers.
well, by the end of this one, if they don't introduce Amy, I just don't know what life is about now.
Is it Pink Hedgehog?
Yeah, it's the Pink Hedgehog.
Okay, I've been hearing rumors of that, so that very well may happen. So time will tell on that one, I guess. I mean, I used to play Sonic the Hedgehog 2, but I never could get past the level where like the water kept rising, kept getting drowning and all that sort of stuff. So, or electrocuted or whatever it was. But yeah, so wasn't the best gamer growing up. Still not, apparently, if you ask Brandon, for sure.
Read your damn.
Yeah, me trying to play World of Warcraft, but yeah, definitely not fun. Well, it's fun,
Is
but
that,
definitely not.
is that shit strictly for computer?
Yeah, for right now, but they were talking about doing a console thing.
Fuck, now I have to get a computer?
Get a gaming laptop.
Wait
Oh,
a
no, I
minute. When
supposedly
he
have
was
one of
gone,
those.
you said you weren't going to play at all.
What? WoW?
Not you. I'm talking to Seth. You didn't want
Oh,
to pay for a
what?
subscription.
Yeah, I don't want to pay for a subscription, but
What the hell changed in a half hour, Seth? Now you're going to buy a computer?
well, there's certain things that you get discounts on whenever you
Oh.
So
Perks of the job right there.
Well, at least you don't have stolen. Well, hold on, we aren't going there yet.
Well, I know Mike's a little
I
upset
did.
Matt left, but
I did get a Switch.
hey, sweet.
Ooh.
That's pretty dope.
'Cause
Mike
they had-
said, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
He just said, hope Matt gets back for the fantasy football talk since he seems to be talking so much smack. But
oh my god, that
my phone is about to die. So can I just get your prediction on how you think the Colts are going to do this year?
How Anthony Richardson goes, the team goes. If he stays healthy, I'd like to say we could at least be as good as we were last year. Middle of the pack, maybe make the playoffs this time. But I ain't gonna lie, that first month of the season is awful rough. We've got a lot of tough teams in the first 4 or 5 weeks.
So preseason has started.
What's that?
Preseason has started.
It's over. First game's next Thursday night. Not for the Colts. It's about a week from Sunday. But yeah. So we play the Houston Texans right out the gate, and that's not going to be easy. So, but yeah, I mean, it's not overcomable. It definitely could be okay, but their schedule toward the second half of the season is much easier. But we got to get through this first stretch for about the first half. Then we'll see what happens. But yeah, they can get some wins out of that. I'll be feeling pretty good.
Fuck.
I know. Hey, gotta happen sometime, man. Hang in there. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, so awesome. So you gonna stick around a little bit until your phone dies? Or
I'm not gonna lie. I've been up. Yeah, I've been.
That's fine, dude.
I was up at 4 a.m. to go watch people play sports. We had this thing called Avengers Challenge Day today, where we went up against the other Alpha company, the 832 Alpha company Gators, and yeah, it was
I've been trying to find that Facebook and I couldn't. If you can send it to me, that'll be great.
That picture. I posted something about us doing drill. If you just go to my Facebook and you'll see like it says Alpha Avengers, and there's not a lot of shit on there, but there should be more stuff on there.
Okay.
But that's just like a little update on stuff that I'd be doing.
Okay.
Cause yeah, we did, what was it, 3 5 drills that day. That was fun. That was real fun. If you don't know what 3 5 drills are, it's where you run for 3 seconds and jump down. He goes, he sees me, I'm down. He doesn't see me, I'm up. He sees me, I'm down.
Don't get shot. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
Oh man, I'm super proud of you, buddy.
Yeah, I mean,
we miss you, Seth. Seriously, man.
I miss everybody too.
Yeah. Get back here. Stay
I'm
safe.
sick of children.
Well, you ain't gonna say you come back here, you're gonna have a lot of children. So
yeah,
with me with all of us hanging out here for sure. We're
You're having kids?
Oh no, I don't mean that. I meant like we're all mature, like as a kid.
You know who is though, Seth?
Who?
Miss Green from work. She works over in the international documentation.
Miss Green.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say her name. I'll text you later. But yeah, she.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
She you would have seen. She works over when we were over there. She works from until 4:30. Usually talks to Mel all the time. Not Jennifer, the other one. Blonde.
Oh,
Yeah. She having a girl.
really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know
Really?
she knew all this already. That's awesome.
My
Congratulations to her. Absolutely.
my wife's daughter had a kid.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Boy or girl?
Girl.
What's up?
So that makes me a grandpa.
Yes, it does.
Wow.
That's wild.
Crazy.
God,
How old are you? You're like.
I'm old enough to have a grandpa. Let's just say that.
I hear it.
I'm older than most of my drill sergeants. Let's just say that.
Oh wow.
Wow, that's crazy.
Damn.
And yet they still look older than me.
That's because it's a rough life, dude.
Stress. Yeah.
No, they just it's a different type of adulthood.
Yeah. Yeah.
I still have that childish figure, and they have the grown people figure.
Again, I'm super proud of you, brother.
Yeah,
I miss you, man. I can't wait for you to get
Well,
back, bro.
I'm
here waiting
ready
on you,
to be back so I can torture everybody. I can't wait to teach everybody cadences.
Nah, we're good. We're good. We're good. No.
You learn some tricks on how to shoot better. You can teach us those.
I can definitely strip your if you have an assault rifle, I can strip that down.
Not yet, but we'll soon.
Definitely show you how to 3-point safety check your assault rifles.
Nice.
Because they don't make M4s public. So that's a bummer. But I will. I can't say that. Never mind. Never mind.
All right, bud.
All right.
Good talking to you. Thanks for being on
Good
the show.
talking to you, man.
Hopefully, maybe I can be on next Friday, but I don't know.
We ain't going to want to do it next week, but it'll be the week after.
Yep.
I'm going out of
Well,
time.
It all depends on when I have the next day off.
Okay. Well, yeah, just keep
you let us know, man.
Yeah, we'll be
I
around.
will.
So, all right,
All right, brother.
Later.
All right, toodles.
Later.
I said.
All right. Well, that being
was
said,
good to see him. Good to talk to him.
Oh, absolutely, for sure. So we do have a fantasy football draft coming up. There's not a whole lot to talk about when it comes to actual football, outside of maybe college starting up tomorrow. But other than that, we do have some fantasy football stuff. So let's talk about that real quick. So, y'all just want to pay me now, or?
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy.
I mean, I didn't
last
win
time you
last
said that. Yeah, I say last time you said that you didn't win. So
no, I didn't win.
That's wild. We watched you. We watched you.
Yeah, that was a great game.
Yeah, I got way down by like what 80 points or something like that. Came all within maybe 5 points of winning, and I lost.
Watched you. We watched you lose that game in real time. That shit was crazy.
That was stressful. I thought maybe I had a chance, and then even I think Chris was getting a little nervous.
He was.
And he's like, at the very end, it was funny to watch. But yeah, so all four of us and Matt and Mike, who you've seen in the chat, we're all part of the same fantasy football league. And so, obviously, since, that's going around, I'm definitely, as we pointed out in our chat today, I'm very prepared and organized when it comes to creating certain things. Obviously, if you see the channel, you can see some of the stuff I've done here as well. So my fantasy football leagues, I do the same thing. So I'm definitely on the ball a little bit here, I hope. We'll see how things go. Hopefully, it'll go off without a hitch on the draft on Sunday. But we play in a keeper league for those of you. Some of you may not even be interested in this because it is a league that you're not a part of. I understand, but it's something we do enjoy doing here on the channel for sure. And since we have keepers and things like that, obviously we've already know a few players that some teams are going to be keeping. And this is the way the rounds look right now when it comes to the draft. I don't know if you can read that very well or not. But Justin Jefferson went number 1 overall to Mike in the chat. Derrick Henry went number 2 to Matt, who apparently dropped out due to phone issues. So it's a shame too, because it'd been fun to kind of give him a little bit of a hard time here. Michael Pittman at number 4 overall goes to Miranda. She's keeping him as well. Patrick Mahomes goes to our friend Rocky. Bijan Robinson goes to newcomer Aaron down there in the bottom, and he's looking to kind of cement his legacy here and start up in the fantasy football league. And I got Christian McCaffrey at number 9, which is the consensus number 1 overall pick in most fantasy football leagues. So I'm excited about that, getting him at the 9 spot. And, if you want to look at it by team, I guess you could say right now, Miranda, well, if it'll actually switch over here, it's being slow. Of course it is. This is why I don't use Google Chrome very much, seems like. But so Matt's got Derrick Henry, Jonathan Taylor, and Jerry Jeudy, keeping them in the 1st, 6th, and 10th round. We've got Mike in the chat kept Justin Jefferson in the first round with the number 1 overall pick. Miranda's got Michael Pittman and George Pickens with the number 1 pick, number 4 and number 57 overall in the 6th round. And then Brandon's got Sam Laporta and CJ Stroud, his boy from Ohio State. And obviously did a great job last year with Houston as well. Kind of scares me a little bit as a Colts fan for sure. Aaron's got Bijan Robinson, and he got to keep Puka Nacua in round 16. Like in our league, if you give him off the waiver wire, which Matt did and then dropped, so he only had to keep Puka in round 16 value. So that is a steal and a half, by the way. He's like a top 10 receiver, maybe even top 5. So yeah, that's a steal. So he's going to do good for you there. And then of course I got McCaffrey, Anthony Richardson of the Colts, and Breece Hall. So I got the number 1 and number 2 running backs consensus on the board for sure. So we'll see how that plays out. Injuries, hopefully won't be a thing, but it's definitely a possibility. So are you guys looking forward to the draft? What are you guys hoping to accomplish here? But besides coming in second place to me.
That's crazy you said that. That's crazy you said that.
Yeah. But I'm looking forward to it. I think it'll be a fun time for sure. It always is.
Wild.
Yeah.
Go back down to where go back to my team real quick.
You are right here in the middle. So
all right.
Got three picks to start the draft, and you got 4th rounder gone, and then 5, 6, 7, 8, you got another pick. And after that, right after round 9, for sure. But yeah, so what are you thinking?
I know there's a couple things I'm thinking about, but
who are you taking? Come on, let it fly. Come on. Just say it.
People. We'll see who's there.
I mean, I get a pick in your second round before. Well, no, you get a pick in the first round. My bad. And our buddy Nate, who says he is the number 3 pick overall this year. Technically, he holds the number 1 pick since the first 2 slots were taken by keepers. So, and I know and I don't think it's a secret, Nate is considering taking CeeDee Lamb because he's a big Cowboys fan. Yeah, and he also kept Dak Prescott, so he can stack those 2 guys. So if that's the case, Brendan, you would be number 2.
Yep.
You want to let that cat out the bag, or you would go hold your cards? You know what I'm talking about?
Like, it depends. It depends if there's another person that's out there that I may take over somebody that I let go of that I could get back, but we'll see.
Yeah.
I'm taking Butker in my first pick.
You would. You know what? You might as well go ahead and draft Brett Favre while you're at it. I think he's good.
That sounds like a good pick. He's always coming back. He's like the back kid, man.
As long as he ain't wearing his Crocs, we're good. Mike said he seriously just hopes to make the playoffs, and he had a couple other comments here too. He said hard to win with just one team in it, Eric. Now, come on now. I mean,
I saw that and I was like, I know what he's talking about.
Yeah, that one year I had a roommate who ended up playing in the league, and now granted he didn't know a whole lot about football, but at the same, he accused me of having 2 teams and colluding. I'm like, nah, I didn't have it, bro.
No, that's wild.
You lost fair and square. But then Mike also said, too bad the Colts couldn't start and with an easy team like the Steelers. So
wow,
hey, you know what? We won last year, Mike. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, we watched that game go down.
I think you beat us 2 years ago. I think we won last
year.
I think.
Yeah, you're right.
But either way, so this is rubber match. So we'll see what happens this year. So but it could go either way, to be honest with you. I'm not gonna lie. So yeah, I mean, this is kind of the way our fantasy football.
I'm starting to think Mike's just as bad as Matt with the shit talking.
He's definitely a bit of a troll in some respects too, for sure. Yeah.
I said it this. I was talking about this at work. I said, Matt, I was telling Gary. I said, come Tuesday, I'm probably gonna kill Matt. He goes, why? I was like, because we're doing the fantasy draft this weekend, and then we're off Monday. But then Tuesday, Matt's gonna be back over here, and he goes, "Am I going to bring my stick?" I said, "You might have to." So Matt comes sauntering up, and he goes, "Matt, Tuesday, I'm gonna bring my beating stick." And Matt goes, "For what?" He goes, "You."
Mike said, "I'm in it for the trash talking fun, Miranda. That's for sure." And that's what I told Nate. I was like, I've been in leagues before where nobody says anything to anybody all year long. To me, it's like, that's not nearly as fun. I want to have you know, and don't be wrong, I enjoy playing in those leagues and stuff. It's just I would rather like, especially, and I know sometimes Matt can get a little crazy in the chat where he just doesn't stop. But at the same time, I like the back and forth. You know, as long as everybody can take a joke. Sorry, Matt, if we go too far. But at the same time, you bring it upon yourself. So
do you remember? Do you remember the year that it was late?
Oh,
and
yeah.
He was just texting himself. He was having a conversation with himself for like an hour in the
Nobody
chat.
responded.
Nobody responded.
And we're talking 3 a.m.
Yeah, and then Bob finally goes, some of us has to go to work in the morning.
Which, look, I understand Bob's frustration, but at the same time, I'm like, just put your phone on vibrate or something. Yeah, you know, I understand. But, you know, you got to understand that's just Matt.
It was hilarious. He was going on, too. And, like, I seen it. I was just like, nah.
I was just like, what do you, because literally he was texting and nobody would respond. He just kept texting like
himself.
It was interesting.
He was
we
putting
love
emojis,
you, Matt.
all kind of shit out there. I was like, yo, he is going in.
See, if you didn't do that, your phone wouldn't screw up. You'd still be on the podcast right now.
Yeah.
So, that's why he said he's off. His phone messed up. Mike also said he's got a strategy in place. So
for what?
Oh boy.
But here's the thing though.
Did you get a strategy in place for losing, brother?
Well, not only that, a strategy for Mike right now, because like I said, he holds the #1 overall pick. He's taking over for a team who won that last year.
Yeah.
And since he used it on Justin Jefferson, he's got to wait. Like, what was that? It's a little less than normal since there's so many keepers in round 1, but I don't know, 12 picks or something like that. So whatever strategy you've got in place is kind of going to be moot depending on who's there, you know. So usually I get a bit of a strategy too, just a little bit, but after the first 2 or 3 rounds, you just throw that out the window because at our league, people just pick people way before they should.
You know what I like hearing? You know what I like hearing when I pick? Nate's sigh.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I did a good one.
Because you know it's like,
yeah. And then he marks something off like, this is bullshit.
He may be watching now, by the way. He's been watching the last few weeks. So.
Yeah, is Nate watching? Say hi, Nate.
Great to see you.
Because like I talk shit to Nate regardless, whether it's football or not. Every time he walks past me, I'm like, oh, okay, here's Nate. Got to say something. So it's no different when it's football season and we do fantasy. I'm gonna still talk shit to Nate. You know what I'm saying? Every day. He gets it. And he'll talk shit to me, especially when we have to play each other. Now that's fun. Like that's fun.
Gotta do like some side wagers. It may not necessarily be for money, but
yeah,
it'd be fun. I mean, I don't want to get like taser or anything.
A bag of cookies.
Yeah, there you go.
Speaking of which, Brandon, we gotta get chicken.
Oh yeah.
I've recommended buffalo dip for chips, and I was like, I don't know why. I thought about that the other day. I'm like, that sounds really good.
He came up to me and he was like, "Hey, real quick."
I know you ain't said anything yet. Yeah.
And he's like, "What do y'all think about buffalo chicken dip?" I have no idea why I thought about it, but it sounds really good. And I was like, "All right, that'll work."
Well, we got one guy bringing meatballs and smoky or smoky legs, and we got chips.
I just know that brisket better had changed my life if I'm paying $120 some for it.
Yeah, Matt recommended that Brandon Miranda smoke a brisket, and and you sent a picture of a brisket.
Now
like
the reason why is because he had it before, and I think he ate half the damn brisket that night.
Here's the thing: that night too, he goes. I told him what I was making. I was like, I'm gonna make this brisket. He says, and I quote, "I don't know. I'll just bring something. I don't really like brisket." Okay, cool, no problem. So Nate was super pumped about it.
Yeah.
Nate gets there, and he was the first one to get a piece. You know what I'm saying? And then I just see Matt go in the kitchen a couple of times and come back with just a plate of meat. And I'm like, bro, are you serious? And then Nate goes in there to get some to see if there's any left. And Matt's taking the last 2 pieces, making full eye contact with him. And I'm like, I thought you was going to eat your own food. Like, I thought you didn't like brisket. He was like, no, good.
So he tried it. He liked it, huh?
Fucking hate it.
Sometimes you got to,
And that one didn't look as big as the one that we had then.
Yeah, that
was that one. Was that? Oh, that was a pig you did that time. My bad.
Yeah, no. That brisket I did the first time was like it took me 13 hours to cook that damn thing.
But it was
a long time.
It was, it was good though. I'll tell you that. Mike said it's all a part of his strategy, I guess, waiting for the second
to lose.
So Aaron, as the rookie coming into this league, I believe, is this your first time playing fantasy football altogether?
Yeah.
Aaron picks teams and players off of colors, so like it is what it is.
All right.
It wasn't off of colors.
Yeah, it was off of animals.
Oh, sorry, off of animals. It was a bird.
Like them dirty birds, the Ravens, for sure.
Hey, it had a family correlation. I thought that was a sweet sentiment. Apparently, it's not.
It's not at all.
I mean, I don't want to. I mean, I'm not. I understand too that I'm also competing against Aaron, but I'm not gonna lie. I've given him a few pointers.
You would.
I'm not telling him what to do. He can do what he wants. But I just said if it was up to me, this is kind of what I'd be thinking, and he can do what he wants. But just don't want the guy to just get destroyed by us here for sure. I mean, Aaron will be a good player. I think. I think it'll be a learning experience for him. Now he'll know what it feels like when I play Dungeons and Dragons or World of Warcraft.
Read your damn skill.
Fair. But this is the game I know how to do. You know what I mean? Been playing it for like 18 years or something now, so always had a good time doing it. So yeah. But on top of the fantasy football draft coming up here, let's see what Mike said. Something else. Losing can be a part of strategy as well. Trust me. If that's the case. Matt's got it down pat. So yeah. Outside of that 2020 year, he won the whole damn thing. Which Miranda and Nate never forget to let us know that they didn't play that year, so it's not on them. So Matt, you're screwed. What happens if he wins this year, Miranda? Monkeypox?
Yeah.
Monkeypox.
Or freaking West Nile, whatever.
Yeah, whatever it is.
The Democrats.
Yeah, all the above. But we also had a few team news, I guess. We got a little update on the Indianapolis Colts. Jelani Woods, we talked about, I think, a week or so ago. He had turf toe and had to have surgery on it. Well, apparently that surgery now has been confirmed to be season ending, so he is done for the year. So
what is turf toe?
Yeah,
you'd have to ask the. Give me a hot second. I don't know the exact way to describe it, but it's apparently pretty painful from what I understand. Of course, my internet's gonna be slow. All right, here we go. Turf toe meaning. All right, let's just look it up here. Turf toe is an injury in your big toe joint when ligaments, tendons, and soft tissues in the joint stretch or tear. So it's definitely common among football players and athletes who sprint or jump.
Seems painful and horrible, and I don't want no part of it.
Imagine if it tears too. And and I've had foot issues with, I've had gout problems and stuff. I can't imagine tearing a tendon or a ligament in that.
I've stretched a ligament, and it's not fun. So.
Oh no, definitely not. So yeah, I guess there's that. So apparently he's done for the season, which kind of sucks because Jelani Woods is one of those guys for the Colts that, he played a little bit in his rookie year, but the last 2 years he didn't play hardly at all last year, maybe a game. He was done for the season, and now he's done for the season before it even starts. So I hate to say it because we do have other tight ends, luckily, so we have some depth there. And I don't want to see it happen, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Colts cut him in next offseason because he doesn't seem. It's not by his own fault or anything like that, but if he just can't stay on the field, team's got to do what it's got to do. So hopefully that doesn't happen. But on the Steelers front, they named Ben Roethlisberger. I don't know why I saw that.
Wow, that would be crazy.
That'd be something, wouldn't it? But they named Russell Wilson the starter.
Where's the Steelers intro?
Well, oh, my bad. I didn't even pull it up. I didn't give one for the Colts this time either, so you'd be proud of me. But Russell Wilson is a week 1 starter. We'll see how long that goes or whether or not Justin Fields ends up taking over. The good news, though, for the Steelers, I'm doing it again. Boy, how am I getting it right? That's a Miami team player. Jalen Warren.
Get it together.
Yeah, I know. Get it together. We ain't even got the politics yet. Jalen Warren, apparently his injury doesn't appear to be as bad as they thought, so he might miss a game or something, but it sounds like he's going to be okay, so that's good to hear for the Steelers. However, I think their starting guard, Isaac Samalo, I think that's how you pronounce it, will miss at least a month with his injury. I think he hurt his pectoral muscle. So you got one center, I believe, is done for the season, and the rookie's going to start there, but it sounds like he'll be back within a month or so. So a little bit of encouraging news, at least. It's not, I think the Steelers even, quote, said they dodged a bullet with this one. So that's the case. That's at least some encouraging news on the Steelers front for Miranda, for sure. So, yeah. So, yeah.
They better stay healthy, damn it.
Oh, I know that feeling. I mean, we've already got Josh Downs on the Colts also with a high ankle sprain, which also tends to linger, which it's like, yeah. Mike said, take 3. Yeah. So saw last week's episode. You know what we're talking about there. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. Mike said he didn't play either when Matt won the championship. So, yeah, good point. But, that was due to retirement.
So what we're saying here is Matt has a lot of competition.
Yeah, a little bit.
Even I've got a chance of beating him. Just saying.
I mean, he won it all. So.
I I mean,
there is that.
The picture of him standing next to the Christmas Santa and being about as tall as him will never
It's
leave my memory.
wild, bro.
It's amazing to see. So, but yeah, it's awesome. Well, I guess with that being said, Mike, I guess we'll see you for the night because we're going to get into politics. So I guess we'll see you Sunday, buddy, because I know you're going to check out on this one. But there is a little bit of football stuff to talk about when we get this started. So if you want to stick around for a minute, you can. But anyway, we're going to get into that. So let's get into the world of news. All right, before we get too far into this, I did want to make one correction. Last week on the show, we were talking about the DNC and Kamala Harris and stuff like that. But I want to mention that I did make a mistake. I misspoke last week. I was not aware that Kamala Harris's mother had actually passed away. I want to make sure I get the person who has lost their mother. I don't want to disrespect anybody in that regard. I thought she was at the convention because she was talking about her mother, and I saw a picture of some woman in the crowd, so I just kind of assumed that was her. So that's my mistake. I want to admit that on this channel, I may not always get everything right with the politics stuff, especially. And if I don't, I apologize. But we're just talking about how we see it. And if someone sees something that I say and don't agree, please let me know. And I'm open to correction, but just do it in a respectful manner. So go ahead, Miranda.
I was just going to say, just remember, there's fake news out there, mainstream.
Exactly,
so
we're all trying to interpret it to try to get the truth out there. But
and I did send you something in the chat. It may have gotten lost with Matt's, but it's talking about the Army staging in hotels in New York. If you want to touch on that, if you hadn't seen that yet.
Yeah, I think it's something along the lines of in case Trump gets
arrested and
goes to jail.
Or not arrested, but yeah. When he goes
on
the 18th, yes, his sentencing. Yeah.
Now, I did hear somewhere that I think he put in like a stay or something, or a request to stays to put it in a federal court instead of a state court. So if that's the case, it could get delayed again past the election. We'll have to wait and see. But I don't think it's a big confirmed that's actually going to happen just yet. But either way, could definitely happen for sure. But to start out, I thought it'd be interesting to kind of tie into football just a little bit. A little bit of controversy for Brittany Mahomes. Brittany Mahomes, apparently the wife of Patrick Mahomes, the Kansas City Chiefs quarterback, apparently liked a post from Donald Trump on his Instagram account where he went over his Agenda 47 plan here, and she immediately got backlash from all the Swifties and stuff, especially because obviously it's been reported and obviously she's been seen in the football suites with Taylor Swift during Kansas City Chiefs games, and apparently they're supposedly good friends. But Brittany Mahomes did respond to the criticism, and she basically put out a post. I believe it said, "I mean, honestly, to be a hater as an adult, you have to have some deep-rooted issues you refuse to heal from childhood. There's no reason your brain is fully developed, and you hate to see others doing well." So at least good on her for not backing down to it, because at the end of the day, whether you agree with her politically or not, she has the right to vote for and support whoever she wants to vote for. In a story. And I'll say the same thing for Taylor Swift if she wants to vote for Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. Do I think it's a smart idea? No, but that's my opinion. So you're allowed to vote for whoever you want to vote for here, for sure. But I mean, at least good for her, because apparently all these Swifties really started to lose their minds and were putting videos out there, about how she was never a friend of Taylor Swift, blah blah blah. If you think Taylor Swift's going to vote for the Orange Menace, it's not going to happen. First of all, how do you know? Do you know her personally? I mean, maybe she does. Maybe she's not for the stuff that the Democrats are doing too. A lot of Democrats are actually leaving the Democratic Party. So,
see, that's the thing that's obnoxious. Is there's a person at work that every time you talk bad about Taylor Swift, she takes it personally. It's like, you don't know Taylor Swift personally. Why are you? You're acting like Taylor. You. Yeah, and Taylor Swift doesn't know you, and even if she did know you, she wouldn't want to be around you.
Well, maybe, we don't know, but still, I see your point.
Y'all don't run in the same circles. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like it's just because and the same thing I felt kind of happened to Chris Jericho. Chris Jericho kind of got this backlash at AEW or WWE fame, and because his wife, I guess, was at January 6th. Doesn't necessarily mean she was the one rioting just because she was there. Maybe she was just there to support Donald Trump. If that's the case, she had every right to do so. So why is everybody mad at Chris Jericho for that? I mean, there's a lot of things Jericho's
mad about. Right,
yeah, I know, it's just stupid. But of course, this brought up the conversation of whether or not Patrick Mahomes believes the same way as his wife And is he just
It doesn't
smart enough to
fucking
keep
matter.
quiet? It doesn't matter.
It's just, it
I
doesn't matter.
understand. I understand. It's just not nobody's business, but it just makes people kind of go, because he did defend Harrison Butker, which I totally support.
Mhm.
I'm glad he did. And of course, Andy Reid did the same thing. There's a high probability that Patrick Mahomes definitely supports Donald Trump because his wife does. So you would think they'd be kind of like-minded. Otherwise, they would be married to one another. So there's a high probability of that. If that's true, the Mahomes are going to mess around and make me a Chiefs fan. I'm not going to lie to you, which is crazy. Not
I
really.
can't.
I
They're
can be a
they're
Patrick
too-
Mahomes fan and not be a Chiefs fan.
They're
True.
too associated with Taylor Swift at this point. Like they go hand in hand. I can't.
I mean, literally, he's the reason why Travis even talked to Taylor Swift.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
Wait, what?
not-
Patrick Mahomes is the reason why Taylor or Travis talked to Taylor.
Wouldn't that be some shit if Taylor fucking comes out and supports Trump?
Hilarious.
it would be something.
That would piss a lot of people off.
I bet.
Oh yeah.
I bet Laura would have a heart attack. I'm gonna say it. Laura would have a heart attack.
That would be something.
And I hope Tony's listening right now to know that.
That would be wild.
Not obviously, I'm not going to really become probably a Chiefs fan because I am a Colts fan and they are in the AFC, so it kind of makes them a bit of a rival to a degree. But at the same time, I have respect for certain people on the Kansas City Chiefs. Pat Mahomes, his talent notwithstanding, sometimes his cockiness gets on my nerves a bit. But I respect.
But when
Andy
you're
Reid.
like, but you gotta be.
I know.
When
You got to respect it.
It is what it is. Like,
I mean, the man literally
When I
threw a
seen-
pass last week behind his back. So yeah,
that
When I seen my son's haircut and he looked like Patrick Mahomes, I was like,
Yeah,
"This little
it was-
cutie is what he was." And Patrick Mahomes is too. So
I guess.
Wow. All right, let's calm down.
Yeah, the people
I'm
that
just
vote for
saying.
Trump,
John, shut up.
the people that vote for Trump that are celebrities are probably people that have known what the real struggle of living in a world that's highly taxed and prices of everything are extremely high. You know, even though she's married to probably a high paying, I don't know what he is, quarterback. Is that a quarterback?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, this
My
fancy
bad.
season.
I saw the scene. I saw the scene. I don't know their names. I don't know names.
You'll learn some this year. That's how I started.
So
I'm not gonna lie. That's literally like I knew nothing about football when I started playing fantasy football, but you catch on. So
the only reason I knew he was the quarterback is I'm pretty sure all the quarterbacks have the C on their jersey.
Not all of them.
Not all of them, but a lot of them. Yes.
But anyway, so that was just my assumption that he was the quarterback. So high paying.
Yeah. Mike said, Aaron, I look forward to meeting you Sunday. Miranda, I'll try not to steal any of your players.
Wow, that's
Eric,
crazy.
please
That's
stick to
wild.
one team. Brandon, what up? Sexual Chocolate 2.0. So
Okay, let's calm down.
he's out for the night. So
fucking-
thank you for watching, brother.
Let's calm down.
See you Sunday. But don't forget the fruit tray. But anyway,
That's wild.
Yeah,
but anyway, interesting to at least think about for sure. Like I said, I respect the Chiefs. I mean, like I said, they are so good. It's kind of hard not to. But at the same time, I was like, dang it, I wish my team was that good. So it is a little sour grapes. Not gonna lie to you, but at the same time,
Hey, who knows? Maybe Patrick Mahomes will go become a Colt one day.
No, that's not about to happen. Let's
yeah,
be
the
realistic.
Chiefs, there ain't no way they're letting him go. But hey, never say never. I suppose that's always a possibility. I guess. Next up, we got just some random news before we get into some more meteor topics here. We got some more footage of Nancy Pelosi on January 6th, basically talking about how, as she was leaving the premises, how that was her responsibility. So let's check that out.
How many times did members ask, are we prepared? Are we prepared? We're not. Prepared for the worst. We're calling the National Guard. Now, should have been here to start out. Why weren't they?
And of course, the video that we saw previously. So again, she's just basically talking about how there was a breakdown in communication. And again, as the one in charge of the Capitol Police, that's on her. So she may not want to ever actually admit that, and she wants to just blame Donald Trump like everybody seems to want to do nowadays. But at the end of the day, that was on her. The Supreme Court of the United States strikes down Harris and Biden administration attempts to use taxpayer funds to forgive student loan debt again this time. It didn't seem to stop Joe Biden from trying it again. But oddly enough, this time, it was a 9-0 unanimous vote. So even the liberal judges sided against Biden and Harris on this one.
Damn.
So could that be because they're just kind of done with Biden? I don't know. But it's just interesting that, even the liberal judges did not go for Joe Biden's student loan transference to the taxpayers this time. So good. I mean, it's a small victory, but again, we'll see if he tries to get around it, or if Harris, God forbid, she gets in office, she tries to skirt around it as well. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, at the end of the day, I look at it this way: get off your ass, get a job. You borrowed the money, you pay it back. Keep your hand out of my pocket at the end of the day. So it's your responsibility. It ain't ours. So it may be times are tough. Don't get me wrong. I understand that. But as a guy who literally paid off all his student loans by himself, who had to live with the roommate for a long time because he couldn't afford to live on his own, I understand that. But sometimes you got to do what you got to do, or 2, 3 jobs if you have to. But it can be done. So hang in there. I know it's hard. I'm not trying to be super critical because I know it is difficult. But at the end of the day, it's not my responsibility. That's yours. You knew it when you. I remember literally when my student loans, I signed on for them. They sat me down and said, "You realize what you're taking on here, right?" They made sure make it a point that you understand what it entails. So if you had a good, person to actually give you that guidance, you should have known that too. And if you didn't, well, you should know. The next story is kind of one of those that makes me just done with stupidity of people in this nation who feel like they just go through life and not be affected by what goes on in politics. I mentioned it last week, but we didn't have time to cover it. But it's important we do now. This is why those people who say politics are stupid, so I just stay out of it. The time is over for that. I'm sorry. Eventually, whether you like it or not, politics are going to come for you. And here's video of some migrants gangs who are now forcing their way into homes, disguising themselves as Amazon delivery drivers. This is I'm not sure exactly where this is. I think it's Connecticut, if I'm not mistaken. Could be wrong, though. But either way, this guy's obviously, carrying around an Amazon package. Parks a little bit far away so you can't see the truck. So I don't want to show too much more, but yeah, I mean, they're literally going up to doors and just bum rushing the door with a buddy or two to get in the house.
Wild.
So have you seen Aurora, Colorado?
Yeah, I'm about to talk about that.
Okay.
And this here also took place in Aurora, Colorado, where Venezuelan gangs, before they would get to the apartment complex stuff, these guys again did the same sort of thing, disguised as other people, and went to the door and just bum rushed the door. So again, when Donald Trump says they're not allowing their best to come here and they're releasing their gang members, their criminals, this is what he means. Stop acting like he's racist and doesn't know what he's talking about. This is video of armed gangs of illegal immigrants who have taken over apartments in Aurora, Colorado, the same city, which, by the way, have some of the strictest gun laws in the country. So that's no toy he's holding in his hand, by the way. So yeah, they're literally taking over apartment complexes, and even I heard they were even threatening tenants who actually still live there to pay them rent because the manager and the owners has lost it. Like they don't have any control over the apartment complexes anymore. So yeah, this is deep blue Colorado with the most restrictive gun laws out there, make these people easy targets for these gangs. This is where Democrat policy gets you in the long run. Okay. So, I mean, I don't know what else you could say about this. You need to buy guns. You need to buy ammo because yes, this is a Democrat run state, and especially the city. At the same time, eventually this could be your door. This could be your kids, your family. So get guns, buy ammo, learn how to use them now before, God forbid, Kamala Harris gets in there and institutes a mandatory gun buyback, which he's talked
learn
about.
how to use them safely and properly.
Yes, exactly.
And to store them same way, safely and properly.
Yeah. And this is exactly why I got my AR-15. After the whole October 7th thing that happened in Israel, I realized that our border is wide open. This could very easily happen here. And this sort of stuff right here is exactly what I was afraid of. So I got an AR-15 waiting for him. And Joe Biden's like, well, why do you need, magazines with 30 rounds in it? This right here. If they have like 30 migrants try to jump you, you're going to need every single one of those bullets. So don't talk to me. It's about safety. It is about safety, but I understand, like, you want to say, well, gun control is about saving our kids. I understand that too, but you're also disarming the populace who actually, obey the laws. But these people.
And you know what? The people that don't want to get involved, they don't give a fuck about me or you.
Oh.
They're going to hope somebody's there to protect them, though. You know what I mean? Like, going into Walmart, seeing somebody strapped with a gun makes me feel safer. But yet these pussy ass leftist people, want to cry. And, I'm over it. I've been bitching about it for so long. I'm just over it now. I'm numb to this shit.
And it's getting to a point where it's only getting worse. Not to mention these gangs supposedly in Aurora, Colorado. Apparently these guns they stole. They didn't get the normal process. So, background checks were not going to do a hill of beans here. So again, they were stolen. And not only that, apparently residents are saying they tried to call the police and the police weren't doing anything because they couldn't. So we're told
they're probably getting ID so they can vote.
Yeah, absolutely. No doubt about it. And apparently it's not just Aurora. But by the way, mass deportations now. This is what Trump is advocating for. And I wholeheartedly agree because these people are the ones who don't deserve to be in this country. And like I said, they're illegal anyway. So, yeah. On top of that, we got videos of news reports of illegals trying to hijack school buses with kids on board in San Diego, California here.
Migrants tried to board a school bus this morning while it was traveling to a school. The superintendent for the Humul del Zura Union School District informed parents of that incident earlier today. It happened at one of the stops on the school district's bus route that heads to Oak Grove Middle School and Humul Primary. Meanwhile, yesterday afternoon, in a similar area along another route, the superintendent says that a group of migrants tried to stop another bus. Border Patrol, CHP, and the sheriff's office have now been informed of these incidents. The superintendent says that for the safety of everyone, if a driver sees a group of migrants at a bus stop, they will drive past it and move on to the next.
If they try to get in front of the bus, I say run them over. Because, these buses had kids on them. So what do you think they were going to do? Down there near the border like that, I guarantee you those kids would have been trafficked. That's a terrifying thought if you really stop to think about it. So again, what Donald Trump says, we need to, get rid of these criminals, these drug runners, these sex traffickers, all this stuff. He is absolutely 1,000% correct. Yeah. So it's not a bigotry thing at all. Remember, this is what Democrats promise with their policies, but what it actually delivers is the bottom here. So keep that in mind. If you vote for Democrats at this point, you're a moron. I hate to say it. And we're just getting started tonight, ladies and gentlemen. So here we go. When we left you guys last week, RFK Jr. Joined forces with Donald Trump and the MAGA powers united, as it were, as RFK Jr. endorsed Donald Trump here in a great photograph here, which is kind of iconic. It seems like Donald Trump's just got this knack for iconic photographs between this and the fight and the the mugshot, as it were. They're going to go down in history. This could be another one.
He's got a good photographer.
Yeah, sure. No doubt about it. People wondered why RFK Jr. would possibly do such a thing, but it really isn't hard to figure out, really. If you look at this image here, they shoved Elon Musk to the side, the Democrats did. They shoved Tulsi Gabbard to the side. They shoved RFK Jr. to the side. Hell, they shoved Donald Trump aside. All these people are former Democrats. So, Donald Trump especially. So, why are you guys helping Trump? Well, maybe it's because they got tired of the bull crap. So, which we'll get into a little bit more about that later, too. But apparently when the RFK... Yeah, go ahead.
Apparently Kathy's been commenting somewhere, but I don't know where. I don't know if there's something messed up or what, but I don't know if you can see any of them.
I can't see none of them. So I
Okay.
don't know where she's doing it from, but well, and
If you're still there, Kathy, I'm sorry.
yeah, sorry for sure. Get on. Well, I don't know if our Facebook will work or not, but anyway.
Well, my
But
Twitter's down because I changed my damn picture and I lost my blue check mark. So
oh, I got you.
Oh,
Brandon
wow.
down too. We'll have to work on all that, but we'll figure it out.
yeah.
Also, we'll get Rumble going up probably by the time we have our next podcast. I'm hoping so.
Okay.
But either way, Foo Fighters lead singer David Grohl apparently did not like that fact that Donald Trump used his music "My Hero" when RFK Jr. came out. Grohl claimed he didn't give permission, but believe it or not, Donald Trump actually had permission. There's also a video going around, which I can't play here because it did have copyright music in it. But David Grohl in 2001 said that music should not be for everyone, or it should be for everyone, and you shouldn't have to pay for royalties like on Napster or whatever, things like that. But apparently I can't play that video. But the lead singer of Foo Fighters is virtue signaling here, in my opinion, just a way for the band to keep some sort of relevancy. So yeah, but again, according to the Independent, I guess, looked into this, and they said they saw documents appearing to confirm that the campaign for Donald Trump had indeed licensed the song from BMI's SongView service. We have a license to play the song, a campaign spokesperson said. So again, when the news and everybody tried to claim, well, Donald Trump didn't even have the rights to it, apparently he did. And maybe whether Foo Fighters were aware of that or not, or just complaining, is a whole nother story. But yes, another thing to just kind of go after Donald Trump over for no particular reason. Not to mention, I re-listened to that song this week, My Hero. I don't know about you, but it's kind of not that good of a song. It's just kind of repeating the chorus over and over again without much lyrics outside of it. It's just me. I mean, I don't know. I know the song.
Well, listen to a conspiracy theory here. RFK is going to be going after Fauci and the food and all the FDA, all of that, right? Foo Fighters required masks to go to the concerts first, or vaccines. I'm sorry, it was vaccines, I think.
I think so.
And their, what was it, drummer died?
I'd have to look
during
into
COVID.
Maybe.
Yeah, and it's almost seemed like they wanted to put a spotlight on the Foo Fighters for some reason, and it's going to lead back to COVID-19 and the vaccine and Fauci. And RFK is going to, I can't wait.
Definitely something to keep a watch on for sure. Yeah, I mean, that could be definitely very interesting. Also this week, apparently after RFK, he didn't actually drop out. He suspended his campaign for the most part. So we reported he dropped out at the time. We didn't know the full details of it. But apparently the Biden-Harris administration, right after that, apparently took away RFK Jr.'s Secret Service protection. He just got the Secret Service protection right after Donald Trump got shot a little over a month or so ago. And now they've already pulled it from him, claiming, well, he's not a presidential candidate now, which he technically still is. He's only removing or trying
and they won't even let him go off the ballot in some states.
We're going to get into it.
So what the fuck?
I know. Technically, you should be giving this back to him. I mean, for sure. He deserves the Secret Service protection. But yeah, he suspended it, and he will still be on the ballot in 40 of 50 states, just not the swing battleground states right now, if things go according to the way that he wants to do it. But we'll get into why that may not be happening here in a little bit too. But we'll get into that later. They tried to remove him from the ticket, but now his strategy could hurt the Democrats. They're trying to force him to remain on the ballot. So more of that to come. RFK just got the protection. I just mentioned that too. So yeah, but this week also Tulsi Gabbard come out and also endorsed Donald Trump officially. Obviously, she's kind of left the Democratic Party for a while now. She's obviously kind of, I think, been hovering around the Trump campaign a bit. But here's her officially endorsing Donald Trump.
I am proud to stand here before you today, whether you're a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent. If you love our country, as I do, if you cherish peace and freedom as we do, I invite you to join me in doing all that we can to save our country and elect President Donald J. Trump and send him back to the White House to do the tough work of saving our country and serving the people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
So there's two Democrats who just come out and supported him. And of course, if you count Elon, that makes three for sure. So yeah, I mean, this is nothing but good in my opinion. And not to mention, they drew a huge crowd at the town hall Thursday night, right before the big Harris Walls interview, which we're going to get into in a little bit too. So yeah, good to see all the way around. And apparently another Democrat has also defected from the state of Texas, Representative Sean Thierry. I think that's how you say her name, or Thierry. announces she is switching to the Republican Party and blasts the Democrats as radicals who want to mutilate children's genitals, put men and women in sports, and stifle free speech. So here's her defecting here.
The Democratic Party has moved so far left, so deep into the progressive abyss, that it now champions policies that I cannot, in good conscience, support. Policies like promoting sex changes for vulnerable children, dismantling Title IX protections for women and girls in sports. This is not the party that I vote. I have witnessed firsthand how the so-called liberal left now stifles thoughtful debate, silencing dissent with an iron fist, demanding blind allegiance to an ideology where one must comply or be cast out. That is not the party that I vote.
Yep.
The renowned poet Maya Angelou
All right, well, you get the gist. But yeah, so she's a little lower level for sure. But at the same time, another Democrat said, these people are too radical for me.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, everyone was talking about, what's that?
I wonder if she also, hold on. I wonder if she also had a moment when she maybe said like a small policy was like wrong, and then people wherever she's in leadership somewhere, Texas, yeah, they were like, well, then you're an idiot because you don't want to follow our agenda, and so this is her way of pushing back against that.
Yeah, and if you're not on board 100%, they shun you. It's like you have to agree with this to the T. And there's a lot of Democrats who do that, but the common sense ones are starting to go, "Yo, you're too far." I mean, even Bill Maher, who we're going to talk about a little bit more later, Bill Maher's even said for years that the left has gone too far left. I stayed where I was. Elon Musk has said the same thing, but the difference between Elon Musk and Bill Maher is Bill Maher's got Trump derangement syndrome, which we're going to get into in a little bit. But yeah, so the people are at least smart enough to go, "Yo, the Democratic Party has gone way too far left here."
Yep.
So yeah. So, they always say, well, the Republicans, they had some people defect too. Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger. No, those were Democrats who were posing as Republicans. These are actually Democrats who are moving to Republican because they can't take the Democratic Party anymore. Big difference here. So yeah. Moving on to some of the CNN stuff. Let's get into a little bit of Caitlin Collins, who you might remember a couple of weeks or so ago, whenever we talked about it, was on the Stephen Colbert show. And Stephen Colbert's audience literally laughed out loud when Colbert suggested that CNN was objective and they call things fair and right down the middle. Let's listen to that video clip again.
He's kind of been thrown on his heels by this, and he's not really sure how to go after Vice President Harris. He knew his attack lines on President Biden. He really has struggled with how to go after someone who's 20 years younger than him, who is a different gender, a different race. It's kind of been this moment where he has not been able to coalesce around a single attack line.
I know you guys are objective over there, that you just report the news as it is. Oh, I know. CNN makes a... I know
Was that supposed to be a laugh line?
I wasn't supposed to be, but I guess it is.
Hilarious.
Fun fact about him.
What's that?
He plays D&D.
No kidding.
Yeah.
That's
Man,
wild.
Don't sully the game for me, man. Just saying.
What is he a leftist?
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, I didn't know. Anyways, he plays D&D, so that's one positive thing, right?
I guess everybody's got, sun shines up a dog's ass every now and then, I guess.
I did.
Wait, what?
You never heard that expression either?
No, I didn't quite. I heard dog's ass. That's all I heard. What'd you say?
A sun shines up a dog's ass every now and then.
Okay.
So yeah, so basically meaning something good could come out, every now and then. But anyway, so speaking of CNN calling things down the middle, huh? Well, here's CNN the night that RFK Jr. Endorsed Donald Trump, and right before RFK Jr. started ripping into the DNC, rigging the primary against him, replacing their candidate with one who didn't receive a single vote with Kamala Harris, and how the media covered up for it and censored him. CNN, the supposed unbiased, fair network, cut away from his speech when he was starting to say that.
At the palace coup against President Biden, the same shadowy DNC operatives appointed his successor, also without an election. They installed a candidate who was so unpopular with voters that she dropped out in 2020 without winning a single delegate. My uncle and my father both relished debate. They prided themselves on their capacity to go toe-to-toe with any opponent in the battle over ideas. They would be astonished to learn of a Democratic Party presidential nominee who, like Vice President Harris, has not appeared in a single interview or an unscripted encounter with voters for 35
We've been
days.
listening to independent candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. from Phoenix outlining what led him to his quixotic quest for the White House to now dropping out and
suspending his campaign. But either way, yeah, I mean, this is basically censoring him. They're silencing him and what he has to say against the Democratic Party and the current DNC and what they're doing. So they didn't want it known.
If you listen real close, somebody says something.
Yeah,
right before they cut him off. And I don't know if that was like one of the producers or something that said like we got to cut him off, and they said it out loud. You know,
didn't quite hear what they said, but yeah, it could have been something like. I mean, reporters and stuff usually have like stuff in their ears, so there's always somebody talking to them like a producer. But yeah, it very well could have been something like, all right, we're going to cut away from this because he's making us look bad. So we're making the Democrats look bad at that. So yeah,
I don't think they need help.
No, they really don't. But this sort of stuff,
I don't think.
This sort of stuff doesn't make them look any better. I mean, it gives credence to the whole idea that right-wing people say that they're censoring people, which we're going to definitely get into censoring here in a little bit. Yeah, I mean, this sort of thing is just something that CNN does on the daily. They cut off Trump all the time. It's not the media's job to tell us what to believe. Period. You should be telling or showing what's being said and let us decide. That is your job. But they choose to, push an agenda.
Isn't that what a famous news anchor would do? I don't know his name, but he would just read headlines. Yeah, he would read headlines, and then at the end he'd say, "You decide."
Yeah, because that was journalism. That was actual journalism, not this propaganda stuff that they do here for sure. Speaking of Caitlin Collins from CNN, though, she went on Bill Maher's show last week, and Bill Maher brought up to her the Stephen Colbert thing where his audience laughed, and Caitlin Collins proceeds to then defend CNN because of course she's going to, she's on the payroll, saying she and CNN push back on both sides when they lie. Load of hogwash, but let's listen to what she has to say here.
You made press because you were on Stephen Colbert's show, and he said something like, you guys at CNN just report the news straight, and the crowd burst into laughter. Look, I'm on CNN now. I guess we're on it right now. I mean, they show this show the next night. I don't know how we get away with it with all the fucks, but they do, and all these dirty jokes. But I'm glad, and I'm a big rooter for CNN. But that tells you a lot, doesn't it? I mean, how do you guys think you are doing is in that arena of like, this is a terribly divided country. We're not only politicized, a lot of people just hate the other side, and CNN, in my view, should be the place where both sides can watch. How do you think you're doing with that?
How is CNN is the place where both sides can watch. And, I think, my show is evidence of that. We have lawmakers on from both parties. We'll have Elizabeth Warren on one night. We'll have Ted Cruz on another night. I think lawmakers from both parties.
And then you shut them down.
And you should push both of them. But on CNN being a place of credibility, I mean, look at what just happened in Chicago. We had 300 people from CNN on the ground covering that convention. There were several reporters from just our team alone on the floor, bringing it in real time to people. And I think CNN puts resources behind things and just brings a level of news that you don't get anywhere else. And I think CNN does a great job.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the people on CNN and what I know what the conservative side of America thinks, and I don't blame them. I watched Kamala's speech last night. It ended at 8:09, I guess 11:09 in the East. It wasn't until 11:23 till the one conservative guy, what's his name?
Scott Jennings.
This Lonely Scott, I call him.
David Urban was there too.
Wait a second.
You don't always go
from
right,
8:09 to 8:23, they were just gushing about how great a speech it was. And I think she did fine. I didn't think it was as good as they were making it out to be. But if I'm a conservative in America and I'm watching CNN just for the straight middle of the road, that's what I hear for 15 minutes is it's great. And then Lonely Scott. It does look, I mean, and when you see the path, it does look like tokenism. It's kind of like the same as The View. It's like it's almost better to have nobody there, like MSNBC, than to have this.
Well, I don't think you could say it's better to have nobody there than also lament the fact that you don't think the conservative guy, Scott Jennings, who is great, and we have him on my show all the time, spoke up early enough. I think it was a Democratic convention. They turned to Democrats, people like David Axelrod, who ran successful presidential Democratic campaigns first, for their analysis of this. And I don't think that you can say that CNN is anything but fair. I mean, look at that. We covered President Biden's exit from the race very closely, the pressure on him to get out. And I feel like I can speak with authority on this. I'm from Alabama. I'm from a very red state. I have a very conservative family, a lot of them who are Trump voters. They watch my show every night. And I think they know that they can trust me, that, you know, we call bullshit on every side, not just whatever leaning our audience may be. And I think that's something that people actually.
So they covered Biden's, but they literally lied for him for years, talking about how we shoppers attack and he could stay in as president, all that sort of stuff. Then she said, well, we call bullshit out on both sides. Well, I hate to tell you, sweetheart, that's bullshit. That's what that is.
Yeah.
I mean, does anybody recall? And Bill mentioned it here. And this is why I have a hard time with Bill Maher, because this interview here, he's actually pushing back on her a little bit and saying, yo, that's not, you know, you guys aren't 100 always, you know, straight shooters here. And she's going to lie about it. So, but there's also times where he says stupid shit, which we're going to talk about a little bit too. But do you guys remember this town hall that Caitlin Collins hosted with Donald Trump? And the entire time she was badgering him, you know, trying to, you know, just try to fact check him in real time when he wasn't lying, or just pushing back on everything he said incessantly, interrupting him, wouldn't let him speak, that sort of thing. And here's just a clip of that, one instance where Donald Trump finally had enough of it and called her a nasty person.
Yeah, what's
You
the
mind?
answer?
Do you mind?
I would like for you to answer the question.
Okay, it's very simple to answer.
That's why I asked it.
It's very simple to. You're a nasty person. I'll tell you.
Can you answer why you?
Very
why
simple.
Like, well, if you give him a second, maybe he would fucking answer the question.
Yeah, that whole thing pissed me off.
And this is just one little clip. There's a spot earlier on where she's like trying to say, well, why didn't you, call off the writers on January 6th? Where he's like, well, I think I did. And he pulls out a piece of paper. He had the damn receipts in his jacket pocket, all the tweets and the videos and stuff he tried to put out, but or Twitter at the time censored. So yeah, she was being a hawk here. So again, do you think they would do that to Kamala Harris? Hell, freaking no, for certain here. Now juxtapose that with how Caitlin Collins, who mentioned they had DNC coverage. Caitlin Collins was on the floor of the DNC, as she mentioned, interviewing Governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro. And Josh Shapiro, as we've talked about here on the channel, pushed the very fine people on both sides hoax, the supposed lie that Donald Trump called Nazis very fine people, which we debunked and have clearly stated he did not. And she does not push back on him one time. She's deathly silent. Listen.
Seems that anti-Semitism is what played a role in you not ultimately being selected as the vice president. What's your response to that?
Donald Trump has absolutely no credibility to speak on that issue. He is a person who's acted bigoted. He is a person who spreads hate. And he is a person who routinely divides people in this country. Listen, when folks marched in Charlottesville,
it is,
and quite literally said with tiki torches in their hand, Jews will not replace us. What did Donald Trump say? He said there are good people on both sides. There were not good people on both sides. I want to be crystal clear about something.
Say something.
Anti-Semitism played absolutely no role in the dialogue I had with the vice president. It is true that there is anti-Semitism in our country. It is true that there is some anti-Semitism within our party, but we need to stand up and speak out against hate in all forms, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, racism, any form of hatred and bigotry has no place. And what I want to see from leaders is what Kamala Harris is doing and what I try and do every day, speaking and acting with moral clarity, something that Donald Trump is bankrupt on. He has no moral clarity, and he has absolutely no business opining on this issue, given his track record.
Governor Josh Shapiro, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Caitlin.
I want to let the remainder of that play out because I wanted you to see she didn't say a word. And at the very end, she didn't even try to push back. She said, just thank you very much. So CNN and her specifically, calls bullshit on both sides, huh?
Mm-hmm.
That very fine people hoax has been debunked by everybody.
Yep.
But, CNN, whatever. They never push back incessantly on Democrats like she just didn't. And Kirsten Welker, who when she had JD Vance on, she wouldn't let him talk and kept talking about his childless cat lady remark and other statements. So he didn't end up flinching though, and he got her on when she attempted to correct him on calling Kamala Harris the border czar. So listen to this.
This reporter repeatedly attempted to challenge JD Vance while defending Kamala Harris.
Look,
DHS
whatever the number
disputes
is,
that number for the record. They say it's
fair,
closer to 8 to 10 million.
but I think there are
please
reasons to
continue.
think that DHS
Listen
is
to that.
underestimating. Whatever the real number is, it's way too high, right? It's millions upon millions of illegal immigrants that have come in just since Kamala Harris became the border czar a few years ago.
She was put in charge of the root causes of migration.
Well, the root causes of migration, I would say, Kristen, is that Kamala Harris refuses to do her job.
Bird nailed her. So I mean, she was trying to, fact check him, and that's what they do. They constantly interrupt, like, well, actually, this is what happened. Actually, let him speak and let the American people decide. They're saying, well, we don't allow, misinformation. No, what you're spewing is misinformation. JD Vance is telling the truth, and you're trying to shut him up. That's what's going on here. Or how about when CNN's Dana Bash, who interviewed Kamala Harris and Tim Walz this week, also tried to shut up JD Vance multiple times and try to interrupt him. Here's a montage of those interruptions.
You guys seem to be struggling a little bit. Kamala Harris has been calling the shots. Says who? There's no evidence that Kamala Harris threw him overboard, called you and Donald Trump, and that is weird.
Sure.
You're saying Tim Walz doesn't have affection for his wife? I don't even understand that. They have done both. They have both policies, and they are trying to define
Dana,
it. You have been on the campaign trail questioning Tim Walz's military record. Governor Walz served 24 years.
Sure.
He even stayed after he could have retired because of 9/11, more than the country asked of him. Do you honor his service? I will say that the Harris-Walz campaign did say that the governor misspoke. That was a month before the National Guard
Misspoke my ass. He repeated it for years, by the way.
announced that
Wait, are
it was
these-
possible that they would deploy to Iraq, and it ended up.
These are all edited together. All the time she tried to fact check or push back on him. It's not.
No, I mean, like, are these even questions, or is she?
They're badgering him. Yeah, I mean, literally. I mean, it's like talking about how do you respect his 24 years of service, Tim Walz? He never once, or Trump or JD Vance, neither one of them ever once criticized his service. They criticized the fact that he lied about the kind of service he did, and the fact that he said he went to war and he actually didn't. That's what they criticized. It wasn't his service at all. So again, they're taking things out of context, spinning stuff, just interrupting, trying to make them look like, JD Vance is the crazy one or the weird one or whatever you want to call it. This is what CNN and the leftist media does, and it's absolutely disgusting. So CNN is exactly what right-wing circles say it is. It's a political arm for the Democratic Party with a few conservative voices sprinkled in. Now, to be fair, you can say the same about Fox. It's more right-wing with leftist voices sprinkled in. But claiming CNN as a place where both sides can watch and be represented fairly is an absolute joke.
Yep.
Absolute joke.
Yep.
Caitlin Collins is a liar. Now, Caitlin Collins did mention, and we mentioned here on the channel last week, even Aaron mentioned it, that guy did not sound like a Democrat who was on CNN. The guy that we were talking about was Scott Jennings. That was who Caitlin Collins mentioned, who is a conservative commentator on CNN. He's the one good guy I've seen so far on CNN. He actually knows what he's speaking about here, and he's speaking truth. And apparently, he must be speaking some truth over there on CNN when people like this was tweeting and they said, Scott Jennings is an insufferable douchebag, a smug and arrogant prick. I refuse to watch CNN if this guy is on. Typical leftist who doesn't like an opinion that's not, lockstep with what they believe. So, yeah. So that's kind of where we are.
Because what they believe is crap.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, it's nonsense. Absolutely all of it. So yeah, I mean, CNN, the fact that she went on Bill Maher and talked about how they're straight shooters is unbelievable in my opinion. And that's just a small sampling of the hypocrisy that CNN has done. So that's just a little.
I hope Trump decides to build the wall around California. Just extend it all and give it to Mexico. Did you see the latest? Like they're going to give people these illegals,
like $150,000 to start a home, only till I think it's only to illegals, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So you mean to tell me they don't want them here? Why?
Yeah.
Oh, well, we're just being humanitarian. Well, then why don't you give it to people who are legal too? First of all, it's not going to financially work. I mean, $150,000, it just doesn't come out of nowhere. But that's leftist policies in California for you. California is going to be a cesspool at some point, if it's not already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nasty. Nasty.
Also this week, apparently the election interference for 2024 is already happening. This week we've got Merrick Garland, who come out and literally warns those who seek to stop the peaceful transfer of power. So let's listen to what he has to say here.
I guess as a follow-up on Scott's question, you're sitting in these hearings with prosecutors and judges at the courthouse down the street. They're increasingly expressing concerns about the upcoming transfer of power and the potential danger of another January 6th. Do you share those concerns at all?
I think our prosecutions have made clear what we think about people who try to interfere with the peaceful transfer of power, which is an essential and fundamental element of our democracy. I quibble about whether we have 1,500 or slightly less than 1,500, but we have way more than 1,400 now prosecutions.
Brag.
We have a substantial number of convictions. I think that's shown to everybody how seriously we take an effort to interfere with the peaceful transfer of power. The last January 6th, the coming January 6th, and every January 6th after that. I want to make clear to anybody who is thinking about interfering with that, they can see what we've done with respect to the January 6th prosecutions, and the Justice Department will continue to protect our democracy.
And a lot of those January 6th protesters who have been arrested, a lot of them didn't break the law.
No.
Nope.
But now the ones who broke windows and, assaulted cops, yes, they should face consequences. I'm not denying that. Absolutely. But there's a lot of people there who didn't do anything wrong. And just because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time, they got arrested for the same things. And that's not fair. And that's what Trump's talking about when he wants to pardon some of the January 6ers. He wants to look at each individual case and find out who committed the crimes and who didn't, and stop putting people in jail for no reason. Now, when Merrick Garland said this, you know what 50% of the country heard from him? We're going to steal this election, and if you try to fight us, we'll put you in prison.
Yep.
Now, on its face, I agree with what he's saying. The peaceful transfer of power is vital, and we do need to have that. Absolutely.
Yep.
But if there is evidence, and contrary to what the media tells you, there is evidence of fraudulent elections. I don't care if it gets me kicked off of YouTube. I don't care. There is evidence, and we're going to show some of the things that they're doing now currently to influence this upcoming election and one that they did last time. But, the fact that they say that that doesn't happen is a flat-out freaking lie. And they'd be the first ones to complain about, election interference if they lost. I promise you. Because they've done it for the last 20-plus years.
Yeah, and it's like, where are the prosecutions going to be when, the left side is rioting because Trump got in office?
Exactly.
Where's
Merrick
going
Garland,
to be theirs?
this promise here, are you going to hold the same thing when leftists start burning down the Capitol?
Yeah, if Antifa shows up and starts, doing that, graffitiing on, national monuments and stuff. Beating up cops because cops are arresting people who are actually breaking the law.
Well, not only do we have all this going on, but we have another caravan coming up from Venezuela.
God, I didn't even know about that. Great.
Oh yeah,
So that's awesome. Not surprising. Yeah, it's if we don't get Trump in here, we're going to lose this country. I hate to say it. You don't have to like the man. The man is the only one who is actually caring about what we're doing with this country right now. As I mentioned earlier, a few swing states are trying to force RFK Jr. to remain on the ballot in the swing states that he tried to take his name off of, despite him suspending his campaign and endorsing Donald Trump. In Michigan, Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson is attempting to remove Cornel West off the ballot, another independent running. I think he's an independent. And simultaneously is forcing RFK Jr. to stay on the ballot in the swing states, because both of these moves would benefit Kamala Harris, who Benson is apparently a close ally of. So tell me that you're not swaying the election here. I'm sorry, am I mistaken? But I thought if you wanted to drop out of the race in any state, you were allowed to do so. But for whatever reason,
You would think.
yeah, now they're trying to say that it's too late to remove RFK off the ballot. But I don't know about you, but didn't they just remove Joe Biden off the ballot? Not to mention in 2016, I believe Bernie Sanders was removed off the ballot after the DNC took place too. But see, that benefits Democrats. It doesn't benefit the right. So anyway, here's a video of that Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson from Michigan issuing a threat to any local election officials who choose to withhold certification of the election results. Here we go.
If someone were to violate the law and not certify the election at the local level, we will come for you. So any local certifier thinking of skirting the law and not certifying the vote, don't even think about it because we'll get
So she basically just threatened anybody. Even if you think that there's some fraud going on or something's not added up right, you better certify the damn thing, or otherwise we're coming after you. Because it's absolutely impossible that there could be some election interference going on. Absolutely impossible, huh? Does that not sound fascistic or dictator-like to you? This is the modern day left. The right ain't doing this. Okay, Michigan denied RFK Jr.'s escape from presidential ballot because they didn't want him to drop out, right? But they were literally trying to take him off the ballot when Joe Biden was running. They didn't want him running against Joe Biden. So they tried to take him off the ballot. Now they say they can't take him off the ballot because it would hurt Kamala Harris. Michigan is one of the states that could decide the election. They say it's too late for Kennedy to remove his name for the Secretary of State office. But yet they're now also, this same woman who's trying to keep RFK on the ballot is now suing to keep Cornel West take him off the ballot. I'm sorry, take him off. So if it's too late for RFK to come off the ballot, I mean, make this make sense to me.
You can't.
I mean, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Either they both can come off the ballot or they both stay on, but you can't remove one and leave one on there because it benefits you. You know what I'm saying? This is just absurd. But apparently they ain't the only one doing this. Apparently Wisconsin got wind of what Michigan is trying to do, and apparently the Wisconsin Election Commission just voted 5-1 to keep RFK Jr.'s name on the ballot against his will as well. So both states claim it's too late, but they had no problem removing Joe Biden or Bernie Sanders, like I said before. So again, this is election interference. That's what this is. So call us crazy. Not to mention, you want to talk about well, before we get into that, out of nowhere, Democrats have frozen all the efforts to remove him for sure, but they still want to keep RFK Jr. on the ballot in deep blue states because, again, that only hurts Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just ridiculous. I don't know. Can you imagine? I mean, I can't.
It's dude. It blows my mind, but at the same time, it's like
it's not surprising.
We are not going to have a fair election. There's no way we will.
No, it's not. Not to mention,
we're probably never going to have a fair election because they realized that they got away with it last time, and they're like, well, we can get away with it again because nobody who's in power enough to actually do something about it is going to even try.
Well, pay attention to what's going on in Brazil.
Yeah.
Because shit is about to get real in Brazil. They are going after Elon. They will find anyone using a VPN to get on X $8,874 a day.
Yeah.
If you try to get on X in Brazil. The average income in Brazil is like $1,400 a month. So they're going to bankrupt people that are trying to get the truth.
Access free
But
speech.
Dominion was the same company, or is the same company that ran their elections, that are going to run our elections, that own the machines, that
hopefully not
they
in every
stole
state.
the election with here and in Brazil. So if you ask me, the military is going to have to run our election.
I don't think that's going to happen. But I'll say this though: if the Democrats can force Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to remain on the ballot, Republicans should absolutely force Joe Biden to stay on the ballot too. Right? I mean,
They'll
sounds
never
good to
do
me.
it. So why even they'll never fucking do it.
Yeah.
So
yeah. I mean, but speaking of election interference, we know for a fact, we knew already, but now we know for certain. This week, Mark Zuckerberg, who created Facebook, came out and
that motherfucker
confessed.
should be in jail.
Yeah, he should be in jail right now. He confessed that they suppressed information about COVID-19 content, including humor and satire, which was basically memes making fun of the situation, which, again, it's just a meme. Who frick cares? Expressed a lot of frustration with the Biden administration when they didn't agree, because the Biden administration, apparently, according to Mark Zuckerberg, were trying to force suppression of trying to suppress the information of COVID and the Hunter Biden laptop in particular, which would have only hurt Joe Biden in the poll or in the election itself. So,
Yep.
yeah. So here we are. Another right-wing conspiracy theory was right all along. He admitted in a letter to Jim Jordan, this is the letter you're looking at right here, that the Biden administration pressured the platform to censor free speech and suppress the Hunter Biden laptop story. All the fact checkers said this was Russian disinformation for the Hunter Biden laptop. Data has now shown back in 2021, after the election took place, that had voters known about the story, it would have flipped the election in Donald Trump's favor in 2020. 37%.
But more importantly, they suppressed COVID treatments, deaths, everything that didn't fit their narrative. How many people died because of the information they suppressed?
Yeah.
Yep.
Or twisted. And Trump never told anybody to drink fucking bleach.
No, never once. You can't find a video because it doesn't exist.
He did tell people the alternatives were out there. Try them. What'd you have to lose?
Yeah,
right?
hydroxychloroquine, things like that. You know, it was like a
I'm gonna
horse
tell you
dewormer.
what.
No,
Ivermectin got my taste buds to work again.
Yep.
it's about suppressing the conversation about what can we do. No, they said you take this vaccine or whatever,
That's it.
Or
and
you
do what
die.
we say, or
you can't
stay
leave your
home.
house.
And then they want to
Mhm.
blame Donald Trump for the economy going into 2021 when Democrats were literally the ones who locked down everything. So Trump was trying to reopen. You say, well, it was because of safety. No, Democrats didn't care about your damn safety. They cared about making Donald Trump look bad and taking the economy so they could win an election. That's, again, election interference.
Like I said, that's like cutting off your nose to spite your face.
Yeah. They said 37% of Democrat voters, not just voters in general, Democrat voters, when they were polled, said they had no idea about the Hunter laptop story. 13% of those polled said they would have changed their vote to Donald Trump. This would have been enough to give Donald Trump the victory in 2020. So just this one instance where Facebook, he claimed like he didn't want to actually do it, but he did it anyway. This one thing where they suppressed all this information literally changed the course of history.
Yep.
One thing. This is consequences of actions that are never held to account.
And that laptop has all kinds of pictures on it, including Hunter Biden with underage girls.
Yeah, which we now know is true because they used it in a court of law against Hunter Biden. And they're actually looking into it again with his fraud case, I think, is coming up in September.
Yep.
And could even implicate Joe Biden, which the media is now reporting that Joe Biden was involved. So again, more conspiracy theories have come true.
Yeah.
But again, we told you in 2020 it was real. And Facebook, Twitter, before Elon bought it, they all censored the stories.
Yep.
It said, do what we tell you or else. That is fascism. That is Donald Trump didn't do that. That's the Democrats. Now, this is Josh Hawley, a Republican representative.
I love him.
Interviewing Secretary Mayorkas, questioning him about whether or not Facebook suppressed information and juxtapose that to what we know now.
We have example after example of this administration coordinated, apparently, according to a federal court, by your agency, pressuring, coercing social media companies to engage in censorship. Is that constitutional?
That is unequivocally false.
Is what the emails show.
Liar.
It is unequivocally false, Senator.
You are not pressuring the big tech companies to take down accounts. You are not meeting with them to ask them to censor on your behalf.
That is correct. We are not.
Here's my point, Mr. Secretary. It has been established for years in this country, as you very well know, because you're a lawyer, that the federal government may not use private third parties to engage in activities that are unconstitutional. That's exactly what you and this administration are doing. You are leveraging private companies to carry out censorship on your behalf. It's dystopian, but worse than that, it's unconstitutional.
It's also false.
So
It's not.
Mayorkas was flat out lying here. So what else has he lied to you about?
And that's the other thing about leftists. What is it they don't believe facts? Like, is it just their heads they can't wrap around?
I think, I don't think
The lie.
I don't think they can wrap their minds around the fact that these people are that evil, but they are.
Yeah, I think it's a thing of like
Their good-hearted
you
nature
can't-
takes over.
You can't think that somebody's that bad.
Because
Well,
they're
I'm
not.
talking about Mayorkas. Like,
Oh,
What?
he knows
Money.
damn well he's telling the lie.
he's just a demon.
But does
probably.
he? True, I guess.
I
Maybe.
mean,
That's the
they
thing I
have
don't
no
understand.
qualms.
I don't understand about like when they do these congressional hearings or shit like that. Like, you go in there and you swear under oath, right?
Mhm.
And the way
It means
around
nothing.
this, but the way around this is you just talk around it. You know what I'm saying? You don't admit to any fucking thing. And the thing is, what kills me, and I've said this to you before, Miranda, and you, Eric, like, I'm reading facts to you. All you have to do is just answer yes or no, right? So I'll read you the facts and you give me a story. That's not what I fucking asked you. I gave you a yes or no question. That's it. But in order for you not to answer that yes or no, you talk in circles.
Yep.
And they never really address or answer the fucking question. They talk around it and to go, and my favorite is, well, I don't have that in front of me, but I do though. I do.
Well,
I'm
tell us
looking
what
at
you
it.
think. Oh, I can't tell you that.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Right.
okay,
Nothing ever gets
no.
accomplished in these damn meetings because no one wants to ever admit
Yeah.
fault. Which I understand you don't want to admit fault, but at the same time, if you made a mistake, say it. With most
But
of
I
these times, they're
got
not
you.
mistakes though; they're on purpose.
But I got you dead to rights, and you know it. I
Yeah.
know it.
And they'll
What are we
sit there and
talking
lie to
about?
you. Yeah. These people deserve the fiery pits of hell who are lying about this sort of shit. I'm sorry, they're going to get it one day. I hate to tell them. But here's the bottom half of this, where apparently what was we know now today this year.
Turn now to a story breaking overnight. Facebook's Mark Zuckerberg claims he was pressured by the White House to censor content related to COVID-19 during the pandemic. Aaron Katursky joins us now with details. Aaron, good morning.
Good morning to you, Whit. For years, critics have taken aim at Facebook for silencing views that challenge the general consensus in the medical community, especially about the origin of COVID-19. Now, Facebook's founder surprisingly says they're right. This morning, Meta chief Mark Zuckerberg admitting he bowed to pressure from the Biden administration to censor content. The Facebook founder issuing a letter to the House Judiciary Committee that said senior administration officials pushed the social media platform to censor posts about COVID-19 and expressed a lot of frustration when the company resisted. Zuckerberg saying, "I believe the government pressure was wrong, and I regret that we were not more outspoken about it." Adding, "I feel strongly that we should not compromise our content standards due to pressure from any administration in either direction, and we're ready to push back if something like this happens again." House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan celebrating the letter, calling it a big win for free speech.
Well, do something to him now. He should go to jail.
Mm-hmm.
How many lives were altered?
He sat in that same fucking room and
lied.
Yeah. I mean, and remember, Donald Trump was telling you about the Hunter Biden laptop. They called him crazy, called him a conspiracy theorist, and said he's lying. Well, who's right now?
And it sounds like, there are laws that could have helped him if he would have come out and said, "Hey, so this government is doing this to me." He could have petitioned like the Supreme Court and been like, "Help."
Yeah, but no, he did it anyway, which tells me that remorse he says he has, those regrets, bullshit. You know why I think he's doing it? I think he realizes Donald Trump's going to be the next president, and Donald Trump has flat out warned him on social media, you interfere again, you will face life in prison. And I think he's trying to get on Trump's good side. By the way, here's Joe Biden lying about the Hunter Biden laptop during the debate in 2020, where he said there's no there, and it's Russian disinformation.
50 former national intelligence folks who said that what he's accusing me of is a Russian plan. They have said that this has all the 5 former heads of the CIA, both parties, say what he's saying is a bunch of garbage.
This is classic Trump. We have 4 days left, and all of a sudden there's a laptop. There's overwhelming evidence that from the intelligence community that the Russians are engaged.
So if all that was true, why was the Biden-Harris, and don't forget she's involved too, Harris administration pressuring Facebook or Meta to censor or suppress the story? As Mark Zuckerberg just confessed that they did. So again, I ask you, why are you all hating Donald Trump? He's been telling you the truth this entire damn time, and you all vilified him for it. I do find it interesting, though, that Mark Zuckerberg, and this is Donald Trump, basically saying Zuckerberg admits that the White House pushed to suppress the Hunter Biden laptop story. In other words, the 2020 presidential election was rigged, as he said it was the entire time.
Yeah.
But there's no evidence of rigging at all, right? no swaying the election, no swaying the votes. When you send people and you lie to them about a particular narrative, and then you don't tell them the full truth, and then you send them to the polls only knowing the narrative that you push, they're going to make a misinformed decision, which is election interference. Flat out. I do find it interesting, though, that Mark Zuckerberg, after Donald Trump was shot, said that he thought that was a badass moment.
I've done some stuff personally in the past. I'm not planning on doing that this time. And that includes, not endorsing either of the candidates. Now, look, there's obviously a lot of crazy stuff going on in the world. The historic events over the last, over the weekend. And on a personal note, it's, seeing Donald Trump get up after getting shot in the face and pump his fist in the air with the American flag is one of the most badass things I've ever seen in my life. But look, it's, and I think, look, it's at some level as an American, it's hard to not get kind of emotional about that spirit and that fight. And I think that's why a lot of people like the guy.
So again, I ask you, do you think his regret is sincere? I don't think so.
I don't think so. No.
It's hard for me to trust it, especially when you knew the right thing to do and you chose not to do it. We've all done that to some degree, I'm sure, but this is a big uh-oh. That's a big oops.
Not on this scale.
Not on this scale. No, none of us have done that. Oh, by the way, guess who's for censoring free speech? Big Kamala Harris. Here's her with Jake Tapper. And even Jake Tapper seems to be a little taken aback by the fact that Kamala Harris wanted to censor Donald Trump because she didn't like what he was saying.
About you, I know you wrote to Twitter and the CEO, Jack Dorsey, and asked him to take away the president's Twitter handle, his account. How is that not a violation of free speech? The president has the same rights that you have, that I have, and how would that not just be a slippery slope where they have to ban, half of the people on Twitter?
I've heard that argument, but here's the thing, Jake. First of all, a corporation, which is what Twitter is, it does not have it has obligations, and in this case, Twitter has terms of use policy, and their terms of use dictate who receives the privilege of speaking on that platform and who does not. And Donald Trump has clearly violated the terms of use, and there should be a consequence for that.
How did he violate the terms of use? Because he didn't say anything wrong. You just didn't like the way he said it.
Yep.
That's not violating the terms of use because he doesn't agree with your policy positions or, anything like that. He never said anything racist or anything like that on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Or nothing like that. Nothing that abused people.
You know what's funny?
They twisted like he did.
I seen a video a week ago of Trump when he was talking about running, but he wasn't sure if he was going to. And he was on The View. This is when Barbara Walters was still there. And she introduced him as a very close friend of hers. And all the other women that are currently on The View were there. And when Trump came out, everybody gave him a hug. They kissed him on the cheek, told him that they loved him, whatever. And they asked him about him running, and they thought it was a good idea. Even though the policies that he talked about then did not change from the policies that he talked about and ran on that whole fucking time.
Even now.
And they all agreed with those policies.
Oprah wanted to run for president with him.
Yeah, which we talked about last week. So that out. Yeah.
That's wild.
Stupid, dude. On Tuesday, speaking of more election interference here. I'm sorry, before we go, this is the tweet from Kamala. So the leader of the Democratic Party is totally fine with censoring free speech, even though that speech turns out to be true. We know Facebook did, and we know Twitter did before Elon Musk. So, but on Tuesday, Jack Smith indicted Donald Trump once again after being basically shut down with the whole, presidential immunity thing. This is again, it's the exact same indictment, basically. We got a couple of videos here to explain that to you. and how this is basically just to keep him off the campaign trail, which is, again, election interference, so he can't go out and campaign. He can be tied up in a courtroom because of this sham trial just to get him off the campaign trail to affect the election. So here's some explanations about what this indictment's all about.
What a coincidence. The unconstitutionally appointed Jack Smith has come out with an indictment today of Donald Trump on the very day that we find out from Mark Zuckerberg that all the conspiracy theories that we've been saying came true. Mark Zuckerberg admitted point blank that they were pressured by the White House to lie to the American people, to censor information to the American people. What all have they been censoring? So far, we've found out from the Democrats that Russia collusion was a lie. The dossier was a lie. The laptop and the diary were a lie. We found out that quid pro quo was a lie. Very fine people is a lie. Bloodbath is a lie. Now we're finding out from Mark Zuckerberg all the things that they lied about, oddly enough, that I can't mention specifically for fear of censorship on this app, have all been a lie. What else are they lying to you about? You guys keep saying Donald Trump is going to be a dictator, yet your White House has been caught censoring free speech, outsourcing the violation of your First Amendment rights. This was already ruled on by the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals that the White House colluded with FBI and NIH to censor information across all social media platforms. But lo and behold, on the very day that this information is released, they're all of a sudden talking about Jack Smith and a different indictment against Donald Trump. And you haven't yet seen the narrative yet or the ruse that they're trying to pull. But let me guess, there's no way you're gullible. There's no way you would believe in lies. It must be Donald Trump's fault. It's laid out right in front of you, point blank, and you're still going to fucking deny it.
Yep. That's the Democrat voter in a nutshell.
That's wild to me.
Yeah. Like, it's right here in front of your face. We're spelling it out for you literally right here on this show. And here's our one of our favorite channels here, the older millennial, also describing this and how it's going to take him off the campaign trail.
Holy shit, Jack Smith just filed a superseding indictment against Donald Trump. And the charges are exactly the same as they were before. Yeah, you heard me. Jack Smith's original indictment was pretty much done. Like, he wasn't allowed to take any action until after the election. So he filed a superseding indictment with the exact same charges, but this time he filed it in a court where the judge is a close personal friend. Yeah, I wish I was making that up. And here's the beauty of it. Even though Jack Smith's case has already been pretty much put away, he now filed a superseding indictment, and he filed it with a court where the judge has been a friend of his for about the last 30 years. And even though Jack Smith knows the moment the case moves beyond that court, it's going to be thrown the fuck out, his buddy, the judge, can keep it in his court for at least the next 6 months, meaning that Jack Smith now has the power to pull Trump off the campaign trail and force him into court whenever the fuck he wants, all the way up to the election. And there is nothing that any other court can do about it. Jack Smith can now tie up Donald Trump sitting in court throughout the entire election cycle, throughout the entire campaign trail. But guys, how much shit has to happen before we recognize our government is the problem?
Bingo. You combine the Merrick Garland story with the story about Facebook, sprinkle in a bit of Jack Smith's bogus charges to keep Trump off the campaign trail, and then correlate that with the story we told you a few weeks ago about Democrats talking about not certifying the election results if Trump wins. They are going to try and steal the election again. Not conspiracy theory. It's real, whether you believe it or freaking not. I mean, this is a list, just a list of some of the conspiracy theories that have been completely confirmed as true, just some of them. There's many more. Coming soon to this list, election fraud is, and elections are stolen. Mark my words. It will be proven, even more so than it already has been.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if Donald Trump gets in office. You think he's not going to look into that shit? He better, because if not, we're not going to have a country. These elections, they've been crap for a while probably, and now if he gets in, he better make this to where we will ever have a stolen election or a fraudulent election again. I hope. CNN then also freaked out. Speaking of elections, also made a big deal about Trump saying, "quote If Jesus counted the vote, he'd win in California." He had an interview with Dr. Phil where he said this. Let's listen to him, what he actually said in context.
If Jesus came down and was the vote counter, I would win California, okay? In other words, if we had an honest vote counter, a really honest vote counter, I'd do great with the Hispanics, great. I mean, at a level that no Republican's ever done. But if we had an honest vote counter, I would win California.
You think so?
Not to mention, California also a state that doesn't require voter ID to vote. So if they did, plus you had people who actually did it, put multiple ballots in or throw out the Trump ones or things like that, which we've also got video and photo evidence of them actually doing. Trump may be right here. He'd probably win California. He'd probably win most states. I mean, Republicans in general would probably win most states in most elections if they actually had good voter ID and proof of citizenship laws. But some states are trying to do. But yeah. By the way, Kamala Harris has also declined an interview with Dr. Phil. Trump has now done 2 interviews with Dr. Phil. So again, they're hiding Kamala Harris, or Kamala Harris is hiding herself. Either way. So yeah. I
don't think she has an original thought in her head.
No.
It's only the agenda, and that is it. And that's all she can say.
Unless
but she
it's word
can't.
salad. Yeah.
She can't say it without a script in front of her face.
No, she can't. Which we're going to kind of get into a little theory I got on that here in just a minute too. But this week was the 3rd anniversary. Well, I think last week and this week, this is the 3rd anniversary of the 13 American service members who died during the withdrawal from Afghanistan. And Donald Trump went to Arlington National Cemetery to pay tribute to these servicemen and women. Biden and Harris obviously were nowhere to be found. The party of decency could not be bothered to even show up, even though they were actually invited by these families as well. Donald Trump's the only one who showed up. But yeah, believe the suckers and losers hoax. But Donald Trump's actually showing up. You're an idiot if you believe that. Here's the video of him laying the wreath at Arlington.
Present. Out.
Now remember, he's not the president. He does not have to do this. Period. But he's putting forth that effort because he cares. Not for political gain, because he cares. But but what's Joe Biden doing? He's on his 2nd vacation in 2 weeks on a beach in Rehoboth,
in
Delaware.
Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. You get kind of a back shot of the president there, enjoying the sun last couple of days of summer. I want to hear both of you get your response.
So in about the last 2 weeks or more, or I don't know how long it's been since he dropped out, he's only been in the White House, I've heard, like 6 days. So if he's doing this, we got these wars popping off. We got all this inflation issues, got the border crisis. Who the hell is running the country right now? Someone explain that to me.
Yep.
Biden's on the beach. Kamala is off hiding somewhere. She couldn't be bothered to show up to Arlington either. But somehow it's still Donald Trump's fault. Kamala Harris's campaign and the media criticized Donald Trump for attending this service, saying he was trying to politicize the deaths of these servicemen and women, despite being invited by these families. They and NPR tried to claim that Trump broke the law by taking photos in Arlington National Cemetery because, granted, that is against the law normally without special permission. You or I, civilians, we could not do that. That is true. However, NPR even claimed that a Trump campaign staffer became physical with a cemetery official who tried to prevent photography on the grounds. However, Trump had permission from the families and from the cemetery for a photographer to be present. More smears against Donald Trump, even though Trump was doing a very good thing for these Gold Star families. Here is their response, and of course, their invitation to Donald Trump to actually be there that they posted as well as a statement from those Gold Star families. So yes, I mean, this is just more smear tactics by the Democrats. But Democrats apparently...
The Gold Star family said today that they reached out to Biden and Harris, and neither one of them responded.
They didn't even call them back. because they're responsible for it, and it would only probably make them look worse. Now, however, if you wanted to do the political thing, you say Donald Trump's doing it for political purposes. Well, then why don't you go there, show a sign of unity with Donald Trump in honor of these fallen service members, and stand next to each other in unity? They don't want that. That's what real presidents do. But Biden and Harris are a joke.
This is the same party that had soldiers that were there to defend. I can't remember exactly what event. I think it was when Biden took office. He was there to defend them, and he had them sleeping in a parking garage.
Yeah.
And at the time, the news said that all the rooms were booked and stuff, but somebody fact checked it and found out that there were plenty of rooms for these servicemen to be in. You know.
Yeah.
Probably too full of illegal migrants or something.
But I mean, you could have found someplace better in the area. No, a parking garage that probably smells like, you know, oil and
piss,
gasoline, and
it was in DC. It probably smelled like piss.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
it's got those
probably
kind of
rats
drugs.
crawling everywhere, feral cats. I mean,
yeah.
Oh yeah, but Trump is the one that hates American soldiers.
Yeah, he called them suckers and losers. Okay, does this look like a guy who called servicemen suckers and losers? By the way, these are the same 13 servicemen and women who, when they returned in caskets, Joe Biden was looking at his damn watch when they were being unloaded from the plane.
Yeah,
but according to Biden during the debate with Donald Trump, where he basically got kicked out of the race, Biden claimed that no servicemen or women had died on his watch. Lying asshole.
Trump also went, I believe, to the front lines and gave Thanksgiving dinners to the soldiers.
Yeah.
And I don't think he was president at the time.
And guess what? The media don't report that.
Yeah, there was like
if you could hear
one report.
If you could hear the interview with Sarah Sanders that she talks about they're flying over there, they had to turn off all the lights on the. It was probably a scary ass time for them, but
it would have been weird. Yeah.
Yeah, they had to fly in with no lights.
But I love how Democrats try to say, oh, well, Donald Trump, he's not allowed to take pictures there and all that stuff, without realizing, by the way, we got receipts. I mean, this is the exact same cemetery, Arlington National Cemetery, where Joe Biden, Barack Obama, they've all been photographed for multiple different occasions at this cemetery. So again, spare me your pearl clutching. I mean, JD Vance put it perfectly, and I'm going to let him tell you himself. JD Vance was talking about the left attacking Donald Trump for this.
The other thing our veterans care a lot more about is that 3 years ago, 13 brave, innocent Americans died, and they died because Kamala Harris refused to do her job, and there hasn't been a single investigation or a single firing. I don't look, sometimes mistakes happen. That's just the nature of government, the nature of military service. But to have those 13 Americans lose their lives and not fire a single person is disgraceful. Kamala Harris is disgraceful. We're going to talk about a story out of those 13 brave, innocent Americans who lost their lives. It's that Kamala Harris is so asleep at the wheel that she won't even do an investigation into what happened. And she wants to yell at Donald Trump because he showed up. She can go to hell.
Boom. I mean, I don't think JD Vance is going to have to worry about that because these people are evil. I think that's definitely going to happen one day. These people meet their maker, because that is just absurd to me. I mean, these people literally died for their country, and they can't show up as president and vice president. Absolutely disgraceful, if you ask me. So, thoughts?
Pretty much hit the fucking nail on the head there, didn't you?
I'm usually trying to do so. Got one more grouping of stories here, then we'll get out of here. But before we do that, let's pause. Let's take a look at a funny video I found from J.P. Sears, which is basically a liberal leftist and a right-wing conservative, pretty much debating with one another. He's playing both roles here, but debating one another about what it's like in today's political climate. Let's listen to this.
So, the election's heating up. Yeah, sure is. Who are you gonna vote for? Trump, I hope you die. That's so loving of you. I assume you're voting for Kamala. How'd you know? Just call it a lucky guess. So I'm wondering, why are you voting for Kamala? Because I hate Trump. He's a fascist. If he ever gets into office, he'll take away our rights, lock up his political rivals, and he'll never leave office. Did you know he was in office and he didn't do any of those things? That has nothing to do with anything in this situation. Of course not. But I understand, based on what you've been told to believe about Trump, that you don't want to vote for him. But I'm also wondering, what makes you want to vote for Kamala? I don't know. There's just so many reasons, like, for all the reasons. Well, you don't have to name all the reasons, but I'd love to know just about one of them. Well, like, she'll bring change. Hi, could you be just a little more specific? She'll change everything. Ah, okay. Yeah, if she gets into office, she'll change everything. Gosh darn it, it would be amazing. She's already in office. No, she's not. You can expect big things coming from her. But like, what's Trump gonna do if he gets into office? Aside from take away our rights to nose piercings and blue hair? Yeah, I don't think he'd do that. But one of his policies that he would implement is securing the border. I hate that. Immigrants helped make America what it is. Trump just wants to close the border. Immigrants should have a legal process to get into America. Yeah, that's actually what Trump would provide, the opportunity to follow a legal process to get into this country. Right now, the borders are as a border wide open, so anyone, including murderers, terrorists, and human traffickers, can just walk right in. I don't think that's what Trump means by the words he says. He just wants to build a wall to keep everybody out and then, like a lunatic, require people to show an ID to vote. Fascist. Oh, on a different note, I just saw the Democrats at the DNC have built a wall around the convention and require an ID in order to get in. Well, that's just good security. Yeah, I agree. And are there specific policies that Kamala has that make you want to vote for her? Yeah, I just thought of a very specific one. I'd love to hear it. And this is a big one of hers. She wants to unburden what has been by what can be. Did you know that's actually a communist saying taken right out of Marxist writings? She's not a communist, idiot. She's a Democrat. Can you name just one thing that Kamala wants to do that's not a communist policy? Yeah, unlike Trump, who's all about giving people equal opportunity, gross, Kamala knows that we don't all start in the same place. So she's all about giving people equity, which means we all end up in the same place. That's very pure communism. You couldn't be more mistaken. You Trump supporters are so uneducated. But here's another one. She wants to give free driver's license, free healthcare, and free college to illegal immigrants. I like that. Trump definitely wouldn't do that. Yeah, like he'd probably only want to give those things for free to American citizens. No, he wouldn't. Ew, that's even worse. Like, why not? Because that would be communism too. No, I don't think it is. You just don't understand Kamala, who is black. She just wants people to be joyful. That's why strength through joy is her campaign theme. Well, at least that's not communism. Nope. Thank you. It's actually Nazism. What? Yeah, Strength Through Joy was actually an organization set up by the Nazis in order to trick people into supporting them and their horrible cause. I think it actually sounds pretty good. Like, is there a better place to get strength than through joy? Ability? You're just an ableist. Sure. What do you think Kamala will do about inflation? Fix it. How? By unburdening it by what can be. What would Trump do to fix it? Reduce it by implementing business strategies that he's very well versed in, including the principal driver of inflation, which is government spending. Well, what would Trump do about the Ukraine war? End it on day one. What would Kamala do about it, do you think? Well, she would support it so it can continue by funding Ukraine through even more government spending. Two birds, one stone right there. Exactly. Both those birds are America. I don't understand analogies. Your mind works like a three-legged chair. Thank you. I'd love to learn what you think about Tim Waltz. Love the guy. I mean, tampons in boys' restrooms, and he served his country in the military. What do you think about JD Vance? Weird, right? Well, I like that he served our country too, but didn't abandon his military unit before being deployed. Iraq probably just didn't feel like a safe space to him, so I think him picking the coward.
Did he say a safe space?
Yeah.
Well, I see it differently. And, we need Kamala because if Trump gets elected, we're going to have a civil war because literally 0 people like him. I think if it gets stolen from him, we're going to have a civil war. Yeah, it sounds like we'll probably have a civil war no matter what. Hey, that's one thing we agree on. I think the Civil War would be a long, hard-fought battle. Yeah, my side is very pro-gun and your side is very anti-gun. I wonder who's going to win. Can't wait to find out.
Yep.
Mhm.
Can't wait to find out. So, yeah. That being said, Kamala Harris is obviously they got this presidential debate coming up with she's got it with Donald Trump on ABC on September 10th. But apparently, Kamala Harris has been trying to make Donald Trump stick to the date that he agreed to with Joe Biden, right? And he can't wiggle out of that. He agreed to it, and he better stick to it. Otherwise, he's trying to back out of the debate. Well, apparently, Kamala Harris is now trying to change the rules for the already agreed upon ABC debate. Kamala was the one who insisted Trump should adhere to the debate with Biden, and now she's refusing to do any other debates so far. Now, she is trying to change the format of the debate, and ABC is making her stick to the agreement she made Trump stick to. Here's Jesse Waters explaining a little bit of that from Fox.
Debate prep might not be going very well because suddenly your handlers want to change the rules. They want Harris to be able to sit down at a table and want her to be able to bring notes. Now, if I was Kamala, I'd want to do the last 4 years too. But she can't bring cheat sheets to a debate. Kamala also wants to unmute the mics. 2 weeks ago, Harris said the debate was over, and it was time for Trump to man up. Now she's throwing last-second curveballs, ripping up the rules. Is she trying to weasel her way out of this? We agreed to the same.
So yeah, we'll talk about what Trump said here. But yeah, I mean, she's trying to again. You're like, well, we need to mute the mic so Donald Trump doesn't, speak over and interject himself. But now they want to turn the mics back on. Sounds like Kamala Harris just wants him to interrupt her so she could go, "I'm speaking, I'm speaking," and play the victim card.
That powerful black woman thing. Yeah. Give me 1 second. I step away for 1 second.
Oh, you're fine. But yeah, so I think that's what she's trying to do here. And actually, I think it's going to work out in Donald Trump's favor because it actually helped Trump against Biden. Actually, even if Trump was more composed, I think he would be anyway to kind of let Kamala bury herself, much like Joe Biden did. But now with the mics turned off, he's not going to have any choice. So Kamala's going to have like a 2-minute period or however long these segments are to literally have to speak without notes. And that's going to go wonderfully for Kamala Harris. If you ask me, sarcasm, it's going to go great for Donald Trump. Because Kamala Harris can't, keep a thought more than, a few seconds in front of her face for sure. Here's Donald Trump reacting to the fact that she wanted to change the debate rules.
The truth is they're trying to get out of it because she doesn't want to debate. She's not a good debater. She's not a smart person. She doesn't want to debate. But when I looked at the hostility during the weekend, you watch it this week with George Slopadopoulos. And the Vietnamese didn't get that one. You got it. If you didn't get it, I couldn't. But no, we want to have fairness. We have to bring fairness back to the country. And we have to have a president. We are the closest to World War III, I believe, that we've ever been right now, right this second. And we have a man that just took a vacation in California. He was on the beach. And he came back today. Where's he going? Delaware. Why? Another vacation. He's going for another week. That's not the Vietnamese. They're hardworking people, aren't they?
And this is him at a Vietnamese restaurant, by the way. So some racist he is going to a Vietnamese restaurant. If he was racist, would he have even stepped foot in that place? I mean, you got to be insane to believe some of this stuff. But CNN's trying to make it seem like Donald Trump is the one who wants to back out of the debate. Because he also wanted to stick to the agreement, apparently. So now that it doesn't benefit Kamala Harris, we need to change the agreement that Trump was trying to get changed from the get-go and wanted to, set the new debates with her and not, make sure it was with Kamala and not the agreement with Biden, because when Biden dropped out, that agreement was basically null and void. But now that it hurts Kamala, Trump's the one trying to back out. It's just stupid. But here's a video of Scott Jennings from CNN, our favorite guy over at CNN, talking about how this is just stupid.
Well, first of all, as the only bona fide chicken farmer at this table,
That's why I came to you
I am
first.
offended. I am offended by this. He does want a debater. He's going to debate her. In fact, he wanted to do like 3 debates, and she agreed to this one, and he agreed to the rules against Biden. Now she wants to change the rules, even though these were the rules they used
Shouldn't he
against
be happy
Biden.
that the rules would be that he can say whatever he wants? Like, I mean, if he really wants to debate her, that would be what he would want.
I don't know. They're going to debate. He needs to debate because he's going to have to hold her to account for her record as vice president, her positions when she ran for president, her record in the Senate, because no one else is going to help him. And the idea that they're calling him chicken when she won't answer a single question, a hard question from a journalist right now, is a little rich to me. So, but I think that, well,
I agree with Scott Jennings here. If
He
Donald Trump
said that
really,
shit is rich.
yeah, if Trump really wanted to back out of these debates, why did he ask her to do 3 debates, which she turned down?
What I thought was interesting is she said, "Are we just going to allow Donald Trump to just say whatever he wants?" And it's like, isn't that a debate?
Yeah, and she was even trying to advocate for it, like, "Oh, let's turn on the mic."
Yeah. Isn't that how a debate works? You present something, and then the other person either disagrees with it or explains it.
Well, and it's funny because Trump even said when he was standing there at the Vietnamese restaurant, he's like, "I would almost prefer the mics be turned on because he didn't like it last time." But since Kamala was so insistent that Trump sticks to the agreement that was originally agreed upon, Trump's like, "Okay, we'll do that." And now Kamala Harris and her administration doesn't like it, or her campaign. So you can't please these people.
Because they're scared.
Damn
They
right
know
they
that
are.
he can do it no matter what rules they put in there, other than completely silencing his mic altogether.
Yeah.
He's gonna make it work.
And that's the thing. He did it last time where he didn't get flustered. He let that man hang himself. He just kind of sat back and watched.
And I think he needs to do the same thing this time, because Kamala, without notes or cheat sheets, she's going to ramble and not answer questions, and it's just going to sound terrible. Here's an example, possibly. Does she use cheat sheets? Does she write notes on her hands? Watch this video. This is, again, I just want to get your opinion on this. Watch her left hand. She continually looks down at her hand as if she's checking to see if she wrote something on her hand, like notes. Let's see if you actually think that or not. It's up for debate.
This is traumatic, much less the weeks, months, and years that we're seeing that happen. And so part of my plan is also a reduction of that. And then also, again, what we need to do about demilitarizing our schools, and taking police officers out of schools. We need to deal with the reality and speak the truth about the inequities around school discipline. We're in particular being...
Now, I don't know if that's actually true, but it was something I saw, and I'm like,
damn well looked like it.
It damn sure looked like she was looking at her hand, and we're going to get a little bit more of that once we
Wait,
get.
you remember back when it was it Cena?
Cena the Rock.
In the
Yeah.
Rock.
Because Rock had been gone for so long, he
Uh-huh.
wrote a promo on his hand or had notes and bullet
It was
points.
on his forearm. It was like talking points. It was just like little bullet points.
Yeah.
He's not the only one that's done that. There's been plenty
No,
of people who've
hell,
done
I
it.
wouldn't be able to do it either, probably. Hell, I'm
So-
using my phone for some of my notes right now. But I'm not
It
running for
may
president.
It may be just keywords that okay, boom. Like like freestyle rappers. A lot of them will have
Turn that back on.
certain talking points, like keywords that they'll use while they do it to kickstart a verse or a rhyme or whatever the case may be. This is the same sense of like there's probably is little cheat words and shit like that. Not everybody's good at just off the top of the fucking head, and
that's
or you
okay.
give them a word and they can just run with it. You know what I mean? Like I've done it plenty of fucking times.
I mean, that's okay if you can't do that, but don't run for political office then.
Yeah, I'm also a borderline sociopath, so
Fair enough. I mean, if you can't do that, that's perfectly fine, but you should be running for
She
the
can be in the
highest.
situation room looking at her hand for keywords.
Yeah. unburdened by
know,
what has
like-
been. That's your shit.
Why does she? I feel like
I
when
don't
she
know.
says shit like that, like it
It's
makes
word
my
salad.
fucking.
It's like I said, it's like the third grader or fifth grader who has to give a book report, or it's like when a teacher says, "Can you explain to me why this or this or this happened?" Well, the reason why this or this happened is this or the.
That's how you know they didn't actually read the fucking book.
Exactly. She tries to stall for time, and I think that's what she's going to do during this debate too. But
Wait, so going back into that video, why is she wanting to take police officers out of schools?
yeah, exactly. That's another thing. that
Demilitarized schools, remember?
Yeah, because they feel like it's too dangerous for children. But if you take police officers out of schools, how many people are going to come in there with guns knowing there's no resistance?
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah, let's make she's basically running on let's make schools more dangerous for children. That's what she just did. Now this is back in 2020 or 2019, but at the same time, as she says a little bit later on, we're going to get into the interview in just a minute, that her policies and her thoughts have not changed. So yeah, so you got to keep that in mind. Apparently, Trump just needs to let her bury herself. This just did, by the way. Apparently, border walls are no longer racist, even though they never were. Kamala Harris's campaign staffers are now saying that Harris wants to build a wall on the southern border. You can't make this shit up. Apparently, she's going to, let's see here, spend hundreds of millions of dollars on the wall along the southern border, a project she wants to pose and called un-American during Donald Trump's campaign and administration. So, again, she's copying Donald Trump's, proposals here. Let's no tax on tips. Oh, let's raise the child tax credit to $6,000. That's what JD Vance said. We should do it at $5,000. And now she said we need to complete the wall or continue to build the wall. So get your own original idea, by the way. And here's Kamala Harris literally ripping into Donald Trump's border wall idea over and over and over again.
And folks, on the subject of transnational gangs, let's be perfectly clear. The president's medieval vanity project is not going to stop them.
This issue is about a vanity project for this president.
Right.
And it is a problem of his own making.
Right.
And listen, when I travel this country, folks have plenty enough problems that they need their president to focus on.
You know what?
Instead of a wall that, by the way, because I was a prosecutor for many years, including the Attorney General of California, I specialize on transnational criminal organizations.
Yeah.
That wall ain't gonna stop them.
No.
It's like fucking gun laws aren't going to stop them.
Yeah. Well, not only that, is she aware that her vice president, well, we'll get to that here in just a minute, Tim Walz, the older millennial also discusses a little bit more about her campaign promise to build a wall.
So Kamala just came out with a really unique campaign promise. She wants to spend hundreds of millions of dollars building a wall along the southern border. She wants to build a border wall. That's her new campaign promise. Build the wall. I mean, this is really in line with everything she's always been about. When she said asking taxpayers to pay for an unrealistic and expensive border wall is a terrible idea. Or when she joined her colleagues to introduce a bill that would rescind Trump's order to construct the border wall. Or when she said using taxpayer money to build a border wall that most Americans don't want to fund is just plain foolish. Or when she said Trump's border wall is just a stupid use of money. She said she would block any funding for it. She also said the border wall was going to cost taxpayers $70 billion and $150 million a year to maintain, and that'd be ridiculous. She actually started a petition to make sure no funds went to the border wall. She also pointed out all the better ways we could be using that money. And here she was very clear. Trump's border wall is a waste of money and she would block funding for it. And she did. She blocked every single bit of funding for that border wall. But now she wants to build one. The best part is JD Vance called this a couple weeks ago. After Kamala copied the no tax on tips, then she copied JD Vance on his tax credit. JD actually said Kamala will soon propose that we finish the border wall and make America great again. Like, seriously, Kamala, we all know what you're good at. And it sure as fuck isn't coming up with campaign policy.
Yeah, it's like, are you serious right now? And let's be clear, she's probably not going to do it. She's just campaigning on it. Just like all this other stuff that she's promising, the pie in the sky stuff. And like I started to say, yeah.
Or even if she does do it, most of that money that's supposed to go to the wall will be funneled into either her pocket or the pocket of those that are endorsing her.
Yeah, pretty much. Also,
Because
doesn't. Oh yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen a policy of theirs that has come into play that isn't there's not been money gone missing.
No. I mean, the whole, the border bill that they supposedly claim Donald Trump killed, we went over about a week or so ago, that, in that bill, there was only like $20 billion that's supposed to go to the border patrol, and over $100 billion went to like Ukraine and shit. So, that it went elsewhere, probably into the pockets of the Democrats as well. By the way, doesn't Kamala Harris realize that her running mate, Tim Walz, said that he'd sell ladders to illegals if Trump built the wall?
And I think seeing a plan that's out there, talking about it with folks, knowing that he's not going to do anything. He talks about this wall. I always say, let me know how high it is. If it's 25 feet, then I'll invest in the 30-foot ladder factory. That's not how you stop this.
So she's not aware that her own running mate's against the idea of a border wall? Does any of this make sense to you?
She was running mates with a man she literally called racist. So
yeah, and did she just go, by the way, I love Joe. He's a great man. He's awesome.
We were debating. It's a debate.
Yeah, it was a debate. Yeah. Basically called him racist. Yeah. So yeah, speaking of more lies from Kamala Harris, before we get to the actual sit-down interview to end the show, it's now been revealed that all of Kamala Harris's claims of working for McDonald's at her rallies, where she tries to, kind of compare herself to the working class people of this country, they were all lies. Sources from McDonald's now claim that they can't find any record of her working at any of their locations. So just like Joe Biden, she's been caught lying to make herself relatable to crowds she's speaking to. Here's her lying.
I worked at McDonald's. I did the French fries and I did the ice cream. I worked at McDonald's. I was a student when I was working at McDonald's. There was not a family relying on me to pay the rent, put food on the table, and keep the bills paid by the end of the month. But the reality of McDonald's is that a majority of the folks who are working there today are relying on that income to sustain a household and a family.
So even Snopes basically is admitting that we can't find any record of her working at McDonald's at any of their locations, and God knows there's a plethora of them.
Well, and we know that she lied because she said she worked the ice cream machine. Well, McDonald's ice cream machine is always broken.
Damn right.
Always broken.
Yeah.
Always. We all know that. Every time we go. Hot summer, you want some ice cream, you go in there. Oh, sorry, our machine's broken.
So yeah, this is now this is her stolen valor scandal.
My sister-in-law, who actually did work at McDonald's, she said that there was times that the machine would be working just fine, but they didn't want to deal with the ice cream, so they said it was broken.
Oh, okay.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's wild.
Fun fact.
Oh, I'll pull that up here a little bit, Brandon.
Okay. This is a funny picture, that's all.
Where'd he go?
I don't know.
It's just you and me.
My bad. Sorry about that.
Oh, there you are.
Really? Yeah, get it together. Okay.
My apologies. I'm still here.
Read your no.
I know, right? Yeah. Read your yeah. So anyway. So yeah, this is basically, like I said, Kamala Harris's stolen valor moment here, where she's basically lying about everything that just like Joe Biden. Joe Biden would go all these rallies. Oh yeah, I grew up down here, in the black church and all this stuff, which we know it's like all this stuff he would say just based on who he was talking to. She's trying to get your vote. That's all it is. She's probably never worked for McDonald's from the sounds of things. If that changes, we'll let you know. But as of right now, they can't find it. So there you go.
I mean, she was partying with Montel Williams, so
yeah, definitely partying with him. Leading
Maybe
up to
one of Trump's things he should ask is, I'll be right back.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Leading up to the sit-down interview, the media was trying their darndest to make you believe doing a sit-down interview wasn't all that important. Here is Bill Maher, once again, talking to Quentin Tarantino and talking about how Kamala Harris should continue to dodge interviews because Tarantino told Bill Maher that he plans to vote for her no matter what she says during this interview, and Bill Maher agrees with him.
I think they're just all about winning the fucking election, all right? And then the easiest path to winning the election, look, you can talk about maybe she should have had more guts about this or that and the other, but we're the fucking president.
Right.
And Trump's not the president, and we're the fucking president, and now it's going to be about this. But this is about fucking winning. What most people don't give the Democrats enough credit for, all right, but we give the Republicans credit for. It's like, no, sometimes it's just about fucking winning. And it doesn't matter how we look at this moment. It's about fucking winning.
Right.
This is about fucking winning.
We got it.
No, it is.
It's a mad fucking dash, and she is running, and she's not stopping to stumble.
And you know what?
And there's nothing wrong with stopping this. I'm going to vote for her fucking anyway, no matter what she says in a stupid fucking interview.
Exactly.
So don't fuck shit up.
You're right. I couldn't be more on that page.
Again, my biggest problem with Bill Maher is, it's all about winning. Damn the fact that the country goes to shit as long as you win and Donald Trump's not the president.
Because explain that after she wins, then the country goes to shit. Then what? Then what happens?
Yeah. Then what? What does that do?
You won.
Yeah.
You won nothing. You won a burned out country. Congratulations.
Even if she says something stupid during the interview, he said, that makes me believe Bill Maher and Quentin Tarantino are stupid themselves. It tells me they are just voting for whoever can beat Trump, even if that means communism for the country. Bill Maher is exposing himself once again because he can't see past his Trump derangement syndrome. That's one of
many
what
I think.
I have a hard time with him. Yeah.
Every time these people get this irate and scared, whatever you want to call it, are they pedophiles? Are they afraid Trump's going to expose them too? Are they hiding something of their own? Like, why are they so hell-bent on keeping the country on fire?
The way it is.
Yeah. In Bill Maher's case, I know he denied it. I know he denied it, but on Greg Gutfeld's show, when he showed up on there, Greg Gutfeld asked him, why does he hate Trump so much? And he says it's not personal, but Donald Trump did sue him one time. I actually think it is personal with Bill Maher. He doesn't like the fact that he was sued. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he'd listen to reason. Because Bill Maher a lot of times does say reasonable things, but not when it comes to his Trump derangement. No doubt about it. If you were serious about doing what's best for this country, you would listen to both sides' ideas and choose what's best accordingly, regardless of who the candidate saying it is and what party they represent. If Kamala Harris came out in favor of murder being legal, Bill Maher is the type of guy who would vote for her anyway because she's a Democrat. Even though by his own admission, the Democrat Party left him, to be honest, MAGA and Donald Trump is much more like the Democrat Party under JFK than today's radical left Democrat Party is. That's why Robert F. Kennedy Jr. left the Democratic Party and joined Donald Trump, because he sees that. And Bill Maher's too stupid to notice. By the way, you think I'm crazy that Bill Maher would support murder if it was legal, if it was his side advocating for it? Well, here's him saying abortion is technically murder. And you know what? I'm kind of okay with that.
Not if you believe it's murder. That's why I don't understand the 15-week thing. Or the Trump's plan is, let's leave it to the states. You mean, so killing babies is okay in some states? Like, I can respect the absolutist position. I really can. I scold the left on when they say, oh, you know what? They just hate women, people who aren't pro-life. Pro-choice. They don't hate women. They just made that up.
That makes sense.
They think it's murder, and it kind of is. I'm just okay with that. I am. I mean, there's 8 billion people in the world. I'm sorry, we won't miss you. That's my position on it.
He basically said he's okay with murder. Can you believe that shit?
That's wild.
And that's an old clip. That's a while ago. And he's talking to Piers Morgan.
That's quite harsh.
Piers Morgan says that's kind of harsh. You think? I mean, so no. I mean, Bill Maher. Now, Donald Trump has been taking a little bit of flack in recent days. Bill Maher and pro-life voters who've been critical of Trump in recent days need to understand something. Donald Trump is trying to win an election. Okay. So he got the issue back to the states with abortion. And I think that's where Trump needs to leave it. The states should vote on it. Donald Trump has taken criticism this week from pro-lifers because he said 6 weeks isn't long enough, otherwise known as the heartbeat bill. Trump is best to stay out of it, but he's trying to please everyone, and unfortunately, you just can't do that on this issue. It's out of the federal government's hands now. He got it back to the states. I think he needs to leave it there because you can't have your cake and be like, oh, well, by the way, we need to do this to it. He got it to the states. I think he needs to leave it there. Donald Trump did come out, though, and say that he is voting no on Florida's Amendment 4, which he'll be voting on, which would legalize abortion through the 9th month. So he's not saying we should have abortion all the way to the 9th month either. He's just saying that up to 6 weeks is a little early. But he's trying to.
I can't even believe that's a fucking thing.
Up to 9 months? Yeah, I know. Yeah. But like I said here, Donald Trump's trying to play to the pro-lifers, like, we don't want to have abortion to 9 months, but he's also trying to play to the pro-choice people, like saying, hey, a 6 weeks is awful early. He's trying to play that middle ground, but unfortunately, you can't win in this argument. So the fact that he got to the States, that's why I say I think it needs to leave it there and just stay out of it. But here's him talking about how it's unacceptable for the 9th month.
Voting yes or no on Amendment 4 in Florida.
So I think 6 weeks, you need more time than 6 weeks. I've disagreed with that right from the early primaries. When I heard about it, I disagreed with it. At the same time, the Democrats are radical because the 9 months is just a ridiculous situation where you can do an abortion in the 9th month. And, some of the states like Minnesota and other states have it where you could actually execute the baby after birth. And all of that stuff is unacceptable. So I'll be voting no for that reason.
Now,
I'm sorry. If you have not made a decision in 9 months,
yeah, just have
you've
the baby.
got a problem.
Yeah, have a C-section, get it out, or whatever. Or if you don't want to go to the actual birth, whatever. But yeah, it's ridiculous.
You've literally 9 months of the child growing inside you. Why couldn't you make up a decision?
Yeah. And all these pro-lifers who are coming after and attacking Donald Trump right now because of this stance, I understand you're far more right than Donald Trump is. You don't want abortion at all. I understand that. But here's the thing. If you don't vote for Donald Trump, like some of you are actually literally trying to advocate for, you understand the alternative is way worse. If the Democrats get into office, they're going to legalize abortion, if they can, up to the 9th month and after. So if you don't agree with some of the minutia of this, by voting against Donald Trump, you're voting against your own self-interest.
Abortion needs to not be such a big deal in voting for president and stuff.
It's actually not. Donald Trump's actually said that. It's like on like number 8 on the list right now, like below inflation, the border, all this
important.
Stuff. Yeah, not in the grand scheme of things. And again, it's very simple right now. If you want to have an abortion, move to a state that allows it, because there's plenty that do. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't. But at the same time, it is a state's decision right now. That is where it's at. And federally, it's not good for saying one way or the other is completely wrong either, or apparently, because if it is, you're going to piss somebody off somewhere. So Trump's tried to get votes. That's what he's trying to do. And he's right. He does need to win the election for sure.
Let me just quickly correct myself. It is important, but I just don't think that we should be basing our vote strictly on abortion.
No, exactly. There's
if
much
that's the
bigger
only
issues right
thing
now.
you're voting on, yeah, there are a lot bigger issues, like the border crisis. People are literally being raped and probably killed.
Oh yeah, definitely killed.
Well,
Yeah.
they don't care.
And killed. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't care about babies. They don't care about you. They don't care about me. They don't give a shit about anything.
And we're not talking about
the
the exceptions. We're talking about the majority, the 98% that we showed you last week that get abortion. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The ones that do it just because it's inconveniencing their social life.
Yeah, that's no. Sorry.
That's all right. It was because of your social life that you're pregnant.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you.
I'm sorry. The biggest birth control is not having sex.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
And
by
I
the
know
way,
that's crazy to think about.
Yeah.
And yes, I love sex, but I waited until I was married.
Yeah.
It was the best decision of my life.
Yeah.
One of the
Wish I
best
did.
decisions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, all you pro-choice people, abstinence is a choice.
Yeah.
Huh?
That's
So,
a choice.
For sure.
That's a choice. Or if you're gonna have sex, make sure you've got your contraceptives in, and make whoever you're having sex with, they've got to wrap it before they can tap it.
No, they're too busy giving men or boys tampons
Yeah, they're too busy worried about
in
that.
Minnesota.
Yeah. And by the way, Trump is not going to take away contraceptives. That's a lie too. So not going to take away IVF. Actually, this week he come out and said we need to have more IVF. That way people can have more babies. That's a good thing. So again, all these lies they're trying to fearmonger with, it's just absurd.
And putting it into the state's hands, it just gives you the opportunity to vote for the people in the state.
Yeah.
Which is something nobody really talks about. Like, the only time we talk about voting is president, and that's it.
Yeah. There are other issues
Meanwhile-
that are on the ballot. Yeah.
Meanwhile, whenever Congress, it's time for us to vote for them, we don't talk about it.
By the way, side note, Bill Maher did have I couldn't find the video, but you could look it up on his show if you want to on Max. By the way, Bill Maher had a freaking Trump derangement syndrome meltdown with Dan Crenshaw last week over Trump not conceding the election results. And Dan Crenshaw probably should have pushed back a little more on the free and fair election conversation, as we have laid out how it wasn't completely free and fair. But I just want to point out once again, Bill Maher, if he has, and if he, I don't know what I was trying to write there, but anyway, Bill Maher is one of those things where it's like he wants to say that by not conceding the election, it goes against everything this country stands for. It is a fundamental principle and all this sort of stuff, and he can't vote for Donald Trump because of that reason. Until Bill Maher comes out and condemns the Democrats and installing Kamala Harris without a single primary vote, he has zero room to talk about having the moral high ground when it comes to democracy and the fundamental principles that must be adhered to. End of story. And if he's done that, someone needs to send me the video because I've not seen it yet. Until then, he needs to get off his moral high horse here and stop acting like this, because he's just as bad as Donald Trump, even though Donald Trump actually left office, by the way, Bill, just so you know. Sadly, many Democrats vote like Bill Maher does without listening to reason, and then they wonder why their lives are crap because of bad policy they refuse to listen to and stop during the election cycle to listen to that. So it's like, come on. I mean, if Trump or if Bill Maher actually used this product, maybe he'd actually be in a little bit better of a spot. So here's our sponsor of the week, Independence. You're still with us here on the channel. So let's take a look at this.
Are you or your loved ones suffering from illnesses such as TDS, also known as Trump derangement syndrome? Do you dismiss or deny the current issues facing our country, such as historic inflation, illegal immigration, corporate corruption, World War III escalations, and the chronic disease epidemic? Are you willing to elect someone who was the least popular vice president in modern history, and who offers no policy or vision for America simply because your brain keeps telling you anyone but Trump? If so, you might be struggling from TDS. Introducing Independence. Independence allows you the freedom to finally think independently once again. Instead of believing everything you hear from the mainstream media, Independence allows for constructive critical thinking.
I used to hear people on the news say things like Donald Trump and the movement he has encouraged are a threat to democracy. And I instantly believed it. With Independence, I now realize the media is run by the Democrat elite, who are a corrupt oligarchy that censors free speech, silences political opponents, supports forever wars, and abandons democracy by anointing its candidates.
Independence may not be for everyone. If you enjoy being lied to about your president's cognitive abilities, support Orwellian totalitarianism, or are excited about communist fiscal policy, Independence may not be right for you. Common side effects of Independence may include an awakening of rational thought, successfully identifying propaganda, freedom of choice, loss of hatred, anti-narcissistic behavior, and love of democracy.
I used to blindly hate whoever my party was running against. I didn't care about facts or policy because I was hopelessly indoctrinated. With Independence, I'm much more interested in policies that uphold democracy, and I truly care about the health of our country and its citizens.
Ask your doctor if Independence is right for you, and enjoy your freedoms once again.
So somebody get a huge dosage of Independence for Trump deranged Bill Maher. Stat. Take 2 of these pills and call me in the morning, Bill. Let me know how you feel. Because he's just nuts.
It would be kind of scary if he did call you, though.
No, please don't. I'd rather he not. But yeah.
Would you cry? Would you cry?
Yeah, would you cry? Yeah, our troll last week. But apparently leading up to the interview, there was a lot of leftists saying, but obviously Trump and J.D. Vance were all, criticizing the Kamala campaign, saying, why can't Kamala do this interview solo? Why does she have to have her vice president, Tim Walz, there with her to be her, support animal, so to speak? I've also seen that argument. Well, the difference between that and when Donald Trump and Mike Pence had an interview, Donald Trump had done many solo interviews prior to this. So that's the difference. It just comes off like Kamala Harris cannot do this on her own. So, yeah, there's that. About 30 minutes before the interview kicked off, Donald Trump and Tulsi Gabbard did a town hall where he took questions. Again, this was by design by Donald Trump. It literally cut off about 5 minutes before the 9 o'clock hour when the Kamala Harris and Tim Walz interview was set to air on CNN. He's trying to show everyone he's willing and able to do what she won't, and that is take questions live, uncut, unedited, and not pre-taped. So he's just trying to show her up here. And so, yeah, that's basically what this is all about here. So the reason they've been putting this off is because the last time Kamala Harris and Tim Walz did a sit-down interview with each other, Walz mentioned making something called white guy tacos, and Kamala thought that meant you use mayonnaise and tuna. Here's a video of that.
Like I have white guy tacos and
What is
like
that?
black,
Like mayonnaise and tuna? What are you doing?
pretty much ground beef and cheese.
That's
and
okay. Do you put any flavor in it?
No.
Oh.
I know white people are known for not using a lot of seasoning, Brandon. I know you know this,
Brother.
included. But I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm as white as white could get, but I ain't never made tacos with mayonnaise and tuna.
That's a tuna fish sandwich. Like, what are we talking about? I made a tuna roll up. Wait, what?
I kind of feel like that was a little racist towards
Racist as hell.
just a little bit. I feel offended right now.
You
know?
should.
I need to support animal. That's for dang sure right now. But
Go get a cat.
Yeah, go get a
You'll
cat.
have- no, don't go get a cat.
Oh, well, I like cats. I got no problem.
You'll have to put all those pops behind you away.
Oh, I know. They're all going to be knocked off for sure. That's one of the reasons I actually hold off on getting another cat. You know, I don't want to be a childless cat guy. You know. Apparently, that's a big thing. But this interview was pre-taped. Remember that, pre-taped, so it could be edited and scripted on friendly CNN compared to Donald Trump's CNN interviews. This was a softball interview, despite a little bit of pushback from Dana Bash, and with Tim Walz there to save her if she gets in trouble. So let me get this straight: the first supposed black female needs a white male to do her job. And they expect us to believe she can have a hard conversation with world dictators like Vladimir Putin. Even Joe Biden, senile Joe Biden, could do an unscripted interview by himself. He'd screw the hell up, but he still did it. Here's Scott Jennings calling this absolute weak sauce on CNN.
Is the line now going to be, well, why isn't she doing it by herself?
Yeah, I do think people are going to bring that up. Like, I have great confidence in Dana and CNN to do this. I think it's incredibly weak sauce to show up with your running mate. The fact that they don't have enough confidence in her to let her sit herself, the actual top of the ticket, and do a single interview. In fact, I think the hand-wringing and the gyrations over this over the last month show a troubling lack of confidence in her political ability, which also makes you wonder as a voter, well, what kind of president would you be if this kind of a small-time decision, can we do an interview or not, what does that look like for your decision-making process, so on? So, I think Republicans are going to think it's pretty weak to show up with effectively someone to take up half the time.
I don't know about you, but I'm really starting to like this guy. And I'm not a CNN fan whatsoever, if you can't tell. But this guy actually speaks some truth on CNN, so I'm at least going to keep an eye on him. So after 40 days of silence, finally, Kamala Harris and her safety blanket, Tim Walz, finally sat down with CNN, and it was so bad her handlers will probably never let her do another interview again. So, yeah. Let's see what she has to say here with some of these clips here real quick before we end the show. Because it's edited, many people wondered if she's reading notes because she kept looking down. So let's keep an eye on this, kind of like what we did earlier with the hand thing. Yes, the camera pulls out to show the table is empty here and there, but it certainly appears she's reading something. And being this is edited and clipped, this could definitely be the case. Let's listen to the first clip.
Generally speaking, how should voters look at some of the changes that you've made, that you've explained some of here in your policy? Is it because you have more experience now and you've learned more about the information? Is it because you were running for president in a Democratic primary? And should they feel comfortable and confident that what you're saying now is going to be your policy moving forward?
Dana, I think the most important and most significant aspect of my policy perspective and decisions is my values have not changed. You mentioned the Green New Deal. I have always believed, and I have worked on it, that the climate crisis is real, that it is an urgent matter to which we should apply metrics that include holding ourselves to deadlines around time. We did that with the Inflation Reduction Act. We have set goals for the United States of America and by extension the globe around when we should meet certain standards for reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, as an example. That value has not changed.
So Kamala Harris confirms that clip alone, she's still a radical left lunatic. She admitted the Inflation Reduction Act was merely a backdoor into implementing the Green New Deal. Of course, anyone who actually read the bill knew that. But here she is admitting the lie and demonstrating why Republicans voted against it. First of all, climate change is not an existential threat. Do you all agree with that?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, Kamala Harris's handlers have spent the last 40 days hiding her from the media to try and reset her image as a moderate who loves fracking, opposes EV mandates, and wants to secure the border. The only problem with that is eventually Kamala Harris had to do an interview. Her staff did their best. They picked the friendliest network, CNN, and let Kamala bring Tim Walz along. The host, Dana Bash, did her best to help Kamala explain her radical shifts of policy. Maybe, Bash suggested, Kamala had simply evolved as she spent time in office and learned more about the issues. Nope, Kamala Harris couldn't even take the life preserver that she was throwing right at her. Instead, she blew it all up and said, quote, "My values have not changed." Those are major contradictions right there.
Yep.
I mean, so that means if her values have not changed, this is all the stuff that she has supposedly advocated for since she came into the political mainstream here as vice president and before. So you got to take her at her word here, right? That's what we have to do, right? Take people at their word. This is what she wants to do to the country, as we've been telling you all along.
Believe all women.
Yeah, me too, right? So yeah, she wants to confiscate your guns, wide open borders, end cashless bail, mass amnesty, banning fracking, snatch patents away from businesses, and do away with private insurance, and much more. She's a disaster far worse than Joe Biden based on policy. So yeah. Kamala Harris bizarrely lies here, so let's hold on a second. Sorry, I'm trying to read my own notes here. I gotta get better with my note writing for sure. Kamala, yeah, did all that. Okay, so here he is, Scott Jennings.
I was sort of watching this, holistically. What is she saying? What does she look like? What's on the screen? So at the beginning, when she's talking about Biden and their record, our screen said, this is called the Chiron, the headline at the bottom. It said, Harris stands by Biden administration economic record. She is making it clear that she will embrace and be a continuation of Biden's economic policy, his record, what they've done. She offered no remorse, no regrets, no introspection about anything they've done. She continued to blame inflation on this fantasy price gouging idea. She had no additional thoughts on the economic situation in the country or what they've done beyond just saying, Joe Biden and I have done a great job. Now, if I were the Trump people, I would be salivating over the idea that that's how they are going to run the race. I don't believe it's tenable. I also thought it was interesting that she didn't take any responsibility at the end for telling the American people that Joe Biden was fine and he was strong. I mean, we all know that's not true. That's why he's out of the race, and she's still standing by the idea that he was fine and he's strong and that he's fine today. Nobody believes that, and I just think at some point, then why isn't he running?
Because he's too old.
Because he's too old. Okay. Sure. But yeah, I jumped ahead a little bit there. My apologies. So Kamala again went on with this interview a little further.
No, and I made that clear on the debate stage in 2020 that I would not ban fracking. As vice president, I did not ban fracking. As president, I will not ban fracking.
In 2019, I believe, in a town hall, you said you were asked, would you commit to implementing a federal ban on fracking on your first day in office? And you said, there's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. So yes. So it changed in that campaign?
In 2020, I made very clear where I stand. We are in 2024, and I've not changed that position, nor will I going forward. I kept my word, and I will keep my word.
So in 2019, she said, I'll ban fracking, no question. 2020, she's like, I'll never ban fracking. And then she's saying, well, I didn't change my position from 2020. So she literally did change her position from 2019 to now.
Mm-hmm.
But she's saying she never changed her position. She's fracking lying. That's what she's doing. It's literally on tape. You can look it up. So yeah. Next clip here. She's talking about bringing inflation down.
The steps that you're talking about now, why haven't you done them already?
Well, first of all, we had to recover as an economy, and we have done that. I'm very proud of the work.
It was already recovering, by the way.
That we have done that has brought inflation down to less than 3%.
Less than 3%, which is actually around 3% right now. When they took office, the inflation was at 1.4%. So it's already still doubled from when Trump left office. Which, by the way, they took it up to like 9%, and they tried to claim credit now that they've dropped it to 3%. It's still double what it was when Trump left.
You have been vice president for 3.5 years.
Yeah.
The steps that you're talking about now, why haven't you done them already?
Well, first of all, we had to recover as an economy, and we have done that. And I'm very proud of the work that we have done that has brought inflation down to less than 3%.
You have been
false.
Yeah, exactly. False.
Lies.
Definitely lies. Here she
If the economy has recovered, why am I having to do more overtime to keep up with the demands of the bills, my
Yeah.
basic bills.
Exactly.
Sorry,
Not to
I'm
be-
probably screaming and
No, you're fine. You're fine. Do it.
Yeah.
Let it out, brother. It's therapeutic. Trust me. But again, and not to mention the inflation rate still has not been back to the Fed's target rate of 2% since they took office. After it went up, so it was when Trump left, and apparently they can't keep it there. Here's the next clip.
You raised your hand when asked whether or not the border should be decriminalized. Do you still believe that?
I believe there should be consequence. We have laws that have to be followed and enforced that address and deal with people who cross our border illegally, and there should be consequence. And let's be clear, in this race, I'm the only person who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations who
No, you haven't. You prosecuted people like sexual assault perpetrators in California, but not that.
trafficking guns, drugs, and human beings. I'm the only person in this race who actually served a border state as Attorney General to enforce our laws, and I would enforce our laws as president going forward. I recognize the problem.
So yeah, so her silence basically confirms what we already knew. Yes, she supports decriminalizing illegal border crossings. So she wants to make all illegal migrants, give them mass amnesty. That's what she wants to do. Let's see here. Next clip.
Administration, there were record numbers of illegal border crossings. Why did the Biden-Harris administration wait 3.5 years to implement sweeping asylum restrictions?
Well, first of all, the root causes work that I did as vice president, that I was asked to do by the president, has actually resulted in a number of benefits, including
number of benefits, like how? Like rape and murder? Those kind of benefits? Like what the
historic investments by American businesses in that region. The number of immigrants coming from that region has actually reduced since we began that work. But I will say this, that Joe Biden and I and our administration
Here comes a lie.
worked with members of the United States Congress on an immigration issue that is very significant to the American people and to our security, which is the border. And through bipartisan work, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Congress, a bill was crafted, which we supported, which I support. And Donald Trump got word of this bill that would have contributed to securing our border. And because he believes that it would not have helped him politically, he told his folks in Congress, don't put it forward. He killed the bill. A border security bill that would have put 1,500 more agents on the border. And let me tell you something, the Border Patrol endorsed the bill. And I'm sure in large part because they knew they were working around the clock and 1,500 more agents would help them. That bill would have allowed us to increase seizures of fentanyl. Ask any community in America that has been devastated by fentanyl what passing that bill would have done to address their concern and a pain that they've experienced.
That bill, yes, it added more agents potentially, but those agents were also restricted from actually doing anything until they crossed a certain threshold daily, which was thousands of illegal immigrants still being allowed to cross the border in the country before they were actually allowed to take action. Like, not to mention, like I said, that bill also sent multiple billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars to foreign nations that didn't even address the border. It was a border bill in name only. It barely addressed the border. That's why Donald Trump talked to his Republican friends, so to speak. And again, Trump wasn't even president, but so who's to say he actually had power to kill the bill? He doesn't, I mean, Congress is the one who killed the bill. If you really want to get technical about it, they shut it down. Maybe Trump asked him to do so, but it's not because it benefited him politically. He knew it was a bad bill. It's just like when he went to Arlington National Cemetery. He was doing the right thing. Did it benefit him politically? Maybe, but that was like happy coincidence. It wasn't like it was intention. So it's not Trump's fault that Democrats can't do the right thing. Maybe it helped them politically too, more if they actually did so. Here's let's see. One of her highest priorities is to strengthen and support the middle class. How?
There are a number of things. I will tell you first and foremost, one of my highest priorities is to do what we can to support and strengthen the middle class. When I look at the aspirations, the goals, the ambitions of the American people, I think that people are ready for a new way forward.
So again, she's insisting that Biden economics is basically, success here. She claimed one of her highest priorities is to strengthen and support the middle class. How? You're in power right now. and the middle class are suffering more than ever. But you know, neither here nor there. Yeah. Here's her talking about
It's a
Bidenomics.
success. I maintain that when we do the work of bringing down prescription medication for the American people, including capping the cost of the annual cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000, when we do what we did in the first year of being in office to extend the child tax credit so that we cut child poverty in America by over 50%, when we do what
Again, a
we have
solid
done
idea.
to invest in the American people and bringing manufacturing back to the United States so that we created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs, bringing business back to America. What we have done to improve the supply chain so we're not relying on foreign governments to supply American families with their basic needs, I'll say that that's good work.
So she's insisting Bidenomics is a success. Bidenomics brought Americans the worst inflation crisis since the 1980s and has cost the average American family an extra $28,000 paid for the increased cost of living. As Aaron said, much more overtime needs to be worked. A couple more here, and then we're done. Here's Kamala talking
Who
about
do want to go back when it comes to the economy specifically, because their groceries were less expensive, housing was more affordable when Donald Trump was president.
Well, let's start with the fact that when Joe Biden and I came in office, during the height of a pandemic, we saw over 10 million jobs were lost. People, I mean, literally, we were all tracking the numbers. Hundreds of people a day were dying because of COVID. The economy had crashed. In large part, all of that because of mismanagement by Donald Trump of that crisis. When we came in, our highest priority was to do what we
That's
could
the favorite thing to do.
America. And
Well, they do.
today, we know that we have inflation at under 3%. A lot of our policies have led to the reality that
again 3%, which is double what Trump had it under. Kamala begrudgingly acknowledged prices are too high here after almost 4 years of her and Biden. She attempted to blame Donald Trump for the economic woes of her own administration, despite the fact that most Americans want the Trump economy back. She now says that she has no regrets covering up for Biden's cognitive decline.
Biden's capacity to serve another 4 years. Right after the debate, you insisted that President Biden is extraordinarily strong. Given where we are now, do you have any regrets about what you told the American people?
No, not at all. Not at all. I have served with President Biden for almost 4 years now, and I'll tell you, it's one of the greatest honors of my career.
Yeah. He was great. She has no regrets, apparently.
No regrets.
No regrets. About covering up Biden's cognitive decline. She lied to the American people as she perpetuated a massive, wide-reaching fraud until it was no longer tenable for her. She's talking about how great it was to work for him, as she's literally holding the knife that stabbed him in the back in her hand. So yeah, the Tim Walz also refused to address the stolen valor in which he is currently embroiled, saying that saying he didn't deny it either, but he said it was a grammatical error on his part, a grammatical error that he told year after year after year. And also, Tim Walz is also called out for lying about IVF and lying about his arrest for drunk and reckless driving. He completely and predictably avoided the question. So yeah, so all the above here. Missing from the interview was any explanation whatsoever from Kamala on the destruction she has unleashed on the American people during her term, or any substantive plan to fix the message that she definitely created. So again, this was 18 minutes, all cut down, and yeah, it supposedly was a 41-minute interview, and the Harris administration wanted most of it cut. And CNN refuses to release the transcript for the interview. Why is that, you think? You mean to tell me that these were the good parts of the interview that you wanted to show? And, they cut the rest? I mean, seriously, like, what the hell? I mean, imagine if Trump tried to pull all these things that Kamala Harris is doing now. It would be a scandal after scandal after scandal. What did he leave on the cutting room floor? Why couldn't he get in front of a camera unedited? What's he hiding? That's the way it would be if it was Donald Trump in here. Trump has done hours and hours and hours, unscripted, over and over and over again, without any problem whatsoever.
But what's that say to the journalists that won't? Like, she shouldn't be hiding the fact that that interview was that bad that they had to cut it up so much and only show 18 minutes of it. As a journalist, as somebody who is supposed to inform the American people what the fuck is going on with our country, our government. So all of these people that are spreading these lies, that covering for them, they all need to go away.
Yeah. This is what Trump means when he says drain the swamp.
Yeah, and
Hopefully
this is
he
what
actually
he means
will.
when he says the media is the enemy of the people.
Yeah. Because they lie to you
truly
about
are.
this. They're trying to make her look good when she clearly, you remember that lie to, like, what was it, Billy Madison? That during your entire rambling, you did not have anything that was even close to a coherent thought. We're all now dumber because we sat here and listened to it. That's Kamala Harris every time she speaks without a script, basically. And by the way, I don't know if you noticed during that whole thing, she kept looking down a lot too, by the way. So it definitely looked like she might have
She
had some
can't
sort of
make eye contact. She can't. She just. She
at best,
little
she just
fake
could, at best, she's not reading a script, and she just can't actually look up at the person she's talking to. So it's like, again, you want us to buy the fact that you're going to be a strong leader in the face of a dictator. That's kind of hard to do when you can't look him in the eye. They're gonna look at that as weakness, no doubt about it. So yeah, we had obviously this is what the Democrats must be thinking right about now. Poor Jim Carrey. Yeah,
That's pretty funny.
Been
That's
involved
pretty
with
funny.
yeah. Gotta love that Ace Ventura too. What nature calls, for sure. But yeah. So this is a quick montage of all of the CNN and the media trying their best to make her look good and spin it in her favor, but they're even having a hard time with it.
It wasn't a huge. I don't think she moved the ball that much forward.
Maybe she didn't score a touchdown. I don't think everyone was saying this was like an A+, but they basically got through it.
We saw why it took her 35 days to do an interview. She was mushy, she was weak, and it was artificial. It felt contrived the whole way. In her second sentence, she said, "We need a new way forward." And she's the incumbent vice president, so she made the case for change in her second sentence into the interview. I don't think it worked out very well for her.
I don't think there's a policy separation that they've created with Biden. Obviously, she gave a kind of personal defense of him.
The fact check, bottom line, Abby, is that she did not actually make clear at a 2020 debate that she had changed her previous support for a fracking ban. But maybe other people feel differently. I certainly did not hear anywhere in there Kamala Harris saying that she personally had abandoned her previously expressed 2019 view.
She has this very carefully controlled, I think it was an 18-minute interview. Trump goes to La Crosse, Wisconsin, and just stands there and has an open front, town hall meeting, ask me what you want. He took more questions in that one town hall meeting in La Crosse than she will take in the next 2 weeks.
She is making it clear that she will embrace and be a continuation of Biden's economic policy, his record, what they've done. She offered no remorse, no regrets, no introspection about anything they've done.
I think it was actually incredibly confusing, the entire interview, from the tone to the setup to the questions that were asked without any sort of follow-up. But I also think it shows the ineptness of this entire campaign in putting her forward.
So yeah, the media, it feels like they're not really covering for her much anymore. It's like I think they kind of see the writing on the wall here. And to wrap it all up, Vivek Ramaswamy put it perfectly, I thought, on X as well. He said Kamala's interview last night was a reminder that we're not running against a candidate. We're running against a system. They require a candidate that they can control, which means having original ideas is a disqualification. That's exactly why we get Biden, then Kamala, and so on and so forth.
Yep.
So again, at the end of the day, it's communism run by the corporate elites, the big wigs who want to be globalists and run this world. Donald Trump is common sense. So yeah, and to wrap it up with this last final picture here, I know Kamala Harris likes her Venn diagrams. This is a perfect one for her, as her achievements never cross over with each other. So that'll do it for tonight's show. So yeah, what do you guys think?
I can't wait to vote. I'm gonna be real honest with you.
Oh yeah, November 5th can't get here soon enough, for my opinion, for sure. I am definitely ready for that. Is Aaron even still there?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hey, what's up, buddy? Well, I guess if we got nothing else to talk about tonight, I guess we'll end the show. It's another long one. Still trying to work on making these a little shorter, but of course we had Slothy come back tonight, so it was a little bit of talking extra there. I wanted to get through some of this stuff. I even skipped a few things at the end here that I thought was a little irrelevant, but at the same time, So yeah, but yeah, guys, this is serious business. I mean, I understand, and even I thought maybe tonight my own performance on this, I kind of flubbed a few lines and didn't quite hit my marks as well as I wanted to as well when it comes to the politics stuff too. I'll try to be better, but at the same time, this is just stuff that's like this interview didn't do them any favors. If you think it did, I don't think you're really paying very close attention to it. And some of it may have sounded good, but if you really start to think about what she actually said and stuff, it's really just a bunch of hot air. There's really nothing behind it. There's no substance. Donald Trump can actually tell you what he plans to do, the policies he plans to implement, and Kamala's like, "Yo, we're going to lower inflation. How? We're going to like pay for all this stuff so you can get a home. How? You don't say how. Trump literally lines it out what he's going to do. That's what we should be voting on, not based on joy and feelings. That's what Democrats do. So, comment below. Let us know what you guys think. Thank you guys for watching tonight. And I guess I'll be seeing you guys on Sunday for that fantasy football draft.
Yep.
So yeah, I'll wrap it up here. We'll be there, be square, right? So,
Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's
I'll just take all your good players. Oh yeah. So
y'all ready to lose?
Yeah, that's my line. You stay out of it.
Wow,
bro. All right, well, I'll get out of here tonight. Thank you guys so much for watching. Please don't forget to comment below, hit that like and subscribe button, and don't forget to follow us on Rumble. Probably by the time we have our next podcast in 2 weeks' time, I'm hoping that I'll be able to broadcast live over there as well. And until that podcast, guys, on September 13th, I think will be the night, as long as it's good for you guys. We'll take care, and God bless.
God bless.